All right, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for waiting for a couple of minutes here while we set everything up. It is day 2 of the Esports World Cup Trackmania competition, $500,000 prize pool tournament, and we are moments away from kicking things off. Some stuff in the schedule has been moved around a bit to simply make time for all the matches, so we have a packed day ahead of about 8 matches. It's going to run all the way till close to midnight, I think, but we're starting in a couple minutes with the first match. Let me say a proper hello to you guys here on the main camera. You guys could hear me, now you can see me. I am sat in the arena. The crowd has taken their seats, and you can see a bit of a better overview here of how it looks like at the moment. Players should be getting on the stage in any moment, and here you can see also just where we find ourselves. You might be able to hear CSGO happening in the background. There's a bunch of competitions all going on at once. And you can see the casters. So we're going to also enable
when we get to the upper bracket, that's going to be a whole different ballgame, a whole different set of rules compared to what these kind of matches are going to lead us into.
So if you didn't watch too much yesterday, or if you're curious what we are getting ourselves into, I have all the matches written down here and the order, so no worries. The first game is going to be between Nyko, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark. And this is in the lower bracket. So we are starting with the lower bracket matches today, and then at the end of the day we are doing the upper bracket. And it is easier to see on the Wikipedia page here. Give me a moment.
Legion Gauntlet, and that means that everybody has to show up with their absolute best.
Yeah.
There are no
so
do-overs. There's no
let's
second
see
tries. You've got to race to the very end and find yourself
over
getting
there.
those 10 pointers if you want to survive. Trackmania
All right,
day
here
2
guys.
Here in Paris
so
begins in just a moment
the matches that you see, well, we saw them for a moment. Where did they go? We are starting with genuinely where the matches go here. We're starting with these matches. And these are effectively elimination matches. The 2 players who lose in these games are just straight up out of the tournament. You can only drop into lower bracket, and from there you have to be flawless. If you lose a game in lower bracket, you are out. So very important game here for Nyko, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark. And then Wissy, Richie, Neil, J-Swag is the one to follow. And then later on in the day, we get the upper bracket matches, guys. It's going to be very, very exciting. First, the upper bracket matches in Group A, I suppose, and then Group B. But we will get into all that. For now, guys, I think they are introducing the players. Let's hear their audio on stage. One moment.
It's a work in progress.
Here
This
we go.
wild journey starts with the first step.
Hope you guys are excited. I'm very excited for day 2 here.
And it's time to meet our
Plenty
race.
of
Don't
rest
forget,
before.
every single one of these next 4 races,
cheer
we're
for
going to
our
see
players.
keys crushed in this competition here. Paris, I know you're ready for this. You folks, I'm ready as well. That's right. So let's meet the first 4 racers eager to stay in the competition.
Yeah, so for people wondering, I know that the esports website might be wrong right now. But we got all the players coming in. And I do have the list, so we're playing through lower bracket.
Good reason, my friends, because up to this point, you've not seen what is behind that LED
and
screen.
then we're playing upper.
It is our crusher, where in every single
Here we
one
go.
of our first 4 matches, 2 keys will be crushed, representing 2 players to be eliminated from Trackmania at EWC. The top 2 will advance and live to fight
Saw a
another
lot
game,
of
but for the
positive
other 2, their
things
day
from these players
will
yesterday,
be
so
done.
we know they're
Our first
capable
matchup with 4,
of
2
going
on the
further.
elimination, 2 on the investments. Let's get our
But
day
only
started.
2 of the players sat on the stage now will advance, and 2 will be
32
out.
players, $500,000 on the line at the end of this competition. 1 player with the very first ever.
Also, guys, let me know if audio is fine for you. Let me know. We tried to get more lights, by the way. Apparently, we are at maximum luminosity.
Neon.
This is just highlights. Let me know if everything's good for you guys. We are at a 10-second delay today as well for competitive integrity, so if you guys answer my question, I'm going to see it 10 seconds into the future. That's the only thing to think about here. Mic a bit louder. I'll just move closer. Do some ASMR for you guys. I'm also talking, you know, not at our peak volume yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. We love the villain lighting. Isn't it just like a cozy campfire, guys? We're on a Trackmania field trip. I was thinking maybe I could, because lights is more than just the light itself, is the angle. Now we're at a campfire. Wahahaha. No, I'm just joking. Evil virtual isn't real, guys. He can't hurt you. It does look ominous, though. I'll give you that. How many days is the tournament? It's 4 days total. Which maps do they play? They play right now the spring black tracks and the summer black tracks. And I saw you ask if you could play them, Gothi. You can play them in the campaign, and they're effectively the same. You play the last 5 maps of the spring campaign and summer. So yeah. Very exciting now, very exciting.
Upsets yesterday, and I think we started with the conversation that we ended with last night. We'll begin here.
Will Mudda be using the wheel? Yeah, Mudda in lower bracket, by the way. Something incredible that we saw yesterday from Postito Paco. Don't think many people had Mudda going lower bracket in the first game. He just had a lot of mishaps, but that is something that happens to the best of us. Spark bans Saudi Arabia, Flimsy bans Norway, Charles bans Argentina, and Nyko bans Germany. Okay, so still Australia Open, and finally we get to see it. I'm excited.
That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about.
Probably second time we see Australia. Oh, maybe we didn't see it. First time we see Australia. That's exciting.
Saudi Arabia is banned, as well as Norway, Argentina.
Predicted Mudda to win EWC. He still could. He still could.
Map number 2 here.
South Korea map number 2. We're gonna shortly disable the talent audio so we can cast the pick and ban. Flimsy picks Canada, Spark picks Japan, and the decider is Poland. Could have also been Hungary there. Each player picks one map, and then there is a 50-50 on whether the last map is A or B, in this case Poland or Hungary. So, based on that set, a quite drivable set, very long maps though. Australia is 1 minute 15, and then you have South Korea 1 minute 12, Japan again we're at like 1 minute 16, so these tracks are long. It's going to be an endurance test for the players in the very first game already, and I'm very excited to see, because we had this line from Flimsy on Japan. That map's in the pool. We get to see what players have prepared in Australia with the speed slides. It's going to be a stylistically quite different match to what we've seen so far in the tournament. Predictions, hopefully we can get a prediction. I saw we had one mod in chat, so dearest Ayona, would you please set up a prediction for us? That would be fantastic. But yeah, if I were to predict in this game, I'm going to give an edge to Nyko, because he has really impressed throughout the Elite Cup season as well. I think he is likely to go through, and then I think it's close. But I wanna put, if I were to predict, I'd put Nyko and Flimsy here. Flimsy with a good game, I think, could do it. Charles is very impressive too, and Spark is the underdog in the match based on what I've seen so far, but could also pack a punch, guys. Oh, there is one. There's already been one. I see. All right. Guys, we are into the first round of day 2, the first of 8 matches to be played today. Lots of Trackmania coming up, so tell your friends. This is, of course, the biggest tournament in the game's history, and we are seeing a map we haven't yet seen played. This one, Australia, was banned or avoided all of yesterday because it is distinctly different from everything else. Here we have speed slides being the main theme on road, and you can gain or lose a lot of time based on very small differences in sliding angles. I'll get into all that, but for now, let's follow the rest of the map as it happens. Flimsy leading in the first round here through the slalom part. Now they balance over a beam. There's a plastic turn to the left here, so the car slides a lot. You want to get up high left so that you can push for speed down this slope, carry it all the way. Airtime here is unavoidable. It's really about how you manage grip. Different setups onto the booster. And let's also get some game audio. Let's fix that up. Oh, Nyko with a crash there. It's Charles versus Flimsy for the snipe here. Charles has third gear and Flimsy did not, so on to the agility dash. On the plastic, it's a little bit of a mistake from Charles. This is going to get very close. Flimsy coming through with more speed and taking 10 points in round 1. 1:15.26 there. So here they're driving on plastic, and the steering is so responsive. It instantly snaps your angle to either side. You have to be very, very chill with your movements. But look at this now. So we know Trackmania's physics code pretty well, and at over 400 speed, sliding starts to be beneficial on road. On dirt, it's always beneficial, but here, on this road part, you can slide very gently to the left, and the sliding angle changes based on you getting faster and faster. So the principle at work is that the faster you get, the less you have to steer. You want more of the skid marks to overlap. This sounds like a tedious thing to think about, and what does it really matter, but we're seeing a 23.9 checkpoint there. Mudda and the likes of Mudda on full speed are getting 23.4 sometimes, guys. Like, they could gain half a second in effectively just full throttle driving because they speed slide a little bit better. So just know it's important. It's important, and if this map is played in the tournament, you will see why. Charles leading this one. Flimsy with a crash. Nyko crashed this turn. Very strange mistake, but here able to get the low inside line. Gently steering out to try to keep third. He goes down to second, and Charles again has, a shot at first place. But like last time, not surviving the identity. Costly mistakes here. 20 points have been on the table for him, and he's left the restaurant with only 6, I believe. Too slow here on the respawn. Only 6 out of 20 points capitalized on in those early rounds for Charles. Flimsy and Nyko, 14. Spark and Charles at 6. Charles here clearly having the pace. You can see his personal best there, 1:14.678. That's only half a second off of the world record. Definitely a map he is capable on. But I haven't seen too much from Nyko still on his own map choice here. First picking Australia, so it's very likely we see this map twice in this match. It's still a little shaky in these rounds, but now maybe he has found the flow. Onto the outside, missing the grip, so losing ground, gets overtaken. Lower speed than Charles. Does he survive the turn? Yes. Gets through and now onto the plastic. Many players go over the sand here because the setup is more powerful than the speed you lose. But Charles losing to the others. Oh, barely surviving that one from Nyko. Jumping from left to right, landing flat on the booster. And third gear here, guys, is important. We're looking at about 150 speed is the minimum. If you drop to 145, you cannot really hold the gear. And Charles there did it to overtake Flimsy, but this is close. Some points on the line yet again. Flimsy is going to snipe that. Wow, what an ending from Flimsy. Gained over a 10th to Nyko to take that one away. Flimsy flying right now in a new personal best on the map, 115.1. Someone asked why the players DNF sometimes, and the reason is that there's a 10-second finish timeout. So after the first player finishes, you have 10 seconds to cross the line, and if you don't, the race terminates. So if you make a mistake and you see that you're plus 12 on the checkpoints, like Charles there might very well be, sorry for the jinx, you basically could just watch the rest of the match. You can also practice the map for that final run, but yeah, Charles there crashing into the checkpoint on the respawn, plus 8. So if he falls down to plus 10, it's very hard to get the points. Yeah, plus 15. So not going to be able to cross the line there. Nyko versus Flimsy has been the battle here. It's Nyko's pick. He could equalize Flimsy in points. No, he cannot. He could get very close at 30 and 30 if the positions remain. And Spark here looking for a third place there. Nyko on a very fast run. Does he keep the gear? Sounds good. Flimsy is not going to be able to challenge with second gear on his car. Just has to hope for a mistake, but looks like Nyko's got this one on lock. And they will tie at 30 points. 1:14.671. Seems to be the pace of the match. 0.6s. All right. To the next map we go. This one, the second pick, South Korea. By memory serves me wrong here, who had the second seed, but it could have been Flimsy. We will see. How come they fall 15 seconds behind? Isn't that astronomically long? Think about the time loss when someone's driving at 800 speed. If you crash into a checkpoint, that simultaneously has you fall off the map. Or if a checkpoint segment is about 10 seconds long till the next one, and you fail just before you reach the next one, then you lose 10 seconds, right? So there are certain segments of maps that are just way more punishing to fail than others. Like here we pick up the first checkpoint at 4 seconds. The next one is at 9, but there are some that are much longer. Anyway, we're on to South Korea. Another long track here. This one more about tech, about drifting than full speed. And a different line from Charles, full inside line. Very interesting there. That is, I believe, the first time we see it in this tournament, but we saw it in the Elite Cup briefly. A few players doing that inside dirt line. And the argument is that you get to the reactor booster sooner, but you have less speed. And so if you do it well, it ends up being about equal. And right now, this is very important for Charles, who had a weak start on Australia. A couple of DNFs, a couple of bad crashes. But this is looking a lot more solid. Very close race between the top 3 here. Into the ending, it's Charles leading. He squandered one like this on Australia. Has to keep it steady now. Different line than Nico. Nico looking to overtake. Still Charles in the lead. Last reactor booster. Who gets the best flight? Oh, it's Nico. And there is no luck here for Charles on the margins. Not able to fully come back yet. But a +6 is at least a good showing there. And some potential is seen. Great times too, 112.5. And very curious to see that inside dirt line again. It's small things, but it's the beauty of it is when players do it because they find something that's faster. Now, on paper, it's probably not, but it's a comfort thing. You see, he gets closer, then the others have more speed. Difference should be about the same. Reactor booster. Who gets the best one? Nico looking like he pulled ahead. Spark, unfortunately, getting some airtime. And what about Flimsy here? It is top 2 players advance. So in his current position, I don't think he minds the second place if Nico's running away with this. But he can also challenge. 0.2 into this ending is a gap you can definitely overtake, and especially 0.1 now. Flimsy looking for Lieutenant, looks like. Charles finds himself a little far, but that is a good turn. Maybe he's in the mix too. Equal between Flimsy and Nico into the first reactor boost. Better for Nico there. Slowdowns by all. Who gets the better one here? Again, better for Nico. Charles crashing in an unfortunate spot, and also Flimsy, but that's still a second place. And Nico, another 0.5 here. Just about the same pace as previous round. And this is looking very solid from Nico. He can do that consistently. It could be a clean sweep here. We know there is a bit more pace to aspire for on the map, but it's very hard to do without crashing. A little bit weaker drift here from Spark. On the start, makes it through. Nico crashing, pushing too much. That 112.5 pace does not look like he could autopilot it every single round. Oh, Flimsy and Charles both crash, and this is a golden opportunity for Spark. The exact same mistake by Flimsy and Charles. Flimsy does recover the best of the two, half a second ahead of his opponent there. And he's chasing down Spark right now. Goes for the inside grass line, smoothens that out. And now he's equal. The air brake gives him a little bit more speed on the road landing. Wider setup here is not necessarily that much faster, but Spark dropped the gear, it looked like, and that gives Flimsy the overtake into the ending. Still not over here. We've seen people be shaky on the ending, and you're definitely shaky if you've crashed. That's when you're the most nervous. One mistake quickly leads to another. Flimsy, a little bit too close to the wall for my liking there, but he makes it through and wins a round with a 113, which typically here would have you be last place in the round. So fortunate how that works out for Flimsy, and even more so with Nico last. He catches up a lot here on the scoreboard. 53-50, and then 24-22 for Charles and Spark. Once more here on South Korea, the final round. See if Nico can keep it clean. Definitely looking stronger on this map than what he did on Australia, the first pick. Charles with a mistake there into the wall. That's a bad place to crash because you still have to cross the engine off and you lose further time in the next splits here as well. Spark a bit wide. Not fantastic reactor booster. So Flimsy versus Nyko is the battle for the 10-pointer. Side by side through the checkpoints. Flimsy was talking in an interview just before I went live that he felt good about his pace in this competition, but he felt he lacked consistency, and last night after his match he went on and practiced those parts, said he ironed out every issue he had and felt confident on the day today. And look at him go now. This is very strong from Flimsy here. Two young talents, Flimsy and Nyko. Nyko impressing in the Elite Cups and Flimsy in the North American qualifier. Flimsy gonna win this one with a 1:12.4, a fantastic time. Close to Gwen's tournament record, and when you think about the tournament record, you think about the Gwens, the Binkses, Carl Juniors, you know, the ones who really send it. Flimsy here putting his name in that bucket. Very cool to see. Virtual, how would you compare your own skill to the players in this tournament? Did you attempt qualifying for this World Cup? So, what is a good way to think about it? In chess, you have an ELO system, right? Where people have a rating attached to their name. We know Magnus is a 2,800 rated player. And I would likely put myself in the category of being a Trackmania Grandmaster. But if you've ever seen Magnus play against a Grandmaster rated 2,500, he eats them for lunch. I mean, he plays with his food like an orca, you know, who's caught a prey. Like, it is brutal. And if I were to sign up for this tournament, I'd beat a lot of you guys, and I would get obliterated by the super Grandmasters in the game. And so that is kind of the skill difference. Like, I think the consistency element is where everyone struggles in Trackmania. Everyone can be fast on one run. You put in enough time, most people can get one great run on the map, right? In time attack. Cool. Can you do it every single lap, back to back to back? Can you do it effortlessly? Can you do it on a stage under pressure, under the lights, with the crowd, with the pressure of knowing you're playing for such huge sums? This is where they're just a different breed, these top players who are able to do it round after round. So there is a skill difference. That's why I'm sat at the commentary booth and the players are down here. But I'm happy to bring you guys the action. First round of Canada. Nyko goes through with the ice slide. Good recovery there. We've seen a couple of different things in the ending, but typically when their trajectory is headed too wide, they ice slide to bring it back towards the finish. Oh, we are seeing some lag in the spectator client, but rest assured this is not experienced by the players. If you ever see this throughout the broadcasts, everything is smooth on the client side. It's just our spectator client is a little behind sometimes. No, small crash there into the wall. That was Flimsy. Spark as well, clipping the slalom. And Nyko is blasting through past the gates and into the no-break part. Oh, a little wide. Does he keep the gear? Yes, at least, but with a snow touch. Opportunity Charles now. We've seen that, we've seen that the gap that typically starts to become insurmountable is if it's ever more than 30 points behind. When they approach finalist mode, if you're really 30 points behind, it's so unlikely that you're able to catch up. And so Charles right now is around that range and needs to fight back. He's going for the 10-pointer, gets a nice ice slide. Nyko's crashed. Charles does not know that yet. Does he risk the ending? That is a very fast jump towards the finish. Great closer from Charles to get 10 points on the leaderboard for the first time this match. I think the comparison to Gotham in skill in Trackmania is fine. We are both also, more ambassadors of our game than competitors, but we like to compete. Takes a lot of time to get to the level we've done in our respective games. Oh, wide from Nyko there, struggling on the road. Yeah, he's far behind here. Opportunity for the others to equalize the scoreline a lot. Let's see here, Flimsy did crash the first one. Now we see his pace again. Really fast driver is what impression I'm getting from Flimsy in this tournament. Like, he's driving refined lines, and the only rounds where we don't see him is if he's crashed. Other than that, always competitive, never really safing the turns by the looks of it. Into the ending now, close to the pillar. Oh, miss angle from Charles, but he's going to ice slide it. This is the recovery. It does lose time though. Lost there 0.15 to Flimsy in the last checkpoint. And 102.2 is a very strong winning time, guys. We've only seen a couple of 102.1s in all the matches played yesterday on this map. One of the most played ones. So Flimsy and Nyko tied at 78 points. And then we have Charles 49, Spark 33. Spark losing some time in the uphill there. Nyko effortless through the slalom. Oh, this is a unfortunate crash from Charles. What's the second place battle going to be here? Is it Spark? Flimsy also has had a huge mistake, yeah. Spark with an opportunity for some good points. Through the snow. Gotta keep it clean towards the ending. Nyko now probably gonna relax in the last downhill. Don't want any mishaps to happen. This is an ice slide angle. And he lands center finish. No problems there. Spark second place, 6 points. Good to see. Charles gets third, and Flimsy still able to finish. And even stretching there while the car is airbound. It's nice. Is this the lower bracket or upper bracket? We are playing through the entire lower bracket first, and the upper bracket matches are at the end of the day. So if you're joining, we have, let me count for you. I think we have, yeah, we have 4 lower bracket matches, and then we have the 4 upper bracket matches. So the next match is Moda, Lingo, Noisia, and Josh. Then we have Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag. And then we have Link, Uffy, Chemko, and Biowak for the lower bracket. And then we start with Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, Soldier. And things get crazy from there. We are on Japan. This really was a highlight of Flimsy's match yesterday, where he played some very strong opposition, but specifically on Japan, he had some different tricks from the others. So pay attention here. After we do the road speed slide here, on this next backflip, he finds himself, okay, 0.15 behind Charles, but now does a very low backflip, lands typically quite early, and gains in this portion. Charles, to his credit, does it even better than Flimsy, who looked like the expert on that segment. So this is very strong performance we're seeing from Charles. But that is something we saw. This was one of Flimsy's best maps. Drift through here. He's overtaken Charles. Spark has made a mistake. So has Nyko. This is the battle for the 10. And on the note of 30 points being a gap, you cannot really come back from Charles needs this. Flimsy's made a mistake. Does Charles know it? Is he going to risk here? He will only really know it on the next checkpoint. His information right now is a 10th. Now he gets to see it. How does he adapt in the ending? Did he crash? I think he might have hit the pillar. And it's going to get a lot closer. Flimsy still with more speed up until the drift, but he crashes too. And at this point, it is Charles in first. Nyko likely to take second place. But it's Flimsy. Nyko failed too. Is Nyko able to finish? This is close. This is, oh, that's a DNF. Unfortunately for Nyko. 0 points there too. Nyko now almost being overtaken for the lead of the match. Flimsy at 87. 1 point behind him. And at this point, the position you get between first and second, it matters not only for pick and ban, it also matters for what opponents you might meet. And if you want to face easier opposition, getting first seed out of this match is critical. Because it only gets harder the further into the tournament we get. You might start to face the likes of Mudas in lower brackets soon enough, and things are going to get crazy. So Naiko, now we see him in the mix. Didn't make a mistake early this time. Again, Charles being overtaken in this portion. Not perfecting the drifts entirely. Oh, that's a release from Naiko. Things are close. Release there around the bend. Charles pushing, but is he going too fast? You have to slow down early here to get around the left corner with a lot of speed. And Charles made a mistake there. Flimsy overtakes second place. Spark overtakes third. Through the gates, they've all survived. Into the end gate, Naiko crashed, and Flimsy will be in the lead. Spark crashed too. Charles swoops in second, and Naiko's, does that be another double DNF? Time's ticking. I don't think he makes it. 0 points in 2 rounds for both Spark and Naiko. Slightly disastrous, and Charles is rapidly gaining back points. This is a dream scenario also for Flimsy, who's just building, and Naiko clearly tilted at this point. Things have not gone his way here. And now is when you have to manage to mentally reset. And this is where age and stage experience and things of that nature are so important to have. A player the likes of Carl Jr. might have played 100 matches on stage where this has happened and knows how to re-establish balance, right? Whereas if you're young and you're just coming onto the scene like Nicholas, I think this is one of his first on-stage lands. It's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more difficult to forget about all those mistakes. It's from those types of things that you learn as well. Charles in the lead now. Cannot have any mishaps in the ending. The 10-pointer here, crucial for Charles. Let's see if he can hold on. Good drift through the gate. He can try to save this next one. Slow down if necessary. Just thread the needle. And Charles finally has it here. 10 more points for him. Flimsy in second. Crosses that 100-point threshold. Spark in third. And Naiko fourth. At least getting some points now. So question from chat, if they win here, is there a second loser bracket? Yeah, if they win here, they play a new match tomorrow in the lower bracket against those who lose from the upper bracket later today. That is how the format works. On board with Naiko there. Also made a mistake in the 4th round. This has really gone downhill from Naiko. If we go back a couple of rounds, he was in South Korea getting 10-pointer after 10-pointer. Even on Canada, doing really well. And now, it's been a nightmare, honestly, on Japan. Flimsy versus Charles, down the drifts. Through the slalom, Flimsy doing better, but okay, he lost the gear. Charles coming through. And I am a big believer in that momentum matters so much, right? Naiko right now, if you were to make a graph of his momentum, it has gone downhill. It has just gone straight off a cliff. And Charles, he had terrible momentum at the start. He was DNFing rounds that he should have won on Australia. Now 2 10-pointers in a row, you're just feeling a lot of confidence. Important for Naiko there that he is able to get the second place. But Charles is getting closer, and we have a very close game. After Japan. On to Poland as the decider map here. People are asking where we're at. We are in Paris right now. At the Paris Expo. It's where Esports World Cup is taking place. All the pros are here. The top 32 Trackmania players in the world. Plus the casters and the talents on the analyst desks. And the observers and the admins. A lot of the community is here. And, you know, also people supporting the players, right? Like, Spam is here to support Carl Jr. for their team, and it's just like, it's really cool. It's a whole gathering. And it's very rare that we have so many other people gather in one place. It's like, for me, this has been the first time I've gotten to meet a lot of the pro players where I've been casting their matches for many years, and it's the first time I can shake their hand. So, very nice. Also very nice to meet some of the prodigies, right? That we're seeing in the matches right now. On to Poland. This is also one of the most played maps. Nobody really bans out this map because it is quite drivable throughout. It has the featured gameplay that you expect, like drifts and grass and dirt. If you're banning a map with these simple features, then it's very likely that you haven't qualified to the tournament, because there's a lot of this, you know? So unfortunately, we see a mistake from Charles there. And one from Nyko. Flimsy and Spark here, battling for the 10, or should we really discount a young and hungry Nyko here? Gonna send it all in the ending. Doesn't want the 4-pointer. There goes Spark. Can he catch Flimsy too? Should we really count him out? You have to ask yourself that question, because he was not giving up on that round, and momentum is being restored here. Great comeback from Nyko. Should never give up in the race. You don't know what's going to happen. That also ignites the French crowd here. Happy to see their hometown hope here do well. Nyko is 16, I believe. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong. Around there. Same as Neon. But we don't fully know, so I don't want to say the wrong age to you guys. He's young though, about half the age of our oldest pros, like Carl Jr. and Massa. Nyko is 20. Okay, wow. What? I thought I heard in the Elite Cups that he was like 15. Okay, he's 20. Oh, to me that's still young. I'm becoming an unk now. I'm a boomer. I just revealed my age, I guess. Man. Battle for first here, by the way. Charles pushing. Looks like he's going to have it. Yep, that is secured at this point. Great run by Charles. 109.5. Carl Jr. 40 confirmed. Guys, do you think when Carl Jr. turns 40 that we will have a chance? Do you think esport players actually get slower with age? Or do you think that their determination and like the importance of winning more tournaments to them drops lower, and so they just don't try as hard anymore? I don't think Carl Jr.'s ability at the game would be necessarily worse, right? People always bring up reaction time when it comes to people's age and stuff like that. But very little of Trackmania is reaction time. A lot of it is just understanding of the lines, practice of course, and repetition, how much you can repeat those things. So reaction time is an argument. It drops by ever so slightly, couple of thousandths of a second. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. I think Carl Jr., if he wanted to, and I think it depends on that, right? The desire. If players have the desire, they can probably be esport pros at 40. F1 still has drivers at 40, yeah. And there they have so much experience on the tracks, and they have so much, you know. Like, experience is a very powerful trait. But it's also hard to say, because at 40, people have, you know, different priorities most of the time, like family and maybe travel and health, and I don't know. Gaming is not something we've really seen with when the onset of it happened competitively. We haven't seen enough esports yet to know how long pros are going to stay around. But it's a very, very interesting question. Because the physical limitations are smaller in esports, I would think. Like in chess, for example, you have pros that are pro well into their 40s, in Scrabble too. In games where it's strategy and knowledge, age seems to matter a little bit less. People still, you know, can calculate further and have energy for long games well into their... well, they're better in their 20s. Sorry, guys. Also, I should cast the match more. I know. Just, we have a long day. We have time. Nyko here, 10 points, 133 were approaching finalists. But it's very interesting because we don't have any precedent like preceding this to tell us whether it can happen or not. I think it can. What I do feel though, if I think about my own Trackmania playstyle when I was like 16 compared to now, is that you know how they say that when you're 18, you're a worse driver just after you get your license? Because your frontal lobe hasn't fully developed. You have a weaker understanding of risk in your brain. And that affects your playstyle in Trackmania too. Like, you just send it, kind of blissfully ignorant of what you are actually putting at stake. Oh, you're half a second ahead with 10 points ready to be picked up. You're just full sending. Like, you kind of forget to think about those things. And that shines through in younger players' play. They're just more pace. Carl Jr. knows, like, man, it would be stupid to crash with such a lead. I'm just going to lose a couple hundredths here, be safe, get the 10-pointer. More pragmatic approach. But yeah, let us see how this match concludes. We're back on Australia. This is Nyko's map choice. He didn't have the strongest showing here, a couple of crashes, but now we might be seeing why he picked it. This is a very clean performance so far. Down past the spectator stance. Gotta keep the third gear up here on the road. Looks like he didn't. Charles catching up a lot. Charles with the third gear. Nyko didn't. Charles can snipe this one away and put Nyko at 139 points. Great push here from Charles as he clipped the wheel. Oh, survives the clip and gets the 10-pointer away. Nyko forced to play one more round just to hit finalists. Flimsy with a different approach in the start. Doesn't matter too much. Slightly less speed though, up the hill. Then speed sliding through the loop. We're looking for, guys, if you want to see someone do the start good, we're looking for 800 speed as they enter the road here. And with the drone camera, hard to see, but expecting around 800 for most players there. Nyko with a fast start here. This could have been the finalist attempt had he not been overtaken last time. The plate's still 140 points, and Flimsy and Charles are very close to getting there themselves. Gonna be interesting to see how the last couple of rounds unfold. Spark, I think, unfortunately too far. Flimsy, critical moment there to make such a big mistake. Has to, at minimum, finish the round to stay in contention. Charles gonna, if the positions remain, end up at 129. Very fortunate for Nyko if that works out. Can Nyko keep it clean here over the plastic tiles? That looks good. Set up early, down the hill, little space there to the left, but it's good enough. 114.5. And Nyko is finalist. So now, if you haven't watched Trackmania Esports, Nyko needs to just win a round, and he is through in the lower bracket. He will qualify in advance. But if the other players take away that first position every single round, then Nyko is not done yet. Then he has to keep playing until he wins a round. What's the speed going to be here for Flimsy? 798 there. So a decent start, but nothing too crazy. Keeps up with Nyko though. Over the transitions. Low jump, speed slide. They go for fifth gear. On the landing, Flimsy gets it much better. That's a 10th gained. Up on the outside. Charles is there as well. And the situation right now is that Flimsy needs a first place to put himself into finalist. Charles tried to risk to deny that, but put himself down into last. Nyko doesn't really have a say in this round. Just has to hope for mistakes, as he's 1 second behind. Flimsy also driving fast. Around that 114.5 pace. But this, did he? Oh, I thought he disappeared for a second. Just the name tag behind the wall. On to the last part now with the agility dash. Nyko has overtaken two players. It's only Flimsy ahead. If Flimsy steps up here, he will deny it. And he does. 115.3, saving the ending a bit. And now him and Nyko are both finalists. Finalist status. Charles still 129, yep. Still 129. Didn't finish there, unfortunately. And so with that, cannot get to finalist mode himself this round. Has to actually win 2 in a row with Spark to be the first seed. Flimsy losing a lot of ground over the full speed part here. 0.2 is a lot, but Nyko, he almost clipped the wheel. Strange lines from Nyko, struggling a little bit here. Nothing is too clean. This is a messy round from all players. Nerves happening. Oh, mistake from Charles. And now Nyko versus Spark to decide Nyko's spot. This should be advantage Nyko with how this match has been played out. Can Nyko make it happen here? Over the road. Spark challenging though, only 300ths apart. Is this going to be Spark's big moment? Denying Nyko. When Nyko's finalist, Spark on the inside, that might drop the gear. It does indeed. And that gives Nyko a big advantage into the ending. That's where the speed loss is from. Crowd now getting excited. They see Nyko. Nyko sees the finish line. And Nyko will seize the opportunity, winning this match and taking the first seed through in the lower bracket. GG. First winner of the day. Now we're still going to play for second place, but important here, guys, we are going to have our first 2 players eliminated from the Esports World Cup. We came here with 32 players, and through this match, only the top 2 advance. The 2 players who lose this match will be eliminated, and right now, the closest battle is between Flimsy and Charles. We're back on South Korea. This is where Flimsy drove 112.4. But Charles had some good showings too. Flimsy right now in finalist mode. Could close it out in this round. If Charles denies him, then Charles will be finalist too. And things get very, very tense. See Charles PB there, 112.3. Means he does have a good shot at this with a great run. So he goes left here, Charles. The inside approach. This does get airtime. Oh, and he crashes, and Spark crashes too. Flimsy will know this on the next checkpoint, and then he has to control his nerves. Now he's going to see that no other cars are appearing, and it's time to lock in. The gap is 2 seconds, and the rest of the map is quite drivable. The only really part that could go disastrously wrong is the engine off. If he makes it through the engine off, he can save the ending reactor boosters, and Flimsy will make it through here. So really just this next obstacle now, you gotta make sure you get the drift to the left and don't faceplant. And you can see he goes very wide. He does not really mind. This is just about survival here, about making it foolproof for yourself. Second reactor booster, nothing gonna happen. He is losing time every split here, but it does not matter. Flimsy has done it and made it through to the next round of the Esports World Cup. GG. Nyko and Flimsy, the players to advance, and unfortunately, that means we will have to say goodbye to Spark and to Charles. Also Tona there. Player you saw on screen was Tona, the guy who used to pick Track of the Days in Trackmania for the first few years. Handshakes all around from the players. GG's. And now we are going to have something we haven't seen yet, which is the trophy crushing ceremony, I believe. So everyone brings their own trophy after qualifying, and the winners will have the option of crushing it. Let's hear in with the casters.
Nyko specifically because he took that first spot to crush the keys.
The keys.
And of course, that means Charles and Spark will have their EWC dreams go by the wayside. It's something we get used to here.
So here are the keys
and it's
behind my webcam.
EWC special. You come in with your life represented by that triangle there, that key. And you risk what just happened there when you don't perform.
Ouch, I felt the pain when that happened. The little snap that happened at the end.
Always feel the pain to see a pyramid get crushed like that under a hydraulic press.
Certain things in Trackmania
Tough.
are a little bit personal.
This is going to be a tough day, guys. Lots of pyramids being destroyed.
Very friendly and we all get along very much, but
Not a happy sight.
Physicality that this brings of crushing these keys.
And this is where we got to give credit to the Egyptians, because their pyramids survived for several thousand years, you know?
I mean,
They,
it just emphasizes the storyline
even
that
despite
we
many
refer to as
attempts
well,
at crushing
right?
those pyramids, they still
There's a cool battle
stand.
between the players, which we have certainly seen. It was, yeah, it just stresses that. That was very cool.
What is this ritual? Yes, it's part of the Esport World Cup as a whole, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also a thing that the winner of the tournament gets to forge a trophy out of someone else's crushed key. Is that correct? So the winner can choose which opponent's key they want to have crushed into their trophy.
But it doesn't mean
It was at least a thing in past ones,
doesn't
yeah.
mean that he isn't a skilled player, but just to be
So,
at this next one, it just shows you how
that is also something we're gonna take a look at. Like, whoever wins, who do they decide? I think whoever beats Carl Jr., if someone beats Carl Jr., is of course gonna take Carl. But if it's Carl, then who does Carl take? You know. Next match is crazy for a lower bracket. Yes, let me catch you guys up to speed.
Sometimes when you see
Oh, let's actually see. Nico is crushing both keys here. He's being like Napoleon in the 1800s right now with how he's destroying the pyramids. Nico given the hydraulic press because he got first place. Carl could take Packer or Nadia or Mudda, that's true. Let me catch you guys up to speed with what match is coming up now. Maybe it's on screen, not quite yet. I will show it to you. The next match that is happening is between Mudda, Lingo, Noisia, and Josh 1248. Mudda, Lingo, Noisia, Josh, lower bracket. This could be upper bracket. This could be upper bracket, guys. And it's a lower bracket match. If you didn't watch yesterday, you might have questioned, how did Mudda end up in the lower bracket? What happened? It was the last match of the day, and Postito Paco, together with Gwen, managed to defeat Mudda. It was a wild match. Triple finalist in the ending there, and Postito Paco drove a great run to clutch up, take first seed. Then Gwen drove tournament record in the next round against Mudda on South Korea, and that is how Mudda got dropped. So crazy match. Mudda also had a slow start in that one though. He had first pick and picked Saudi Arabia and couldn't really get many good rounds going, so that is what happened. But yeah, that is what awaits us, guys. We're gonna play through the lower bracket matches, then later in the day we're going through upper bracket. That is where we find the matches like Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, and forget the fourth name off the top of my head, but many crazy matches. So things are going to be sick today. Let's check in with the casters, see what they're saying.
Then he yeeted off of the map with a plastic, and again, he was not close to
Little
that
clap,
final
I
spot,
like
but
it.
just so many what ifs. What if he had just gotten a better position? What if he had
Any
finished
guests
those 3
today?
or even 4 or 5 rounds where he hadn't
The
finished
thing
it?
is-
He would have been in finals as well and could have been the one crushing
The
it
thing
right there.
is,
what if he was more
likely
comfortable in
not
Australia?
today.
You know,
We will
have to
see,
ask that
right?
question too, because first rounds,
But
he was
in order to
behind
bring
with, I
on
think, 3rd or
guests,
4th place
you
with
have
some
to
DNFs, and
send
then
in an
obviously
application.
to close it out.
Like,
it
I
was
cannot just
Australia
go up
that
to the
gave him
players
a
and
lot of
ask them
trouble, but that
directly.
leads us to Nako and
We have
Flimsy,
to do it
who do
through
advance,
formal
and now
requests.
Import, we get to see them
So
yet again have a match
we've sent
coming up
those in
tomorrow,
now,
or
but
I believe it'll be tomorrow,
they have to be
that they'll
24
play. How
hours
do
in
you feel about
advance.
their approach
So for
far
tomorrow
in
and the
this,
final day, we will have
they can move
a lot of
forward.
guests.
Yeah, let's talk about Flimsy real quick. He
But
clearly
for
has
now,
shown
it's a bit
improvement
harder.
over day. Amazing improvement, in
Just
fact,
so you know.
and being able to, like we said, analyze his own mistakes, analyze his
listening
entire
again.
previous match, and apply those new findings into this next match has been evident. Unfortunately, there's still consistency that he has to work on. But
And
if he can just,
guys, let
like,
me tell you,
know,
these
smooth
rules
those edges
exist
that
for a
he has,
reason, because
he could potentially go further
there
into this
are
tournament,
people
especially into the
in
top
other
16.
games at the
Was
Esports
Nako
World
the
Cup
bigger story
that
for you, or
get
was it
bombarded
Flimsy?
with requests,
Resilience and
and
bouncing
it's
back
harder
here
to
in this
say
match.
The thing
no
is,
if you're
Nako,
being
he
asked in person.
was
So
having it at the start,
they're
but
going
then he
through like
really
managers
felt
and
the
stuff like
pressure on
that, so that
Japan. He had,
if they need
I think,
proper
2
rest,
rounds where he
they don't
didn't
just get
finish,
pulled on
and
to
all
10
of a
different
sudden
streams.
Charles
It's
and
a
Flimsy
better
came
system for the
closer.
players.
But I really think everyone had their moment, but
Yeah.
it is Nako who eventually really got it together. But Flimsy's performance on the flip side of things on Japan was exceptional. But I
When's
think
next? Well,
both of
hopefully,
them, they
we're gonna
to
have
step it
a
up in order to make
rapid
it
schedule
out of
today.
the top 8 from their
Yesterday
group.
we ended up like
It's gonna
2
be
hours behind
even tougher
schedule,
as we continue
and
on. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up.
the matches
Group
were
1 just
delayed, but
finished on
today
stage, and we've got Group
we're
2
gonna try to
ready
be
go,
on time.
standing at
You can see it
attention.
on screen.
Mutta, we didn't expect to see
Mutta, Lingo,
this
Noisia,
caliber
Josh is
of
what's hiding
driver
behind my
coming
webcam.
in for this
Then
second
Wizzy,
round, but
Neil,
here he is,
Richie,
he's
and
gotta win.
J-Swag.
He will see
And
his
then
key first.
Link,
That would be
Offie,
a
Temko,
huge
Baiwa.
upset in this tournament, guys. But we've got Lingo, Noisia, and Josh who will
Oh
be
my
joining
lord.
him. All of these matches coming up back to back to back, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we've got more Trackmania coming up. But yeah, Import, just the fact that Mutta is in this group, I mean, that's surprising, but it's exciting.
It is exciting. Also, if Mutta somehow fails at this stage of the game, something went terribly wrong. I think everybody still has the expectation that Mutta is going to be at that grand final.
Mutta
Now,
will have more than a
some have
50-point
said
lead.
that maybe he was just, you know, going down
So
to
I don't
losers, so he
know,
had to
right?
avoid
Like-
these really tough upper bracket.
Mutta
moves.
had some good
And
pace,
that would be the big brain
but it
player
wasn't
there, because, I mean,
convincing
there were some
to
scary
that
matches up
degree.
at the top. But honestly,
Lingo
he
had
wasn't
some
a
good
very
pace,
tough
but it
match.
also
Yeah,
wasn't
and there was a
convincing.
lot of things going on, and nobody was
I
really
think
consistent in
this
the first
could
day
be
except for Carl.
a little
And
bit
so,
of a,
honestly, to have that performance, it seems shocking.
I mean, a crash-heavy
if you
match,
look
I'll
at the
say.
grand scheme of
Because
things,
I
it's
think
actually not that surprising.
it's
Now, with
harder
him being
to
in the lower
play a
bracket, he
perfect
does
game
have
when
a little bit of a,
when your
I won't say
opposition
relaxed because there is that
aren't
sudden
perfect.
death, but he does have
like
a
if
little
you're
bit
playing
easier time
against
because the
Carl
skill
Jr.,
level of his
you
opponents
know
is
it's
not
perfect
at
or bust,
what
and
we
so
would
that kind
consider
of
at
forces you to
elite
raise your level.
Specifically
Here,
for second place, we're gonna be
with
looking
other
at
players that
Lingo,
also have crashed quite a lot,
Yep.
it becomes a little bit harder to enter that mode. I think everyone will crash. Mutta will crash too.
Also win that match. That is for sure.
But
of course,
will
that would be
Mutta
very unlikely, but
qualify?
Mutta
Most
one
likely,
step
right?
Closer to elimination. You have to think about it. Mutta was a player that's probably like
According to
80%
eCircuit
of
Mania,
people
Mutta
put
had
an
the
S
5th
tier
best
as
performance. He
someone
was
to
just
make
very
it into the
unlucky.
grand final, but now he's here
Based on
in
what
the
metric,
lower
though?
bracket. Of course, he had a very
can
tough
check
match.
that.
We already covered that. But Lingo, he's very
Let me,
fast.
pull that up
maybe
and see.
has nothing to lose. I wouldn't say it there. But also Josh is in there. Also had a disappointing. We're gonna see.
All right, well, it'll be exciting as
Oh
well.
my.
We'll send it back. Oh, there we go. We're right back.
Okay. Well,
How
Okay,
about we
some
send to that
audio
content? We got a
issues.
Lenovo Legion speed reaction
My,
coming up, and
my.
we'll see you in Group 2 in just a moment.
Ouch.
that was loud. Holy, I hope the equipment's all good. That was crazy. All right, let me see if I can find the stats people were talking about on eCircuit Mania.
It's time to play the STC speed reaction with Lingo and Link.
I'm not
In
sure I can
terms
find the
of
page, but yeah.
reactions at the both of you, who thinks you've got the better reactions?
I think you. Really? Yeah, I would think you.
What makes you each say that?
I think my reaction.
Can someone link me brackets? Bracket on the website might be incorrect.
Average, there we go. Great start, guys. Loads
Just,
of energy.
heads
Shall
up
we
on
play?
that.
We're going to see a picture here of Trackmania. Every time you see a Trackmania graphic, push, hit the buzzer.
I think
Do
I'd be
not
very
hit the
good at this
buzzer
game.
if you see an Esports World Cup graphic. Okay, let's get into it. Only one
With Link and
rule,
Lingo,
really,
I love it.
after you've hit the buzzer, hands by your side, so there's no cheating.
Okay.
Got it?
I got it.
Let's play.
Trackmania, Australia.
Ooh. Ooh, don't think you even hit that table button.
Right,
Okay,
sorry.
Keep watching.
No, Argentina,
quick
what?
And fast.
Oh, wait, I see. I misunderstood.
You missed
I
it.
missed one.
When you see the logo,
Oh, we should take one away.
Let's go!
Lingo, come on, in the game.
reaction test.
Ooh,
No.
They should have the youngest player and the oldest player do this.
Let's go
Buzzer's gone. Buzzer's back. Who won that one, Lingo?
Lingo did, yeah. Of course it's me. Yeah. Lock in, bro.
3-2.
I think so frantic.
Lingo's switching all the time.
Twitching.
Yes.
He pre-fired. He
Come
pre-fired
on,
that one. That
Lingo.
was crazy. This one.
Oh, because you missed one.
Yeah, we
You both
missed
missed
one.
one. So technically, none of you were that good because one of them was missed. But the winner, of course,
Yo,
goes
guess
to
thank you for the
Mr.
10 months.
Average. He called himself.
Who's the favorite to
They
win,
both
in my
called themselves
opinion?
Mr. Average, but on this
Above
occasion, it was Link who came out above average. Lingo,
I can't say
congratulations.
anyone
Nice,
but
thank you
Carl.
very
I
much.
can't.
Good luck.
He is the
Thank you.
favorite.
Thank you.
He is by far and away the favorite.
Come in here and play my game. He knows nothing.
Others have impressed too. I'm not going to say they haven't, but
Tyler Wine,
gotta say Carl.
done.
Like Dennis, yep. All right, looks like setting up a little bit. The setup time for players with steering wheel is always a little bit extra, but you can see Mara is right over here, sitting on stage right now, setting up his equipment. The others are also sat, making sure they have the right settings and everything. This is where we find ourselves. The stage in Paris.
Welcome back. It is the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet action happening all
Trophy in the
across
middle.
the Paris Expo Port de Versailles for more of EWC's final week here. My name is Rain Day. It's been a pleasure. And Trackmania continues with our group number 2, where we just saw one of the featured drivers.
Also,
It's
T-Dog, thank you
Lingo.
for the
And of course, a
53
player
months
that,
every
you know,
3
many
sub.
people think can do this, can take first place.
Why is
this
this pack
open
favorite?
to anybody, and of course, losers bracket.
Based
means
on
to be
opening
introduced.
games
GE
alone,
back on the desk as well.
Carl looked
alongside
more
Import.
convincing. Pack looked
That
incredible
This
too.
is an opportunity to go home. It's also an opportunity to start what could be one of the most historic runs in Trackmania
Yeah,
history.
not only a historic run, but a dynasty potentially going forward even after the event, you know, solidifying yourself as the top
Players
echelon
with
of
steering
the
wheels
Trackmania.
also use pedals or
But,
these buttons.
Yeah, Lingo could potentially.
Grenade
I do
uses
believe that is a potential
pedals,
case.
and
I
he
believe that
plays
Lingo could potentially
shoes
also
off.
heavily falter. He is known as the kind of
So we've had some tournaments where, in the past, where players who were sat next to Grenade, after like, imagine, right, we're at an expo. You're in your shoes for 10 hours in a day, just walking around, waiting for your game and everything. And then he sits next to you and takes off his shoes. And some people have been disturbed by the smell of sitting next to Grenade at the end of a long day of games. Tactical odor coming through. It's a funny little detail there. Mudda does not use pedals, I think, but he uses the buttons to accelerate and release.
Yeah, basically just put it out of sight of the mind. All right, that was a
And
set of
then,
4 rounds that happened a few minutes ago. Just put it on
yeah, I
the
don't know
back of
about
your
Wizzy.
Just don't put it away. Don't let it go to the back of your head.
There are the players
Just let it
walking
settle,
through.
Really, and try to just continue running your race.
This is
and
gonna be
eventually the
crazy.
race will come to you.
What has been the kind of the formula, the recipe, so to speak, for the GOATs? I mean, Carl has done it so often.
It's gonna be crazy.
It's been a matter of looking at different ways for me, these last couple of
Can
days.
turn up the casters a
These
bit.
matches have gone where there's been inconsistency, and sometimes that's been the difference. There's been top speed, top ability that's been the difference, but also adaptability, right?
Yeah.
Certain times we've seen Australia
uses, like,
not
the
get
flap
banned most
on
of
the
the time.
back.
It came out, and then there were some issues on that. Saudi
To
Arabia,
accelerate.
as you mentioned, for Mutta. So what element of a component do you think makes for somebody who can go the distance in Trackmania as a champion?
If you have
Someone
the
said
benefit of
actually go to
having an extra
tactic, the
life,
toes are
or
easier to control the
you're
entire
able
foot.
to at least
It's also just that, like,
breather for
Yeah.
when
in
you
between
play
that round or
Trackmania
something
at
where you can
home,
reset
you're sitting
yourself.
by your desk
That's an
setup.
opportunity to reset.
You don't
However,
put
if
on your
it's one of
shoes to
those
play the game,
longer
right?
issues, such
So
as
every
there's just a line
Trackmania
you're not
match you've
getting,
ever played at
there's
home
mechanic
is
you're not
with
getting, or you're just missing something in
shoes
the map.
off.
That's going to take time.
And it's way
outside of the
easier.
match
You have
to
the feeling
brush
for
that
it
out,
then.
that you're not really going to be
Like
able
I
to deviate
played a
from
lot
your
of piano,
strategy per se.
And it's been the same where, like, when I play piano at home, it's in my socks. When I play like at a public piano, it's with shoes on, and you stomp on the pedals way too hard with shoes on. It's very hard to get the feeling.
Most of the time, though, for these players, it is nerves.
Very hard to get the feeling for a
they know what they need to do. They know what
smooth press.
they have to do. But it's one of those things where they're either not focusing in one area or focusing too much. That's where the nerves
makes
come
sense.
in.
Yeah.
So they really have to be able to kind of reset themselves.
But yeah, guys, we're soon
either
going to have
mid-match,
Link
mid-round,
up on
whatever it
stage
is,
too,
to
that you
be
saw in
able
that
to
little
get
clip.
themselves to push forward.
I mean,
And
Carl
he's
said,
N64.
getting into this, he trains for 4, 5, 6 hours.
I really
to get
hope
to
they
what
get
he
to
wants
show it.
on the track.
It's the
And
most
then once he
unique
has
setup,
it,
I
it's maybe
think.
an hour, maybe 2
N64
hours
controller.
to stay on form.
Why would you
What's
ever?
the approach during an event, Jiggy?
He's just
We've
used
seen
to it, but
players
why would
who
you,
have
if you start now,
mistakes,
you would never
have
pick
that quick
N64.
turnaround. I mean, you're playing sometimes at Mutta played at 11 p.m. almost last night. Now it's to come and play it, you know, right in the second match of the day. What's he been able to do?
Well, if I may put on my French teacher outfit and
Absolutely.
say a French saying,
Please.
we say in French very often, la nuit porte conseil. The night is often giving you good advice. Sometimes just a little bit of rest can really do a whole world of difference. Just to give you a little bit of historical context for that, Esports, for instance, dropped down to the lower bracket in the World Tour playoffs 2 years ago, which were a qualifying tournament for the World Cup. He was not really feeling great about that particular performance himself, and then just let it sit. 24 hours later, came back and won his old matches
in the back
and got
there.
his very second spot into the World Cup as well. So sometimes just let it slide, rest a bit, and approach with a fresh mind.
I love it. Great conversation here to top it off. Mutta, one of our tournament favorites
One
now,
moment, guys.
facing a potential elimination. And one of the players, one of the drivers we think that could make a difference is Lingo. We had a chance to talk with him and Rachel earlier heading into Group 2.
Well, Lingo joins me now. Lingo, third yesterday. You've had a chance to process it. Overall reflections?
I think it was a difficult match to begin with. You know, we had Esports, OTAG that already are considered
All right,
favorites to
we are with
to
Lingo.
win.
Let's hear him.
And there was me that, you know, first match of a big LAN still, so it was, the pressure was getting me a little bit, but I think at the end I still played quite good, but just Esports and OTAG was better than me today.
Do you think you gave those two players too much respect?
A little bit, I think.
Lingo reminds me
I
so
should
much
have
of a
more
young
confidence,
Carl. He's also
but
from Canada.
I just think they are that good, you know.
How are you going to learn then from that yesterday and not maybe giving the other players that respect in this matchup?
Of course, after the match, I kind of analyzed, you know, every single match that happened, and I saw they were doing some different lines that I tried to, like,
Okay, he's
after the
been
match,
studying.
I tried to apply to my runs.
How's it been going?
I mean, quite good, quite good. I actually gained some times on some of the maps.
Ooh,
And what in particular have
okay.
you been working on then? Different
done his
lines.
homework.
What else have you been working on overnight?
It's true that because we have like a so short amount of time
Yeah.
that you cannot really work on anything, and you know, like consistency. You could try, but you should have like a few more days. But it's more about like trying to go back to like my pace, go back to try to some new PBs, trying some new stuff, and well, White Cup.
Oh wait, audio's back. Okay.
Went quite well.
In
Right, I
terms
just
of
lost all
today,
audio,
do you think
guys,
the
for a
matches
moment.
will
No idea what
be
happened.
played out very differently from yesterday because obviously there's so much more at stake today.
Apologies.
I
Hope
think
all is
it
good
will
on the
be
stream
more
still.
one-sided than you think. I think it will be more
Literally
like
just
me
all
and
audio
Mutta
dropped, but
just
we're back. We're back.
go just taking all the points, and Josh and Noasia, you know, maybe take some points, like, you know, 6 points, 10 points a few times, but like I don't really expect, you know, a lot right now from them. Like I heard a lot of things about them.
I don't
so
expect
this
a
is why I'm
lot
saying
from
that,
them.
but,
Okay,
you know,
Lingo.
I'm thinking Mutta is going to win for example. I'm going to get second. I would be pretty happy with that.
Well, that's what you need to do. So the confidence is there. Good luck out there today. Thank you.
I think
Lingo giving his own prediction. Yeah, I get second.
I
Mudda
love
first.
it. Rach, also, love the green. Love the green. That's just, it's nice, you know. We were kind of in a tan zone today. I had to change my jacket. G-Geek, you guys looking great, but I couldn't try to compete at this point here.
Yeah, 3 of us showed up. Actually, 4 of us showed up.
Yes,
with
we did.
Tan button-ups and everything. Also, I believe Bravo showed up as well with the tan button-ups. So yeah,
it's a day 2 thing.
You know, we're just so in sync. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
The synergy.
We also
Guys, match is scheduled to start in 4 minutes. Let's hope we keep scheduled today.
There's been so much beef on the menu.
We'll have the match right around the corner.
I think if beef and lunch were the statistic of who's in sync, we'd all the whole.
I need a statistic of how much beef has been eaten
today. Yeah, we don't want to know that. By the way, we do want to know what you think. Who's going to take this first group that you're seeing Mudda in the lower bracket in? He's going to have to make a heck of a run. Do you think he'll come out in P1 like we saw Lingo say? Do you think Lingo would take P2, or will we see a surprise from Josh or Noisa and jump in to take one of those spots? Maybe create some drama to kick off our day here.
You could hear a couple of okay.
Well, I'm going to go
well, I'm glad the audio's
along
working
with
now.
the grain here, in a sense, because, Mudda is definitely the one that should not have dropped down to lower this early on.
I agree.
And I'm pretty sure he's going to be keen to try and make amends to the wrongs of yesterday, especially that very first map pick, which always went so haywire. As we mentioned, only 1 out of 8 rounds won there. That's the key pain point.
4 minutes of pyramid updates.
To me, Mudda is
we just saw 2 pyramids get crushed live on stream.
He talks a little trash.
There are now 2 less pyramids in the world.
The most interesting stories when something
and there will be a lot more crushed throughout the day.
So good, but now he finds himself 1 match
this
away
man
from
might crush a couple after this match.
He hasn't been in this situation before. XP Evo last year, he was actually in the losers bracket and made a run through the losers bracket to be able to get to the grand
He
final.
might make it quick, yeah. He might do a quick speed run here.
And I think
he has a lot to prove, Mudda.
Again, Lingo with the
when you see these previews, you're like, okay, damn.
Not only the major topic, but just what
he's gonna
he
crush
can
me.
achieve, the possibilities that he can achieve. If he just cleans his act up, he can go so far. I'm a big fan of Lingo. If you didn't know, I see
Noisia now has a better match.
I like him so much, and I want him to succeed so much. But this is his time. He needs to show up.
Noisia representing, I believe, Argentina as well.
Had some tech issues in the previous one. Should be fixed now.
Players in the biggest moment in Trackmania history, Group 2 about to begin on stage. $500,000 handed out here in this tournament. That journey for Mudda, or potentially the end of it, begins right now.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, Rain Day. Nako, our first winner here on the main stage today, and also the first player to crush the dreams and the keys of 2 competitors as well here, who sadly won't make it any further in the competition, but Nako seems very chirpy, very happy, and I would be too.
Absolutely you would, because it's tough, right? The pressure of not only being in the lower bracket, but also being on the main stage, biggest tournament of the game ever, that adds to you. But I want to ask you, for those here or watching at home, from now on, we're going to have to get used to that heartbreak every singular game, because it's going to be like this.
These are elimination games,
only one can win at the end of it all come Saturday. But we're ready for our next set of players. So please join me in welcoming our second game players, Mudda, Noisia, Josh 1248, and Lingo.
Round of applause for the boys.
The crowd here in Paris are ready for this one. As you can see, these 4 competitors playing for a place in the next round.
They've nerfed Mudda by not letting him do the emote before each game, because he has to carry his trophy.
It's the final stand, a final opportunity.
He's ready. I mean, they're right behind us here, guys. I'm gonna see where I'm sat. I'm sat up here, so we can see all the players, but I'm facing away from everything.
This will be full.
Here's also a
better
overview.
All the way. Let's find out.
It's gonna be great.
I love a little crazy as we get underway.
It's gonna be great.
You could expect that these turns and these rounds will give us a delightful scene as the fans clap.
All right, we're gonna have the veto, and Mudda gets heavily target banned. That is because he's coming off an insane win at Red Bull Faster. We are expecting that Norway will be banned, Australia will be banned, and then out of the remaining maps, we'll see what they have left to choose from. Those are the 2 target bans that we really expect. Other than that, they could go for things like Japan as well, because it feels like a Mudda map, but we'll see, guys.
You know, I was also going to ask a question. How did Mudda know which
this is the
setup
time.
he was going to be at? I'm just kidding.
Vito coming through. Japan banned. Australia banned. Norway banned. Oh wait, Norway open. Mudda's gonna first pick it. No, he's not. He picked Germany. Norway's still there though. Lingo picks Norway. Very interesting. I like that. What now for the rest of the veto? We have Noisia's pick. Maybe something drivable. Very likely could be something. South Korea. And now Josh's pick. Saudi Arabia, Canada decider. All right. Still very interesting that they decided to leave Norway open here. We will see how Mudda has prepared on that map. The pros have been talking about it, that it's very much a Mudda map because it's just so strange. You know, you got ice, you got plastic bug slide on there, some bobsleigh. That's just the type of tricks he's going to gain a second on you, it feels like. But we will see. Mudda opted for Germany as his first choice, despite Norway being open. I'm very curious to see this. You can see the steering wheel. He is preparing right now. They are getting ready for the game. Australia was played for the first time this morning. It was played in the previous game, and we saw some decent pace. It was picked by Nico. This is first pick, so we saw it twice actually in one game. Also, guys, I have a photographer here, so let me just give him one little cheeky smile for a picture, and now we can lock in. Event photographers all around.
Lovely man, absolutely lovely man. We had a chat with him a few days ago. Heavily Yorkshire, very strongly, yes, absolutely.
Predictions should be sealed now. We can take a look at what people said. Mudda has like 95% of chat thinking he's going to get first place in the match.
Also players who finish second in their games as well, like Esports for instance.
He does look like a young Carl, no?
I talked to him. He's not very happy.
Someone needs to like side by side Carl with Lingo. I think they look alike. I see it. Especially Carl when he was a little bit younger.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're saying even players who came second. I'm saying even some of the players who came first. I'm thinking back to watching Granati in his match yesterday, shaking his head at his own performance a couple of times. Like ultimately,
I'm not imagining things, guys. We're going in. Germany, picked by Mudda, is our first map. You can also see it top left now. They've added a graphic. Mudda's choice. How is he going to get along in the loser bracket? Not somewhere we often see him. He typically goes for very strong upper bracket runs in the tournaments he plays. I'm going to also give us some better audio here so that we don't have casters talking in each other's ears. All right. First backwards part. The field has disappeared. Couple of mistakes. Lingo is there. He said in his interview that he was expecting to end up second place in this match behind Mudda, who I have to put your attention to is driving insane pace. Lingo is doing a clean run right now, but Mudda's pace is already like tournament record. Lingo's going to make a mistake. Mudda here is going to push, but what is the final time going to be? I think we're going to see a 110 guaranteed, but the decimal here, guys, will be interesting. Down the hill he goes. 110 what? Turn around on the booster. Oh, a little bit wide. That's a mistake. It's still 110.99. That could have been tournament record. It didn't have to be, but it could with the full sun. That's 110.99. It's more than enough. And only two of the others finished. I think it was Josh, Noisia there, who didn't get any points. Josh got second. Lingo got third. So already a crazy start to this game, where Mudda has definitely set himself apart in round one and is starting to build up some points. So he gets a good drift on the start there. I'm not sure where the gains came from because he had just ridiculously fast splits. So into the backwards part now. Decent checkpoint here, 24.03. Does the same, well, releases early. So jumps a bit far, but also releases early. Tries to carry the speed. Now Lingo is a lot closer. Everyone in competition for this one. But the split here, guys, is 2 tons slower than previously. That is what really stuck out to me. So it's about equal now. Let's see the battle up front with Lingo versus Mudda. Lingo was pushing a bit much here last time in Crash, but now, okay, he's sensing he could maybe snipe away a first place. Only 700ths to go. Same for Josh. Trying to land early, clips the wheel a bit. Mudda had it flawless. didn't lose a single ounce of speed, and he is going to now hopefully do a better turnaround here to secure that. That looks good. Lingo fails to turn around, presses steering too early, and therefore ends up last, and he is shaking his head. Not happy with how those rounds have gone, because truth be told, he could have 2 second places by now, and it's been a third and a fourth. So that is something that happens. There was a lot of science going on this map in spring. Mudda crashing there in the start, by the way, so he's going to have a challenge to win this one, but we shouldn't count him out, playing 3 behind. There's a lot of science that happened on this map in spring, where people were trying to figure out what happens on this map that makes it harder to turn around sometimes on the ice. And so if you notice now, guys, you are about to cross an ice block, and your tires for a moment will have touched icy tires. And that changes a property in the game so that the next time you touch ice, it's like a flip has been switched. You've had icy tires at one point, and so you have to wait a little bit before you steer. If you steer immediately, when that switch flips back, it'll cancel your steering. I don't know. It's strange. Basically, what the pros do is they enter the ice, wait a split second, and then start turning for a guaranteed finish. And Mudda, despite a crash, is going to win this round. There are some YouTube videos that are 10, 20 minutes long just explaining this phenomenon on Germany here. I'm trying to simplify the explanation. I don't know if it makes sense. There's some like, have icy tires ever occurred? Yes, no. And if yes, then the steering is different the next time. That is what I mean with the switch has been flipped. Anyways, Mudda is on for a flawless match right now. We have never seen that happen up to 140 points. The closest someone has ever been to a flawless match at a certain level of prestige is Carl Jr., who in TMGL 2020 winter, the finals, the upper bracket finals, won the match in 14 rounds, where 13 is the minimum to 120 points. So he won every round up to 120, and then 2 attempts at the finalists, I think it was. So Mudda right now is low-key doing a similar performance. It's of course just one map and lots can happen, but look at that early landing. Look at the speed he caught from that, gaining 2 tenths. And that is going to be him turning around onto the booster and at least clean sweeping the first map. 40 out of 40 possible points. Mudda smart to keep in the low bracket to stay practicing and used to the stage. There is nothing smart about going to lower bracket, because you could do that at any point. There's really nothing smart about this. You're playing the tournament with 1 health point left instead of 2. That's the only difference. The level is still pretty strong. He does not belong in the lower bracket. Well, he's got to prove it. Can still go far from here. We're on Norway. This is a map that we see very rarely. Together with Australia, this is the most banned and least picked map. Even when it's available, people don't really pick it. And the reason is that there's ice, there's a plastic bug slide, there's bobsleigh, and these features are very hard to understand and learn. Mudda is one of the best ice players in the game, and often takes enough time to study tricks like plastic bug slides. So he is a expected favorite here. But let's see how they get along. Josh with a fantastic start into the first bug slide. Some different taps to keep third gear, avoiding the bumps. Good speed by Lingo, overtakes Josh. Mudda 0.2 ahead. There's also big jumps in these maps. So now the first big jump, going through the circle here, landing on this tiny platform and carrying speed. Mudda lost speed on the landing and will drop down to third, but the bigger problem is that it's unlikely he gets fourth gear out of the ice slide. They have fourth gear now, and with a good ice slide you can keep it. Mudda has kept it, Josh has crashed, Lingo slowed down, and the red carpet is being rolled out for Mudda right now. Everyone is far behind him. Lingo the closest, 0.4. Different setup on that ice slide from Mudda. Going wide around the 2 holes here, and now aiming for another tiny platform. That's a bit left, Mutta. I'm not sure about this landing. He slows down a lot. He's off the track and very far from the finish line. 9 seconds to go. Can he still complete his lap? I am not sure. This will be a DNF for Mutta. Cannot complete this one. So from first all the way to last there, missing that important jump, and Lingo wins the round with a 1:11.2, but Mutta was half a second ahead of that. Mutta was on 1:10.7 pace. Now we saw, awkward start there for Mutta. The clean sweep will not happen, but what matters most is winning. And Mutta has been on the winning path. Several taps there to get third gear. Josh struggling. Oh, that's a big speed loss. And now Noisia challenging Mutta on this one. First really strong round from him. Could be great to see, but Mutta has so much more speed, and this carries for quite a while. It was 100th when they crossed the checkpoint. It'll be about 3/10 on the next one. Should Mutta survive the ice slide, that looks like a good angle. Gets through, but okay, low speed. Josh had 4th gear. 2/10 behind. Stays from about that range. Low from him, high from Mutta. Mutta wants the speed into the checkpoint here, into the drift setup, then going down the hill, and now can he aim the jump? Aimed a bit wrong. Josh aiming diagonally. Mutta struggles again and falls off, and it's another squandered round. Maybe showing why he wasn't picking this map. Noisia gets second, Lingo third, and Mutta again last. Can he finish? Oh, he gets through, I think. That counts. Does get the 3 points from that, but it was very close. Couldn't see the countdown, but stood at risk there of 0 points in 2 rounds on this map. Just those big jumps is what he's struggling with. The other parts of the map, flawless. And he had some mishaps in his first match. That's how he ended up lower bracket. The match started out very slowly with a lot of mistakes. And though he stepped it up in the later half, it was kind of too late. The damage was done. Small snow tap, now Lingo ahead. Mutta aiming wider, wants to release earlier, secures the jump. But he is now last. You know, you can tell the confidence for risking that jump is kind of gone. He doesn't want to mess it up one more time. Did bad ice slide here too from Mutta. Things are falling apart a bit. Lingo versus Josh up front. Mutta with the wide setup. Let's see how this gains. It's 0.25 behind. The next split will not be reflective. He will lose some time into this checkpoint. 0.6. This can't have been advantageous in any way. Can he aim the landing? Lingo landing first, but a bit wide. He falls off. Josh struggling, and Mutta swoops through past everybody to get some 10 points for himself here. He earned those through a lot of mistakes. Also missed opportunity for the others to catch up to Mutta there. Not an easy jump for anyone to aim. But this is an interesting pick by Lingo. Lingo hasn't had the best rounds here, but clearly wants to make something difficult be played and make his opponents struggle a bit. Make them feel like they're crashing every round. Maybe a dent to their confidence. Here Lingo makes the mistake. Mutta jumping far, landing with low speed. Look at the speed difference from Josh, who gets the early landing. And clean into the bobsleigh. Oh, different bobsleigh exit here, though, so he's not going to have the best ice slide angle. Mutta seems to have gotten 4th gear, but okay, Josh still ahead. Great pace on this map from the previous great full speed player. Now does all styles. And I'm not too convinced by this wide line on the ice from Mutta. It doesn't seem like it's gaining. Might be a safety choice. That looks very far left. Josh instantly respawned. And Mutta will come through again. Clean ending. 2 missed jumps, 2 good ones. Overall, 23 points for Mutta there. But no one else really outscored him in total. So he keeps his lead in the game. All right. right, South Korea is our next map, picked by Noisia. This is where Mudda was defeated yesterday, the final round. Played on this map. Mudda drove a good run, but Gwen, his opponent, drove the tournament record we're about to see. 1:12:33. And that is a very strong mark. We are expecting the players can go lower. There are some players in this lobby that have a lot of pace. Lingo, for instance, has a lot of pace on South Korea. And we'll see where they end up. Expecting a lot of pace here. Also Josh, great at these types of maps where speed is the main ingredient. Long turns with speed. Not too different from the full speed style. And of course we have to give Mudda the same credit for his mastery of full speed. Onto the reactor booster now. Let's see who gets the best speed up. They're looking for at least 420 speed. Anything more is great. 423 there from Josh is acceptable, but he is losing ground with that, meaning the others had it even better. Inside line from them, avoiding the airtime, more speed down the hill into the drift setup, and it's Noisia on his map pick, but is having the strongest showing so far. This is close to world record pace from Noisia through the first couple of corners. Now needs a good ending with the reactors though to tie it all together. Mudda dropped the gear and has an awkward line, drops into 4th place. Josh overtaking for a moment, but side by side into the reactor boosters. Noisia and Lingo hitting the first boost now. Noisia almost hits the wall, does hit the wall in fact, and Lingo in sole first. What about the battle for second? That is Josh right now with a firm grip on it and perhaps closing in on first place. Not quite. Lingo with 10 points here. Josh in second, and Noisia with that mistake all the way down to last. It's a good round. Good first round on this one. Mudda on 67 points, Josh and Lingo on 49, and Noisia on 36. And look at this shot, I love you can see the players focus. Intense stare into the screen. Just have to perfect everything. Mudda a little bit gone in the start, but from his time in jet lag, I remember this. Mudda typically is not concerned with all the hundredths in the start of the run. He just wants to get the car going out of the first couple of corners, and then he picks up from there. So this is something we see sometimes. And now Mudda is going to really step it up in the last turns here. Sees the 0-4 in his car, knows it's necessary. He might as well. Lingo, phenomenal pace up front. Same as Noisia last round. Quite close to the tournament record. Into the ending we go. Better turns there from Mudda. Getting closer. Noisia inside to the booster. Lingo 0.3 ahead. First boost, good for him. Good for all three others chasing as well. Very close for that second place. 6 points up for grabs. Noisia looking like he has it under control. But here comes Mudda. And oh my god, what an ending. Noisia snipes first away. Lingo missed the last boost. And all three within 200ths. 1:12.4. Yeah, this is a high-paced South Korea. High level here. You drive a 1:12.55 and you're last. That's insane when you think about it. You might as well just full send, because otherwise you're just not getting points. Realistically. You try to drive a safe high 1:12, it's 0. Might as well send it for first. On to the reactor boost now. Do we see any super powerful ones? Josh looked good. He catches up to Mudda there. But Lingo still dominating pace here. That 1/10 is strong. And let's remember, Mudda was 0.3 behind going into the ending last time. And he wound up just 200ths behind. This time much closer to Lingo. Has not lost all that time in the start this time. And looks to make something happen. Keeps more speed onto the drift now. It's ahead, but only for a moment. Lingo on the inside. Up to the reactor we go, touching the boost. Lingo first, but into the wall almost. Has to let off a little bit. Mudda catching up. Better boost here from Mudda. A 10th ahead, the last one set up. Good speed by Mudda, and he's going to take this one. 1:12.34. A very nice time. Almost tournament record. And unfortunately, I always find unfortunate, it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the digits. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. You know, it's a little frustrating. I hope we see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over the course of the tournament. With that, Mudda re-establishes a 20-point lead over the others. But very, very competitive rounds here. Now Noisia, on his choice here, is currently last in the match and facing elimination from the tournament. Needs a good performance on the final round. 434 speed there. That is a lot more than the 420 benchmark we've set. He with that gains a 10 to everyone else. But a very wide drift there. Oh, still weaves past the corner. Finds a way to not let off accelerate. Stays at full speed. And keeps his lead to Mura. About 110. Mura gains a little bit of time in this grass part always. Went from 700s down to 4 here. And on to the next checkpoint. Noisia fights back. 1/10 ahead. Ending reactor boosters. That looks good from Noisia. On the inside corner. Sets up this one. Little bit misangled. Loses speed. Mura overtakes. Last one should be Mura's to right. And he wins the round. Noisia second. Josh third. Lingo fourth. On South Korea here. All right, so we will have the map skip over to Saudi Arabia. Map here picked by Josh. So on this map, Mura had a lot of mishaps. This was Mura's first pick, and after the match, he said it was the worst pick he's ever made in a pick and then. This map caused him great troubles, not just in the start of the match, but also when it mattered in finalist mode. So he has elected to go away from this in this game here, but we'll see if he can defeat his past yesterday. His past yesterday in these 4 rounds. Let's see. Strong lead in the match here, almost 30 points ahead. And a very close battle for a second, as people are pointing out. Yeah. Lingo thought he would have second behind Mura. Now we're not too sure, and Mura just crashed there, by the way. A small bump on the dirt entry. Costs 0.3 of a second. Oh, Lingo, I think he hit the top beam there and had to respawn. It's a slower first round in Saudi Arabia, but Mura has gotten the best of the mistakes. Only a small bump. Through the ending here, he drifts, he goes for the downhill line, sets up, and now this rock. He has to avoid the bumps on the surface. He does get one. Josh gets the really bad one. Mura versus Noisia into the ending. Who gets the best landing in the ramp? Far from Mura, has to release a lot. Noisia releasing early, but upside down. Did Noisia get the checkpoint? Looks like it, but Josh might overtake. This is a slow-mo. Oh, it's close, but Noisia has it. Second place for him. Making the match for second place even closer. (101, 68, 61, 60). I think it seemed like Mura there, after the mistake, was trying to just drive a safe run. Didn't want to risk too much. Just want to get a good feeling on the maps. You never want to feel going into a map like this is my nemesis map. This is the one where I struggle. And you just already feel then like it's going to be a bad one. So it's about here for him important to drive clean. Noisia with a respawn. Good landing from Mura. Lots of speed up the hill. Getting closer to Josh. Lingo though, great pace. Oh, double bonk into the corner. And safety pays off here. Mura has just seen everyone fall away in both rounds now. And the 10-pointers being up for grabs. Too much risk from Josh and Lingo. Clean ending from Mura, and that's a 107. Without breaking much of a sweat. Noisia third, Lingo fourth, just a couple of hundredths. They had the same respawn, remember, so very close. Difference of 40 points now for Mura. Slowly but surely building a massive lead. Also, thank you, Subpar but an HC for the raid. I used to watch you guys' channel a lot when Rocket League released. I was getting tips on how to stand sideways in the goal and stuff like that. So thank you guys for your content about Rocket League back in the days. Great stuff. Hope you had a good stream. Back to the action. Mudda with his first mistake here. Big respawn. Now, Josh versus Lingo. Both having some unfortunate mishaps in this corner last time. They both go wide, and sure, nothing bad happens. And then up on the rocks, Josh has had a mishap here. Lingo, the one who gets a bad rock bump this time, crashed the corner as well. Noisia was only 2 seconds behind. That might be a position he can get, but Josh here is the one to take 10 points. Much needed for him, and especially with Mudda last year. It's gonna be good on the score line. Does Mudda finish? Yeah. Gets a clean landing. 114, 77, 76, 69. Last round of Saudi Arabia. So far from what I'd say, this has been a good experience on Saudi Arabia to kind of come back in the flow of things, despite the one mistake. For the tournament overall, he hasn't found a permanent ban map for himself here. Oh, I say that, he almost jumps too low. And where did Lingo go? That is a respawn from Lingo. Misses the jump 2 times out of 4 here, Lingo. And 1 crash into the wall as well. So Lingo had a pretty strong grip on second place earlier on, but now that has dwindled to nothing over the course of this map. Very few points scored for him. And it's looking like it could be another 10 points for Mudda here. Over the rock, wobbly landing, still fine. Noisia just gonna lie in wait here, see if there's anything he can capitalize on, but Mudda keeps it clean. 107.7 here in the final round. That is 124 points for Mudda. So this is getting close. This is getting very close. For second place, of course. For first place, I think it's going about as people expected. Now we have Canada. Memory serves me right. It's the final map of the rotation. So here we saw some small strategies people were doing, like an ice wiggle. Mudda, one of the people doing it. We've also seen just tiny line differences up the hills. But this is very much a pace map. We will see close rounds here. And a lot of risks taken for the Tans. Here we go. With the drone camera, by the way. If you didn't watch the stream yesterday, guys, this is a new plugin that's been developed where it's possible to control the camera with a drone controller. So you can fly through the map and spectate the race in real time. There's a guy sitting doing that here at Esports World Cup for every round, and then they use the footage. Really cool stuff, but paying attention to the race itself, Mudda and Lingo both crashing, and Josh and Noisia are going to make a breakaway in points from Lingo here, very likely. Who is going to get the 10 here? Important round. Noisia with really clean slaloms. Josh 700s behind, both across the snow. Better speed for Josh for a moment, little bit awkward approach. Noisia extending his lead. Better setup for the drift too. Josh crashes and now has an awkward downhill setup. Noisia gonna make a clean ending happen here and score 10 points. Looked like it still was Josh in second, Mudda third, and Lingo fourth. And Lingo, a little bit of sigh of frustration there. It's been slow for many, many rounds now. And he had higher expectations for himself than finding himself last in the first elimination match. Let's see what he can do. Clip from Josh, big slowdown, 1 second lost. Into the first uphill here, wide into it. Has a difficult uphill, manages to get past everything. low line over the grass. Mudda gonna have more speed with a higher line. Then through here, both touching the snow a bit, still very close. Noisia trailing by about 0.8. Josh even more. Looking at the race up front. Mudda trying to catch up to Lingo. Mudda hits the wall. Can Noisia come through and get second position here? Looks likely. It's still very close between them. But this is a must win for Lingo. He has to get these 10. Cannot have a fumble in the ending here. Cannot miss the last jump. Just got to keep it clean. And he stays in the match with that run right there. 1:02.2. Very fast as well. Mudda, though, getting second place with a 1:13 here is a lucky break. Oh my god, guys. 134, then 90, 89, 89. The battle for second place after 4.5 maps are played is within 1 point. The other 2 players will be eliminated in that battle. It's just unbelievable. And it's gonna get crazier if Mudda is to close out pretty soon, because then there are bigger point gaps available with the 10-pointer. Always up for grabs. Mudda sending it. Look at those lines. He ends up wide, but he has a lot of speed onto the dirt. Controls it. Nice slalom. Little wide here again. Lingo catching. Lingo more speed. Overtake there. Onto the reactor. Now the approach to the right. Still better for Lingo. 500s or so ahead into the last drift, and then the downhill setup. Here, a small ice wiggle could be the difference between first and second. Mudda's wiggling, so is Lingo, but Mudda's downhill approach is superior, and he gets a perfect ending to take the 10, enter finalist mode, and Lingo gets the 6 to increase the gap by just a few points to his opponents. So Mudda now is finalist. A singular round win in the next very many attempts that he has will be enough to qualify through in the lower bracket into tomorrow's set of games. Just has to get one first place, and one opponent falls off already. That is Josh, having hit the wall in the slalom. Now the battle with Lingo. In this slalom, clean both with the 4th gear. Mudda touching a bit of snow, losing a 10th or so there. Noisia also entering the mix through the first slalom. That is Lingo hitting the pillar. Noisia hesitates. Mudda will not let an opportunity like that slip. Gets a perfect slalom and takes first place again through the grass. One more drift to the left. And then the downhill, and Mudda could secure it here in dominating fashion. We talked about dominating performances yesterday. This is also up there with the other ones as the most dominating performance so far, as he wins the match before anyone else hits 100 points. And that despite a couple of DNFs on Norway. So Mudda is successfully through. He can now rest up and watch the rest of this game, as we're going to have a very exciting battle for second. They all know it. They knew that Mudda was the likely favorite to win the match, and this is where the real battle starts for them, between setting themselves apart for the second place. We are now back to Germany. Mudda's map choice, he doesn't get to play it 2 times in a row, but he was showing some incredible pace here, guys. Like, it is a bit of a shame we do not get to see Mudda again on this map today, because very likely he could beat the tournament record quite convincingly. But others also had good pace here. Lingo was able to follow Mudda for quite a while and stood out to me as the clear second fastest player in the first couple rounds. Here Noisia, inside line, about equal as they approach the checkpoint, 24 low. Then the first backwards part. Landing good for all. No inverted steering. Josh sliding a bit. That's going to lose him some time. Lingo, the only one with the flawless backwards part, preventing all the slides. Past the grass, 40.8. Great checkpoint times. And now into the ending. Let's see if Lingo can keep it clean. This is also getting pretty close to that tournament record pace. Josh with a mistake. And Noisia too far here to make anything happen. He's not going to challenge. Lingo looking very likely for 10 points. But what is the final time going to be? We are looking at almost a 110 here with a good ending. Let's see if he gets it here. Through the finish, 1:11.08. Noisia in second, Josh in third. Lingo also has the benefit now of being on a flat number. That means 10 pointers all the way, and he could enter finalist mode 1 round sooner. Whereas Noisia, for example, could end up at 134 with 3 round wins. Let's see what happens in this one. Josh also there has a 1:10.84 PB. Lots of peak pace on this map, but has very hit or miss days in Trackmania. At his peak pace, he is unstoppable. But has struggled to find that form in this one. Now here though, he is cruising. Lingo and Noisia both made a mistake, and this time it is Josh who has great splits. Battle for second is very close. Likely we're going to keep an eye on that, but let's see how Josh gets along into the ending jump up the quarter pipe. Jumps very high here. He's not risking necessarily, just wants to secure the 10, losing some time, but it's all good. Noisia seems to have won the battle for second place with a good ending. Should be all good for him. And he takes those 6 points to also now end up on a round number. 110 for Noisia, 110 for Josh, 114 for Lingo. It is extremely close, guys. It is extremely close. And this is elimination from the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time. These next few rounds will be the difference between getting to play and continue competing here for the prize pool, or having your pyramid key crushed, and maybe your hopes and dreams too. Tension is rising. A lot of pressure on the players. Whatever's happened up to this point doesn't really matter anymore. It's just about the next few rounds. Josh seeming to come alive a bit in the game now. It's a different Josh than what we were seeing on Saudi Arabia. Here, lots of impact, lots of fast splits, clean driving. Seems to have momentum in his favor right now. Lingo struggling a little bit on the dirt bumps. Up on the backwards part though. Josh losing ground, but still staying ahead. Noisia with a faster one. Lingo seems to have clipped, lost speed. Will this be Josh's round win? That's a good turnaround. Onto the booster, inside line. 111.2. Noisia second, Lingo third. And with this, guys, Josh takes the lead in the match. Josh on 120. Lingo on 118, Noisia on 116. Josh is now leading the match for second. Good setup on the outside. Lots of speed down the hill. Lingo going for the inside drift. Sticks the landing. And really, we're just waiting to see the first backwards part. You want to start pressing backwards exactly when you land. If you press it too early, you lose speed. If you press it too late, you actually get inverted steering, which is a pain to deal with. So all of them avoiding that timing. Awkward drift from Josh. Lingo here with a huge opportunity that he kind of has to capitalize on. 0.1 ahead of the others. On a map he seemed very good at. This is a good chance. Noisia challenging. Look at that uphill line. Snap into the nose slide he goes. Lingo with more speed towards the quarter pipe. Can he control the landing? That's a clip. That's a wheel clip. Now how does he adapt? He has lower speed. This is not going away anytime soon. The problem remains. Noisia coming closer. Will he be able to overtake on the booster? The turnaround matters. Lingo with a good one. Straightening early. And he holds on. Very, very close there. Noisia with that earlier turnaround could have taken that one away. But Lingo stays strong. 128 for him. Noisia 122. Josh 124, I think, is what we're at as we're doing the map skip. To South Korea, no, it's to Norway. It's to Norway as potentially the decider map. Nah, this is crazy. Okay. Yeah, this is the hardest map to drive cleanly by far. Even if you have a 5-second lead here, guys, it is hard to defend it and make sure that you don't fail. You have these massive jumps, you see it, into the window there, and you have to land on a platform you cannot see, and it's a pretty slim platform you're landing on. So, the fact that we're having this map appear at, you know, a clutch moment is crazy. Now, Lingo would have known this. When Lingo picked this, he would have known there is a possibility I'm leaving Norway up for when we're all at high points. So Lingo has to live by the sword and die by the sword here by picking this map in this spot. He knew what he got himself into. Let's see if it pays off for him. Josh again with a fast start here. We saw that last time. Josh's struggle was this bump on the dirt, often landing a little bit too wide out by the sign. This time it's good. Very good start for him. Noisia 0.4 behind as we go to the first jump. You can see the arrow in the sky as some form of aim here, but you really gotta just feel it out. Know where it's at. Josh landing wide on the bobsleigh, having the speed. 4th gear exit is what we're looking at next. Lingo very sharp here. This is unlikely to carry 4th gear. Or carry him past the wall. He still makes it barely through that section and overtakes first place. 0.1 ahead of Josh, who sets up the lowest ice slide line. Goes to the reactor booster, a little bit less speed. Lingo should be able to win this round if he lands the last jump clean. Can he aim it now with all the pressure? One flick of the thumb, no shaky hands. Gets the landing, Josh getting closer, but Lingo takes those 10 points with a new tournament record, 1:10.55. Great run there on his map choice. Josh also getting past 130 points means a round win will put him instantly to finalist mode. If Josh wins this next round now, he could then enter finalist mode, same as Lingo. Noisia at 126 needs to win. Very likely 3 rounds in a row here to get finalist himself. But he has the best start together with Lingo. Little awkward here though and wide. Lingo releasing. Nerves are so high, guys. You can tell the driving is not so refined anymore. We are just trying to scrape on by onto the plank. Noisia with the best landing dares to go full speed past the checkpoint as well. Holds on to his lead for now. The ice slide. Noisia losing in the bobsleigh. Lingo had a very close line here to the wall last time. And again, he's going to send it wide towards the concrete. Still makes it past. Noisia is overtaking Josh, who had a bit of a slowdown. Lingo in sole first, but this is what we talked about, guys. It's so hard on this map to drive clean, even if you want to just safe it. Lingo has a slowdown on the ice clips. This is still not over. Does Noisia aim the jump? Does he land it? That looks clean. Center on the plank. Same for Josh. And we are having likely the most exciting positions, because if either Noisia or Josh win this next round, we are probably going into a triple finalist. Lingo here does hit finalist, but 136. So you get 4 points for 3rd place. If either Josh or Noisia win and they all finish, it's triple finalist to decide this last spot advancing in the tournament. The other 2 players that lose this match are out. Lingo has 1 more chance alone at finalist status here, and he did just drive tournament record, but this is about nerves, this is about experience, and this is about execution. It is just as much you versus the map as you versus your opponents on a difficult track like this. Can Lingo aim the jump here when everything is on the line? Josh looking like he struggles a bit. Lingo off the side, and I cannot believe it. We are very likely going to a triple finalist to decide this spot right here. Lingo knows it. That was his chance. That was his chance to have it all for himself. Now, Josh did struggle, and there is a 10-second finish timeout. Noisia can try to put pressure here, but he just as much has to look out for himself. You don't want to take many big risks here. You do just want to aim this jump at all costs. If you slow down, so be it. Just don't miss the plank. That looks awkward. Slow down a lot. It's all right. That's all you need to do. Noisia gets to finalist. Josh gets to finalist. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a crazy ending. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. One round in Norway to decide it all. Who is it going to be? Tournament life on the line for all three drivers. We know Josh does some ice wiggles in the start, typically has the best line of the three. And then in the plastic, that is where Lingo typically gains back time. Lingo with the best start here, looking good for him. Small mistake for Noisia, 0.1 behind. They have to avoid the dirt bumps now. Lingo setting himself up for that, getting a smooth landing, getting past the sign. One of Lingo's best starts yet. Josh able to keep up. Now Josh likes to release early on this jump. He likes to land on the plank with a lot of speed and then carry that through the turn. He manages and overtakes Lingo with that approach. Lands wider in the bobsleigh and has a tiny lead. But here, Lingo now going for the fourth gear bobsleigh line over the ice, trying to get close to the concrete. He misses. He gears down to third. Josh with a clean lead of about 0.3. Lingo gonna need to make something crazy happen in the ending. Going towards the reactor booster. He clipped here last round. Josh going very wide, almost slides out there. The nerves are high. He saw 0-1 in his car and freaked out. Last jump for Josh to maybe snipe away the position from Lingo. He lands on the plank. He gets the last turn, and Josh has made it happen, knocking out Lingo and Noisia from the tournament with an incredible clutch on Norway. Insane. Absolutely insane. Even Mutta is taking a deep breath after watching that game. He can hardly believe it. He looked concerned. Like, what did I just do? Same reaction we saw from Pasito Paco yesterday, where he can hardly believe it. Crazy ending to this game. Unbelievable stuff, guys. And that is just the second game of 8 today. We have so much more Trackmania coming up. Yeah, he looks distraught. He looks absolutely distraught. Curious to hear if he's going to do an interview or not. That's crazy. Wow. We got to hear from the casters now. Let's take it over to the other audio.
This one. And it would be Lingo, whose dreams slid away alongside the ice, where Josh capitalized on what was one of our best endings so far. Maybe the best ending so far, because not only did this send a top 2, it sends 2 people home, Import, as Mutta is about to do the honors of the first key crush here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say?
Mutta gonna be the one to crush the pyramids.
At the end, the struggle from the 3 players at the beginning, they weren't able to.
If you haven't seen this before, every player brings their key to the tournament, and then when they get eliminated, their key is crushed by the player who won that match. So Mutta crushes Lingo's key now, and crushes Noisia's key. And then at the end of the tournament, whoever wins the tournament can form the trophy based on an opponent's crushed key if they want. So yeah, ritual in the Esports World Cup.
Josh, however, we know Josh is a talented player. We didn't talk about him too much, but honestly, to see Josh kind of overcome the errors from yesterday, and I know he took that loss very hard yesterday. Well, we didn't also cover that either, but he took it very hard yesterday, and now to be able to win out, great story for him.
And honestly, like, those last 2 rounds, we were up there reacting to it. I even
just
slipped
crazy.
Back to my native language with how the shenanigans
this missed landing.
Fell off.
This missed landing is going to haunt Lingo.
Right off there, pulling a Mutta in a sense. Mutta having a
it's very hard to forgive yourself for a mistake like that, but it is part of the game. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. On such a difficult map.
I just can't get my mind away from those last 2 rounds and how tense they were.
Well, neither can Mutta. The expression of just disbelief
I can't watch,
as
guys.
he sees Lingo and his keys show up. What a moment from him, and what a moment across the board. Because this was maybe the most
Pyramids
challenging
and
race
split in half.
for these 3.
It's my worst nightmare, man.
Josh coming in with not too much of offline experience.
The pyramids
he had a great
just
2026, climbing up the
destroyed.
British, Irish international scene,
Unrecognizable.
and really making it to a moment where he doesn't actually have a lot of people who have seen what he can do offline.
Very excited supporter there in the crowd.
That could be the beginning of his story.
Let's see it.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Josh be able to come through is just pretty incredible, especially knowing just how hard it was for him to go through yesterday. He had high expectations for himself, and already he was talking himself down. He was beating himself up, and then to be able to overcome that into this match is going to be great momentum for him going forward. He has the ability to do it. He just needs to get out of his head. He needs to forget what's going on. He just needs to be able to focus and play. And honestly, also, by the way, I saw an imposter in the crowd behind Josh's dad. We had a little clip of Josh's dad.
Oh, was that Josh's dad?
Turbo.
Was that who was
As
cheering?
if he was like part of the crowd or something. But hey, either way, Josh's dad is also really cool. If you ever get to meet him, he's a really nice guy. Fantastic person. But yeah,
guys, I think now that we have a small break.
I feel bad though for Noisia. We didn't really talk about him too much.
No, now we have a small break. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna get some snacks.
With Lingo, and honestly,
because we have a long day ahead. We're gonna be here till 11 most likely. We're keeping the schedule. But I can tell you,
and you know it comes
the
down
next match coming up. The next match coming up is Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag, and afterwards. We have Link Max, Uffy, Chemko, and Biwak. That is the lower bracket. Then we go to the upper bracket with Carl Jr., Massa, Neon Soldier. Then we go Otak, Pasito Paco, Binks, and Stifts. And then listen to this one. Listen to this one. Grenadi, Bren, Elcon, and Mime. And the last match of the day, Hack, Wosal, Gwen, Epos. We have some insane matches coming up, so we need to rest our voice, take a small break, get some food, and be energized all throughout. So, also I have a cameraman here, so he's gonna take some pictures very quickly before I go. You want to take some more pictures?
All the nerves setting in from that potential triple finalist that ended up realizing itself. And then all leading up to just that one.
All right, guys, big smiles, big smiles. Big smiles. Natural, stay natural.
And Mutta, the other story on the back end
it's
of
the least natural
coming
smile
into
I've
it
ever
as
done.
a favorite, coming into it as somebody who we anticipated shouldn't have probably even
But
been
now we got to do the serious face.
I mean, we look at him and he was
all right, we're locked in. Okay, excellent. Guys, all right, small break. I'll be right back. Enjoy the cast in the meantime.
In this match, but heading into our schedule, we've got some more games coming up. Group 2 just finished off, and I know that it's going to be a fun one here with Group 3 about to take the stage. It's going to be Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag coming up, guys. And we're going to do a little swap out in a second. Any thoughts on this group about to get some Trackmania on?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking, seeing another wheel from one wheel man to
Wizzy,
another.
Wizzy.
And it's going to be a battle of the soul players. And I feel like there's going to be a little bit of heartbreak for the team because I feel like one of those two is going to be sent back in.
I definitely think so as well. I mean, Richie is also going to be a factor here, the Frenchman, for this match. I mean, every match kind of has at least one French person in there. But Richie is a good player, has performed really well in tournaments, and I'm excited to see how he pairs against the rest. I think J-Swag and Neil, they are going to have a little bit of a difficult time in this matchup. So we're going to be definitely looking at Richie.
All right. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's 2 representatives of SAUL going into this next match, and they already had one that did not advance earlier on in this group. So for the club championship, that could be a big deal for some extra points towards the final week. As we get ready for those new drivers to come back up on the stage, we're going to send it over to Chris, who's going to keep you up to date with what's happening as of now across all our stages with the club championship.
That's 2.
Big result here for Falcons and an expected one as well. They were going up against Mongols at the STC Arena and they take the game away, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. They finish now within the top 8 at a minimum here in CS2. Other games going on though. Navi are going to be playing very, very shortly, and Vitality up against FaZe is a game later on in the day. If we're thinking about that conversation around that 3rd, 4th place spot, that's going to be very, very important as well. Just a small update here though from the STC Arena. We'll be back with more a little bit later on.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. Blow the house down.
down at the Allianz Vault, and there is a big moment in the club championship. Not necessarily a game that we expect a lot of points for Falcons from, but to come in with 0, I mean, that's got to sting.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Falcons here in Crossfire. Really difficult stuff at the end of the day. They weren't expected, as you say, to get far here, but 0 points is a big nightmare for them. Pretty much puts them back on equal standing this week with AGAL, considering now they're only going to be in 3 games each. So big stuff for AGL. They're going to be watching these games, preying on Team Falcon's downfall. Obviously, they just had some success in CS2, making it to the quarterfinals and re-establishing that 300-point lead that they had. But here, they're not going to get anything else.
Yeah, it's not looking likely for Falcons, of course, over in Crossfire, but there are other games going on. Thank you very much, Tech. We'll be catching up with you throughout the rest of the week, guys.
Yep. All right. Let's go. Oh no!
Cries and Baguette, the Baguette battle to kick this off. It will now see J-Swag be able to hopefully get some redemption on here on stage, as that was a fun one to begin. Welcome back to our panel. We've swapped out yet again. My name is Ray Day, and I'm joined here by my 2 fellows who you've seen both of in different situations, but the first time you guys have been together today, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm very much looking forward to that 3rd match coming up here very soon. So I'm back and swapping out everything.
Good. Get some lunch? Did you eat?
Actually,
oh, wow.
We were busy talking, no?
Yeah, we were talking. That's right. We were having some nice conversations, man. It's been fun to get to know this crew as well. They've been having a lot of fun, and now we get to turn our attention to this next group here. We mentioned J-Swag. We talked about Wizzy as well, but Richie and Neil are going to be rounding this one out. I think a disappointing performance from Neil after we had a chance to catch up with him and his expectations in yesterday's matchup. But GP coming into this, Wizzy as well, the other player who plays with a wheel and kind of comes in maybe as the favorite on paper. What do you feel, though?
I would say he comes in as the favorite on paper. Indeed, Wizzy has, in his match, he hung in there. He kept pace with the leaders over the course of the first 3 maps. It was really when we got to Poland on his opening day match that everything sort of fell off a cliff. With only 13 points out of 40 possible that were likely by the man from Esports.
Wizzy played so well yesterday. He was so close of reaching the next round in the upper bracket, but he sadly fell down against Elcon and Massa. But I mean, he has strong opponents. Richie definitely out there, still a free agent, of course, still looking for a team. And then we have Neil in that matchup as well. But I mean, you're already mentioning it, right? He did not really live up to the expectations that we have.
Yeah, and that is going to come up in this matchup as well, expectations. Do we have the clear favorite in this one? I mean, the meta of this? We do.
We do. We have another wheel player in there, Wizzy. He will be the clear favorite for me. I'm not sure how dominant he will be looking like in this match, but I think he's gonna win with quite the margin, maybe 20 to 30 points, maybe 40. I mean, Muda won, whereas I think everybody was still at like 90 points or something like that.
Yeah, they were on 86.
Oh, wow.
Closest, yeah.
Wow. You mentioned Poland as a kind of an aspect for Wizzy, correct?
Yeah, Poland was definitely one of those that were not exactly going too well for Wizzy. As I said, over the course of the 4 rounds that were played, only 13 points were collected. That's one of the most abysmal point hauls that you can get. Let's say if you're going into the 20-point range, you're having a very mediocre map. You gotta really aim for the high 20s into lower 30 points out of each map if you really want to make a stand for yourself. himself. And another driver that we haven't talked about yet, Richie, he has had some pretty decent pace, managed to keep pace in terms of meeting times on 3 of the 5 maps he played against Carl Jr. and Mine, which is no small feat, mind you. Those two were battling against each other for the World Championship 4 years ago.
Also setting a world record on one of the maps on Japan. I mean, Richie was really getting in there, fought his way back into that match as well, but then also sadly got demoted into the lower bracket. So I think he will be the runner-up of this match, but Wizzy will be very
guys.
All right, let's take a listen because Rachel had a chance to catch up with Wizzy heading into his match.
I am going to eat some snacks. I'll still be
today.
muted, but I am back. Did we have any
in the hot seat with
we
me?
have an interview now.
Wizzy, third yesterday.
Let's have a
Talk to
listen.
me about the positives and negatives from yesterday.
I mean, I think the positives was that, in general, I drove what I wanted to drive on some of the maps. My pace, I'm actually really happy with. There's always that uncertainty of going from the home setups into LAN. It's the same for everyone. There's that uncertainty of what you're going to drive. Are you able to convert what you can drive at home onto LAN PCs? So there's all these variables, but I think I adapted well, adapted to the stage well, which I'm really happy with, to be honest. And I think in terms of the negatives, obviously, I'm in the low bracket, which is fair enough, but you know, my head is still high, my head is still looking for those playoffs. So, you know, my mental was still strong.
Tell me about a couple of the maps, including Poland. I have to mention Poland, don't I? What happened there?
So I think one round I just crashed.
Yep,
hold my hands up.
happens.
Yeah, it happens. And as soon as I did it, I was like, well, what am I doing? Idiot, but no. And then there were 2 more rounds. One round, I actually saw I had a gap. I played with HUD on, so I could see the interface, I could see the time differences and such. So I knew I had a bit of time to play with, but obviously with Elcon and Massa behind you as like pace merchants, like literally 10 out of 10 rating. You know, I knew I had to try and push that a little bit just to try and secure the win. So
all right, guys,
I had to
finally.
go.
Thank you, a big ham and Chris W for the subs. I appreciate that.
And then obviously also got the checkpoint. So
He's talking about his match yesterday against Alcon Massa.
That's
the main opponents, where it was really hard for him to
went from 10 points to 0, and then
have an impact.
the
He
other
did
one,
stay
I
up
think
for a
I
while,
was
but
already,
then
like, 3rd or 4th in the
fell
round,
apart.
So I ended up trying to push the water 10, which actually worked quite well, surprisingly. And then
yeah, Wizzy's looking jacked. People are quick to point it out. It's true.
Push for the end, and again,
He's been to the gym.
Just the tiny details, just the small details. And
been to
obviously,
the
as soon
gym.
as you do it, that's when you kind of say to yourself, like,
Did
what
he
you
call
do?
Massa and Alcon pace merchants? He did.
You know the mistake that as soon as you've done it,
True, it's pretty
100%.
true.
Like, you know the mistake as soon as you've done it.
They're
right? So
of the
Is
pace
there one
merchants.
detail you're
They
working
might not be
on
the
today?
fastest
I think for
on the
me,
grid, but they are
especially
quick.
on those Poland moments, like I kind of forgot the game plan. Like I knew that.
So,
like the start of my
Wizzy,
match was
Richie,
exactly how I wanted, very consistent.
Neil, and who's the 4th
and then
player?
I
Let me
guess
double check.
Because of Germany, maybe subconsciously the pace
Wizzy,
and not
Richie,
getting 10
Neil, and
punches
J
was
Swag
maybe
is the match that we
subconsciously
have
playing
coming up.
with your mind. So
If I'm thinking back to
yeah,
yesterday,
maybe in
Richie
Poland,
also
I was
had some
trying,
great
like,
moments.
almost like overdriving.
I
And
remember
then forgetting
specifically, I
about,
think on
you know,
Japan,
we should actually finish the
impressed by
race
Richie's
instead of, like,
consistency.
crashing. So
Did Granati
I
qualify?
think today
He's in
let's
the
just
upper
try and,
bracket.
stick to the game plan.
I only
just
have
for
this
these
on my
stage
phone. I wish I
rounds,
had it on my
take
computer
advantage of the
here as well to
crashes.
show you guys
Don't
the bracket
overthink it. Lock
in a
Draw
good
on
way.
your karting
100%.
experience. Let's go again.
Maybe
Good
we
luck.
can quickly pull
Thank
it
you
up.
very much.
What am I
You guys can
doing?
see.
What am I doing? I love the reaction there.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Poland moment.
Come on, man, a Poland moment. I mean, maybe we're gonna start having more of this. That
All
was
right,
great
here.
insight, though, and reflection coming around. Just the fact that, hey,
One moment with the audio. This is the overall tournament bracket. Might look overwhelming to take a look at, but let's start with the opening matches. You can see these were the games played yesterday. The winners of these games go to upper bracket. So that's where you see Pac and Wosal, Gwen, and Apos as well. So they all play the upper bracket match here. There's another one, Otak, Posita Paco, Binks, and Stufts. And then you have the same in Group B. These are the upper bracket Group B matches. In lower bracket is where we started the day here. So we just had Mudda, Lingo, Noisia, and Josh's match. They go to the decider matches. If you lose any game in the lower, you are out. So now we have Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag. And earlier even we had Nico, Charles, Flimsy, Spark. So we're going to play this lower bracket match right here. Then we're going to play Linkmux, Alfie, Chemko, and Biwak. And then we finish the day with the 4 insanely stacked upper bracket matches. They might also show this on the world feed. Not quite. Okay. Well, hope that overview helps you guys. Type 1 and a smiley face if it did.
Not in the top 2, you will be eliminated.
I'm gonna have more water, guys. I need to drink so much water.
It's still a lot on the line.
Yesterday, I think I had,
to play for,
during the course of the stream,
round for
2.5 liters of water.
Let's take a look of how this will be going. And my prediction still is
I'm a hydrated human being right now.
But then we also, of course, have Neil. He has a lot to prove after a sluggish first day.
Yeah, indeed. I would stay with that prediction.
People typing 2? How did that not help?
Packing early.
Oh, packing early. That's the
How
last
did that
thing you
not
want
help?
to do here when you're in Paris, France. Get
I
to
gave
the
you guys
hotel,
so much
see that,
information.
no, we don't have a reservation for you, sir. All right, we'll find out in a moment here. Group 3 about to begin on stage. Will J-Swag do a little something special, or will be all Wizzy on the win?
There was other colors than just clear see-through water, but
our third game for the day with 4 players. Before that, though, Mutta looking incredible in that second match. I mean, 3-way tie also to end it all out. I think eliminations so far have definitely had everybody on the edge.
They've definitely delivered. I really am.
Let's turn up the
looking at this
here.
trophy right now, thinking, my goodness, isn't that glorious? Look at the way it shines in this beautiful
Can we get a close-up? Can we get a close-up?
One of our players taking this home in a couple of days' time. Who will it be, though? But that's one thing's for sure, Milos. As you said, finalist mode, 3 players head-to-head. We want to see more of that action. We love what we're seeing here. We've got 2 more elimination battles coming up for you, though. 4 more players to lose
and it has happened, guys, in Trackmania history that we have quadruple finalists in World Championship games as well.
Challenging for it in this next race. Please welcome to the stage, Wizzy, J-Swag, Neil, and Richie!
Another
for the
set
boys.
of 4 big names in their own right.
On stage.
This is how it's working here at Trackmania.
In 2021 World Cup, we had a quadruple finalist in a group stage game. We've also had it in other tournaments, but it's always insane when it happens.
Another set of keys that are going to get crushed by the end of this game.
So going into this match, top 2 advance, bottom 2 are out of the tournament.
To get it all started with our
That is the simplest way I can explain it.
Well, Poland was
top
the
2 keep playing.
lead off in this conversation.
Bottom 2 out.
A map that,
if we are to make predictions here, the clear favorite in the match is Wizzy. He was able to keep up with Massa and Alcon for a long time, had a strong showing. J-Swag had quite a lot of pace, let's not forget him. Neil has it within him to have that pace, but yesterday had a terrible match. And Richie had a good match too. So, looking at the veto now. Norway banned, Argentina banned, Australia banned, and Japan banned. Yeah, this is the Trackmania equivalent of like a cafe latte match right now in terms of the maps we're playing. We are playing the most palatable, simplest flavor you can. This is just racing. None of that reactor 360 stuff. None of that ice slide, plastic bug slide, jump into a tower with triple finalist stuff. This is very basic in terms of the map pack. Maybe Germany, the only tricky map there is there, but we're gonna have a lot of pace here. And consistency becomes all the more important when you have such simple maps. You know, they're simple for the pros. For you and I, we're still gonna crash a lot. But for the pros here, these are very drivable tracks. Damn, nobody picked Deep Dip 2 in the map rotation? Wow. It's like they don't even want to play the game. Can't believe Deep Slid was banned. Like, backwards tower map? Not happening in rounds mode? Wow. Are they scared? Okay. Getting set up. We see some heel tapping. A little bit of anticipation there from Neil. Pursed lips. Richie looking more focused, but a gulp. A stressed expression. What do we see from Wissy? Some jitters, perhaps. It's always the calm before the storm, the tension just before you get to driving. Let's see what happens. All right, we should be underway. Saudi Arabia map 1. But this was Wissy's selection too in his previous match, I think. He does favor this map whenever it's available. And we will likely see it twice in this match from Wizzy. Let's take a look. J-Swag also had a good showing here, from what we can remember. Into the plastic wall hug, it's Wizzy first. Does the no slides on the steering wheel effortlessly. And now through the hole, good aim to the left. Also releasing the correct amount. 25.9, it's a very quick checkpoint to start us off. That is a benchmark checkpoint we look at to make sure they're on good pace. Wizzy doing a little ice wiggle, great release timing. He's gonna gain a lot towards J-Swag. Maybe even the overtake as we drop down on the discs here. To the left, Wizzy still staying strong with that initial lead. Hasn't dropped any pace really to the others. And onto the rock now. Does he get a good bump? Can't control that one. Sets up the drift thereafter. A little bit wide on the exit. J-Swag getting very close. What's going to happen in the last ramp? Wizzy very far to the right. Oh, dodges the corners, but did he release? J-Swag close, 200ths away. 108.1 for both of them. 10 points to Wizzy. 6 to J-Swag, 4 to Richie, 3 to Neil. Decent first round to kick us off. More than anything, it's good to see that players aren't crashing so much. We hope that all of them can get into the flow state and entertain us with some great Trackmania here. Again in the start, Wizzy finds like a 10th there before the plastic. Snap out of the dirt, low airtime, and again, 25.9. Like clockwork here from Wizzy in the start. Lines up on the quarter pipe, inside line to the checkpoint, being fought here by Richie, and J-Swag has crashed a little bit, 0.8 behind. What will happen into the ending? Richie setting up wider here. Gets pushed wide too, so that cannot have worked out in his favor. A little bit of airtime from Neil. Losing 0.2 or so. Now through the final corners. Wizzy again wide out to the right, but this is more controllable. Not too scary being where he's at, and a respawn unfortunately from Neil there. Yeah, Wizzy first, Richie second. Now a battle. This is not over for that third place. That looks like Neil with the release timing has it under control, but the timer is actually the biggest opponent. Neither of them finish. They do get a bit of practice. 107.70 was the winning time there from Wizzy, which is really impressive pace. Personal best for him in the tournament. Nice to see. Let's see if he can keep it up. Can't do much better than 20 for 20 in the first 2 rounds, but could go for the clean sweep of the map. Oh, mistake from J-Swag. A little bit too late on the slowdown. Clean from Wizzy again. I mean, he's setting the standard here on this map. And if it comes back up around and he's finalist, they all know what happened last time. Look at the pace here. Very clean so far, wide there. Good drift setup through the sand. Down into the dirt, 0.26 ahead of Richie. Not much Richie can do if Wizzy gets a clean ending. Around the corner, Wizzy's gonna try to save this best he can. Release one time as necessary to get through the gap. Richie does it too, but Wizzy again with a 107.88. Richie second, J-Swag third, and Neil finishing in fourth, but we are again seeing some struggles from Neil here. Not able to get the consistency yet. Hope that can change. Right now, Wizzy with a perfect score. The others a bit more mixed. And he was talking about, you know, he felt like he played well in his previous match, except for the fact that he ended up in the lower bracket. I think that's a pretty good summary of Wizzy so far. It's like, damn, I played good, but I'm facing elimination. But it doesn't look like, the way this match is going, that making it through is going to be a problem for him, and that does put a lot of pressure on the others. They also notice, man, Wissy is performing like crazy right now, and that means there's only one more spot up for grabs if this keeps up. So now Richie knows it, trying to set himself apart from the others, but J-Swag is very quick on this map, keeping up all the way to the rock. Bump is decent. You just want a little bit of wobble to always put you into the drift. Wissy looking for the 40 points here. That is a clean jump. Maybe slightly clipped the landing, but he holds on. First place 4 times in a row, 40 for 40 points. Richie ends up at 22, J-Swag at 14, and Neil at 9. We did just have some water delivered to the dust, guys. Fresh from the source. So now, gonna be a lot of energy for the rest of the day. On to Canada with the slaloms. Are you guys starting to get familiar with the maps now? Like if I say Hungary, can you guys picture the map? Do you know the maps we're talking about if we just mention them? If I say Germany, you guys know the map? Canada here is the one with a lot of slaloms. You drive past the slalom gates. And it starts with one here in the start, full speed like slalom. Then we have a sausage block slalom. Then we have a dirt slalom, and then finally the ice slalom. I'm always trying to be mindful of people watching Trackmania for the first time or watching infrequently. Like, you know the game, but you might not have seen the tournament so far. So this track here is very pace heavy. I mentioned at the start of this match, we are looking at maps where the main decider will be a couple of hundreds of pace between the players. Right now, Wissy is not making it look like that because he's driving flawlessly and continuing that onto Canada here. But that is what the expectation is at. So drift into here. Now we have the ending section, the last obstacle. Down the ice hill here with Reactor. And Wissy, okay, he has just enough of a margin, make it to the finish. It's very hard to aim that downhill while keeping all the speed. Richie gets +6, J-Swag +4. How is tournament record faster than world record? And tournament record is not world record. So the world records aren't fully accurate as the way they are sourced right now. The record from Nyko there was driven on an earlier version of slalom. Memory serves me right. So take it with a grain of salt for now. They're not fully fixed yet, the display of world records. The runs have happened. Just, yeah, the fastest time is the best one, the one you can go off of. Neil now with a very important round. He's gotten through the start clean, approaching the ending. This is a must 10-pointer for him. Facing elimination in this one. Oh, hesitating though, lets off accelerate for a moment. That lets Wissy get past, and he's gonna struggle. He releases, he gets under the finish banner for a 6th straight win. So far, clean sweeping. (60-34-21-16). And now it's a matter of like how long can Wissy keep this up? As I say that, looked like there that he clipped in the start. He lost speed. And so this might be where the win streak ends. Unfortunate there for Neil, who had a very strong showing up until the ending. And when Wissy is hoarding all the 10-pointers, the one round he crashes, it becomes all the more important to set yourself apart. Richie is pushing into the dirt slalom. Wanna just take the smoothest line through them, the straightest line. That's what carries speed. Couple of hundreds gained there. J-Swag setting up wide. Losing distance to Neil and Richie. Trying to safe it out here. Richie and Neil should get the big points. Who's going to get the 10? Is Neil going to challenge here? He has a lot of speed. Hold on. Hold on. That's pretty close. That's very close. But it's 100th in favor of Richie. So Neil only gets 6 points there. Great round by the two. Nod of approval from Richie and a very concerned look from Neil in the player camera. Just not making it work so far here, Neil. So Wissy's win streak ended there after 6 in a row, but he has built up a massive point differential. And looking like driving it clean again up the hill here. Must be interesting also if you're new to Trackmania just to see the variety of input devices. If you look at the player camera, here we have Neil on keyboard tapping away, and that is completely competitive with Wissy, who's tapping away on a steering wheel, like gently moving it left to right. And then Richie here looks like he's doing nothing, but he has the controller under the desk. That's what he's playing on. So 3 different input devices competing in this one. J-Swag also on controller, memory serves me right. Neil here, gonna get his redemption, gonna get the 10-pointer. Finally coming back to life in this game. Richie just driving with his mind. He just wills the car where he wants to go. No movement, motionless while controlling the car. On to South Korea. A very interesting map that we've seen develop throughout the tournament. Last match had probably the highest average pace on this track, with a 112.5 typically being last in the round. That's something that we didn't think, especially when you look at the tournament record now. It's a 112.33, and previously if you drove 112.58, it would be last. So we'll see what this group of players can do here, but they know the standard is around there. A great run. It's a 112.4, and that is necessary for the 10-pointer. Now this one picked by Neil, who just had a 10-pointer, and a shift in momentum coming back after Canada here. Hopefully able to keep that going. Wissy with 430 and Richie similar, 432 or so. Great boosts by both, and Neil has fallen down in this round, plus 0.3 of a second. As we go into the grass part, it is the top 2 point holders fighting for the 10 in the first round of South Korea. Down the long grass turn, they ease the turning here to stay in 4th gear, then keep that speed onto the engine off, sharp turn to the right, and now the ending reactor booster. 8 thousandths apart, Wissy and Richie. Wissy overtakes for this one, setting up the second one earlier than his opponent. Richie losing a little bit per reactor booster. Wissy looking like the winner of this one. Very close, 112.55 the winning time. Still very solid here in the first round. And Wissy up to 78 points now. And we might think like, oh, Wissy has slowed down a lot. Wissy is at 78 points out of 90 possible in the first 9 rounds of this match. He is 12 points off of perfect. It is an unbelievably high point average that he has right now. Crazy stuff. J-Swag losing a little bit in the start. But that looks like a good boost setup. Okay, 420 speed. Still 0.2 of a second. And that's quite a lot on this map. Hard to make up that in the ending. He's going to try. Good drift there. Good setup to the grass. The others also doing such refined lines. Lines that go through effortlessly. Here though, Neil, he lost a bit on the grass. Wissy versus Richie was the battle last time. It's gonna be the same again. And Wissy was the one gaining per split. seems to be the pattern so far, with Richie going very wide there. Might have just crashed out to get all together. Here is Neil in second place instead, and he takes those 6 points. 112.62 by Wizzy. 10 more points. 88 out of 100 possible here for Wizzy. This is absolutely turning into a stomp by him. And Richie is trying to be the one to pick up after him. I don't think Richie here is realistically trying to beat Wizzy in this match with a point differential like that. He's just trying to make sure he stays ahead of Neil and J-Swag. Neil with a crash, J-Swag with a slow boost, and again, is Richie gonna fight for this 10-pointer here? Or is he gonna say, as long as I beat J-Swag and Neil in points, I'm happy, I'm content. You don't wanna risk too much. He almost crashed in the reactor boosters last time. And Wizzy is pushing through the corners. Richie is close enough here though, that you could consider it. It's a 10th of a second. But he has a comfortable lead down to 3rd and 4th. So the decision has to be made. Point 25, I think he's gonna try to save the end. Maybe has to be careful not to save too much. Wizzy with a good first 2 boosts. The last one looks solid, and Richie has 2nd place on lock. Didn't really push for that one, and the points keep splitting apart. Like, Wizzy scoring more, Richie scoring more. The rich get richer here. 98 for Wizzy, 66 for Richie, and Neil and J-Swag left trailing by a lot now. Facing elimination, reminding you that this game is an elimination game. The bottom 2 here are out of the tournament entirely, as we've seen with the previous games today. If you're in the lower bracket, you cannot lose in the lower bracket to be in the tournament. Neil again, another crash. Wizzy too wide. That is a mistake, but he still got a solid boost afterwards. And now we have an interesting round. This one, I think Richie will push for the 10-pointer. With a 0.1 lead. What will Wizzy do? What will J-Swag do? He kind of has to do something to stay alive in the tournament. Just gotta full send and hope for the best. 2 attempts is a lot to ask. Wizzy with a mistake. That's 1 position gained. Now Richie, will he risk? Is Richie aware of the situation? First 2 good. Last one. Also good there for Richie, and 10 points for him. 10 much needed points, 6 much needed points for J-Swag. And Neil still able to finish with 3 extra points to him. But Wizzy have now crossed 100 points. He's at 102 out of 120 possible. A pretty satisfied expression. There you can see it, guys, by the way, the trophy, center stage. We are going to Germany, but if you want to see where we're at, this is the room we're in, the arena. And here you can see where I am sat in proportion to everything. We have the players right back here on stage. And let's now jump back in the game for Germany. Round 1, picked by J-Swag. See what he can do. Up on the outside. Wizzy very wide here. Lost about a 10th, yeah. Not the best start for him. Richie carrying good speed towards the backwards part. This is the main obstacle on Germany. You have to land backwards here because there is a booster pointed against you. You try to prevent the car from sliding at all. You see Richie there. He got a slide. Instantly cancel it. Doesn't want that to happen. And the Wizzy caught up some time because of that. Set up wide in the dirt. This low line into the grass wall ride. And then some players have been experimenting with a very right to left diagonal line in the water. This is something that I was talking to a player at the hotel after set of games yesterday, and he was saying, this is a line I gotta add to my repertoire. Richie here in the ending has more speed than Wizzy. Maybe a better booster turnaround can make something interesting happen. This is close, but Richie holds on. 10 more points for him. Does anyone know who All Gamers Global have for Trackmania? So they have Binks and they have Gwen. And both of them impressed a lot yesterday and are in the upper bracket. So Binks and Gwen looking very solid. And for the overall standings, the Falcons have Carl Jr. So the question really is, if Trackmania becomes the decider game, can Gwen and Binks together outscore Carl Jr. and Falcons? That is a very close match in the overall club standings in the Esports World Cup between those two teams. Great jump by J-Swag. I like the far jump, but here slides, raises an eyebrow. Not too satisfied with that, but just has to go for the next round after. Wizzy continuing his tear of dominance. That is another fast split here. Did let some points go to Richie in the previous round. Richie trying to keep ground contact too fast. And now Neil with Richie in last there could catch up a little bit if he gets the second place. Not sure he has the speed to clear the booster. We'll see. This is Wizzy's freest 10-pointer yet. Nobody's close. But what about J-Swag? Is he overtaking Neil here? Not quite. Very close between the others, but they all finish. Wizzy 118. So not too much from J-Swag on this map yet, but to his, it should be said that this was a last pick. Not many maps available for him to choose from. So went for what he could. Into the quarter pipe. It's again Richie. But J-Swag caught up a lot here previously. This time shaky landing. Not able to control that. Richie also had some problems stopping the slide. Gets a decent downhill, but opportunities are here. Wizzy is slow. Lost a lot over the straightaway. Now the diagonal line. Some players failing up this slope to keep the speed. Setting up wide on the dirt, and that gives more speed in this part of the dirt corner. Close to the fence. We set up backwards. Richie still got this round under control. But what about second place? Wizzy going to try to snipe away this position from Neil. Sets up earlier on the ice. Can turn around earlier. Gets to the booster. Wobbly line. And too wide. Neil gets 6 there. Richie gets 10. Closing in on 100 points. Why is it not faster to slide backwards here? This is a great question. The reason it's not faster to slide backwards, which you typically always want to do, is that the players are actually in forwards gear as they land into the backwards part. So they drive forwards up the ramp. They never go below 100 speed, which is necessary to go from first gear to reverse gear. So they always stay forwards gear, and then speed slides backwards do not work. So a little bit strange how that all plays out. They have had versions of this map, like 5 years ago, where the part was with backward speed sliding. But guys, hold the phone. We have the closest battle yet. All 4 players in contention for the 10 here. Down through the water. Who's going to risk the most? J-Swag wants it. He's catching up to Richie. Good no slide slap. Richie still staying in first. Wizzy there too. All 3 approaching. High jump for J-Swag. Early air brake. Maybe the speed is the justification, but he is very far. Richie seems to be the one. Poised to take first. Here comes Wizzy though. Better setup towards the booster. Neil as well. Neil on the inside. What a race, but Richie holds on. Here's a personal best, PB. Take 10 more points there and move up to 109. And Richie's Wizzy's lead is no longer so crazy. Being up 20 points in the first, 2 maps is more ridiculous than being up 15 points now at the end of map 4. That was a good round. Great ending by Neil to go so close to the wall. So this is the map that Wissy spent a great deal of time talking about in his interview, and this is the map that ultimately his match in the upper bracket was foiled on. He was keeping up with Masa and with Alcon up until this map came on, and then disaster happened. So now, chance at redemption after some practice last night. Let's see what he can do. Up on the outside line, carrying speed into the grass. Overtakes first place from Richie. And then this downhill line. Some players set up wide here like J-Swag, wanting the speed. There goes Wissy out of the track. J-Swag crashes as well. And Richie in sole first. So first round not going Wissy's way here. And if Richie keeps this momentum, he could easily challenge for seed 1, guys. Richie also has a tremendous lead to 3rd and 4th. And he keeps getting 10-pointers by the looks of it. Nothing can be too certain until you've landed this jump here. But from this point on, it should be possible for him to safe it. Goes a bit wide around that corner. J-Swag getting close. Hold on, hold on, hold on. A little bit of stress, but the margins work out for Richie here. A 10th is enough for 10 points. Is seed 1 good? Well, the matches are all hard. The matches are all difficult. Now the gap only 10 points to Wizzy. And Wizzy at 129, an unfortunate number. Same team set for Richie, 119. The reason it is unfortunate is that if Wissy wins this round, it would be just off of going into finalist mode. So we played till 140 points. Just trying to repeat everything so that everyone can watch along. Set up wide there from Wissy. That's an interesting line. Gets sent very far into the dirt. That cannot be ideal. Might be safe though, but definitely not the fastest line. Neil messing up the wobbles a little bit over the planks. And now the water turn. Can Wissy hit the timing? Looks wide. Oh, he makes it past the wall, but Richie in first. Gap about 700ths into the ending. Who dares to jump the lowest? Looks like Wissy is catching. Looks like he's about to overtake up there. Side by side they go. Wissy overtakes Richie and wins that round by just 200ths. Observer slacking a little bit behind there. Wish we could see the battle, but Wissy takes the 10 and moves up to 139. Richie not far behind at 125. So many 139s in this tournament. Richie with a mistake in the start. Let's see what the others can do. Wissy has been by far the fastest player on this map out of the 3 that now remain in the race, so quite likely he gets the 10 here to move into 140 points. And finalist status. J-Swag with the chance though to deny. Same for Neil. The struggles have started around here, this obstacle portion. Neil getting no airtime, getting a lot of speed to the plank, dodging all the grass. A little wide around the turn, and Wissy is now 0.3 ahead. The water corner looks good for Wissy. Does slow down a little bit there. Not enough for any comeback to happen. The jump up, all good. And this should be 10 points for Wissy. And what is going to happen likely here, guys, is that Richie ends up at 129. Where even a round win for him would be 139. But after Richie inevitably hits finalist 2, Neil and J-Swag have a mountain to climb to not be eliminated from the tournament. This would be one of the craziest comebacks in Trackmania history, and I don't say that lightly. Like, someone being finalist and you and someone else denying them for probably 8 rounds to get to finalist yourself and winning it would be unheard of. So all the likelihood is that Wissy is going to qualify. He has a 0.5 lead here in his first finalist attempt. Things just will go wrong. and they could go wrong many rounds in a row, but he'd get through in the end. And then we'll see the battle with Richie, but even that looks all but decided right now. We need to see heroics from J-Swag and Richie. The one thing that they do have going for them is that the map rotation is about to reset. We are about to go back to map 1, and maybe something can happen there. But for now, let's see Wizzy on the victory road. The last couple of corners up to the finish here over the planks. One more transition to the left. Angles that correctly, and this is it for Wizzy, winning the match in dominating fashion on the 5th track. Neil getting 6 there, Richie getting 4. And now we go over to Saudi Arabia. He drops a little emo for the camera. Love to see it. And he's made it through. So back to Saudi Arabia. Now on this map, we saw mostly J-Swag and Richie have a lot of pace. Neil could still make something happen, but he was struggling a lot in the first couple of rounds. Maybe he can turn the tide here. All right, here we go. Round should be starting any moment now. The point gaps are massive, but let me tell you, it's quite scary to be Richie in this position too, because you know that this is an absurd lead to have in a Trackmania eSport match. You know that you should win, and that is often an annoying thing to feel. Oh, I should win. I can't let this go wrong. The players I'm playing against are good. They might be feeling a little unconfident after everything that's happened, but the expectations are all on Richie here, and he has to deliver. Oh, and that's almost a mistake. Went very far to the left. Still fine. Mistake from Neil. Richie will enter finalist mode here, and at minimum, he has 4 attempts alone in finalist mode, at minimum. So J-Swag and Neil will need to deny the entire map, and then some probably. Okay. Let's not talk too soon. Like I'm saying, there is some pressure if you're in Richie's shoes right now, and he will actually end up at 139. So that is a little bit of lost time. That is a little bit of lost time. Okay. But surely, you tell yourself, surely I've got it all under control. They're not even at 100 points yet. Nothing's gonna go wrong. This is a crazy lead to have. And it's like, okay, well, you still need to play the rounds, right? Still gotta be locked in. Cannot celebrate too early here. You need a lot of discipline, even in situations like this, to not let them get out of hand. Richie driving a great start. Coming to the checkpoint. Sets up towards the left side. J-Swag even more so. Both clip a little bit, and Neil coming back with the speed. You can see a mistake from both of them very clearly. Now Neil with a mistake, and J-Swag with a mistake. Richie half a second ahead. I think he's going to be very laser focused on the drop down now. Does not want to miss it 2 times in a row. This looks good for getting that singular point he needed. And so entering finalist mode, Neil at 97, J-Swag at 88. In all likelihood, it's Richie. But let's see. It's really when you start failing around 3 finalist attempts that you start feeling terrible. You fail the first one, you're fine. You fail 2, also fine. You fail 3. It messes with your psyche. But on this first one, Richie is looking very strong. 26:02 checkpoint. Good approach into the quarter pipe. Oh, has to release a lot to not crash. J-Swag got closer there. Neil might already be too far behind to deny the win, and with that crash, he is indeed. What about J-Swag now? Tournament life on the line. He has to clutch up and pass Richie to give them a chance. He goes for the jump line. This is arguably slower on paper. Richie remains the same time difference ahead. Better drift from J-Swag, getting a bit closer. The last drop down needs to be perfect to take the round away. Will Richie have it? Richie releases late. J-Swag might be closer, but it is enough for Richie, who closes it out on his first finalist attempt and joins Wizzy in advancing in the tournament. J-Swag and Neil are eliminated from the Trackmania Esports World Cup, but if you look at J-Swag's face, he always takes every match with a smile. Seems like he has enjoyed his time playing the tournament regardless. Only smiles to be seen.
Face. Oh, and there's a smile on Neil's face.
This is going to be so heartbreaking.
To break it all down and to break down exactly what those smiles meant, let's throw it back to our experts.
At least Neil also happy for
Well,
Wizzy
before we
to
do
advance.
the breakdown, we got to break down a couple of keys here. And although it's all smiles, it's going to transition
Breaking some
very
keys,
quickly
guys.
as Neil gets a chance to watch
The
his
pyramids
key crush
will be
alongside J-Swag. It's not
left
easy.
in
It's
ruin.
a part of EWC tradition, but at least he can say that he fought well against his teammate.
Can
Wizzy.
I get a
We'll
schedule?
move on
I have it
alongside
right
Richie,
here for
who
you guys.
closes things out
We
there.
have some
Adam
really
just
exciting
directing
games coming up.
how this is going to go.
Then, well, pyramid
As our
crushing
Group 3 comes
ritual
to
right
an
now,
end,
but
and I'm here joining
the next
in
match
with G-Geek and
is Link Max from
Turbo.
Fastest Way Only.
Wizzy really made a
The
statement here in this
guy with the most world
matchup, I
records in
think.
Nations Forever.
Yeah, he did. And I really wanna
Offie,
quote Twiggy
World
here,
Championship
who said,
finalist several times.
"Are more important
Chemko,
than
one of the
wins."
best United
But
players. And
it
Biowak,
was-
one of the best Oceania
It
players.
was Wizzy just securing 40 out of 40 points on the very first map. Exceptional performance, but yet a worthy opponent, a late bloomer, one could say.
I can't believe
Richie
it. I
really
cannot
stepped
believe
up
it, guys.
on the second half
Can you
of
tell
the
me when
match.
it's gone? I don't
He
want to
was,
look.
I think 6 for 6.
There's
in
another
terms of
pyramid being
first
crushed
place.
too.
It had to be the record. They were
They're gonna
trying
crush
to figure
both.
out on the desk, or excuse me, on the casting booth whether it was G-Geek, but
And
Wizzy
so
started
kind of
was
the
just
point
something
is
else.
that you can forge your trophy out of 3 of the losing players' other trophies.
8 back-to-back round wins.
Wow.
To close out his match. So
That's
Wizzy
amazing.
put up a really good
crunchy-
effort, but yeah, as you mentioned,
crunchy
Richie,
crush.
A late bloomer, well, mid-game to
And
late-game bloomer.
guys,
and
after
especially
this
Sherman
next game
was one heck
is
of a
when we
showstopper.
start with the
Only
upper bracket
one fourth
games.
place, the rest were round wins.
So after the next one, we go to Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, Soldier.
Playing a map here at EWC.
Well, coming into this
Then
bracket,
it's
you think,
Otak,
okay, the
Postito
distinction
Paco,
sometimes is
Binks,
everyone's
and
making mistakes.
Stufts.
We talked about that Turbo. And so
Then
there's
it's
more variance
Grenadi,
where we'll
Bren,
see more crashes
Alcon,
than we would
Mime.
see in our matchups yesterday.
Grenadi,
Bren,
Bren,
Alcon,
Alcon, Mime could have
this afternoon,
probably
but Wizzy,
already
he
been
was
a potential
near
grand final.
perfect.
He was amazing. He only
And
drove
then
like a couple
Hack,
of
Wosal,
hundreds or
Gwen,
tenths away from the
Epos.
pace that he
Also
had
could have been a grand
yesterday
final.
against the likes of Massa and
So the
Elcon.
matches today are
And that
getting
just shows
absurd.
how incredibly difficult that opening
In the
was.
upper bracket,
Opening
things
match
are
was
always crazy.
For Wizzy there. I mean,
So
I
those
think
ones to end the
all
day will
three of them
be,
can run deep into this particular
you know,
tournament.
immaculate games to watch.
That key crush there, a symbol of
Let's listen
their
to the
hopes
casters
and
while
their
I
journey
eat
at
some
EWC
bananas.
coming to an end. And of course, it's our competitors who move on, who do the crushing. Wizzy able to take his spot alongside Richie in that final round. That will move on in the next phase. And SAUL Esports, Richie, still a free agent, I believe, correct?
Yeah, indeed. One of the 6 free agents in the field this weekend.
Wow, it's a good sign. Richie, hey, if you're thinking about joining Trackmania, it's a great stage to do so. Biggest prize pool in history, and also now you got players like Richie who are ready to get maybe their shot at some consistency in the space. But let's break down again some of the themes of this. We saw, you know, I think I think it was Wizzy who finished on Poland, if I'm correct.
He did. Yeah, he did win the final round on Poland.
Okay.
He was down on the 4th final round. But it was not really all plain sailing.
But it was kind of coming back to that conversation we had about Poland earlier, leading into this, where he had those failures. So in many ways, does that come full circle for you?
It feels like it did come for Sokol. Finally
Guys, we got to talk about the next game soon.
A bit of a two-part closure
I have a
as well
wild prediction
here
for
on
it.
this match, as we'll be able to break down in just a few seconds.
I think
You can keep going. It's
there's a
just
good chance Link Max
As I
gets
was
seed
saying,
1.
It's really nice to see, of course,
Him
getting
versus
the
Offie.
demons from day one
Yeah.
out of the
Offie
way
apparently,
almost.
by the way,
It
said he
certainly did a
played
good
on the wrong
service
settings yesterday.
a little bit later than during
Offie
that
plays on
process.
300
Might have been
hertz,
some
but he
voices
had his
going
monitor
in.
set to 120 hertz only,
Map 4 again.
which is still pretty high, but
I'm
if
really
you're
happy
used to
with
300, you can tell the difference.
But I really think like just seeing the
So,
Saudi Arabia from Wizzy,
Offie still might be
even if
stronger than
he-
what we've
even
seen,
if he
but
didn't close it out on
Link
Poland,
could
this
also
might be
impress.
still in his head.
Link with a good match could really impress. He has a lot of pace.
Because
Yeah.
40 out of 40 points.
We'll see.
4 out of 4 round wins. Just an amazing performance there from Wizzy all along, really.
No, really dominant there. And you have a telestrator that you prepared for us, a few clips to break down some of the moments in Group 3. Take us through it.
All right, so one of the first clips that I want to show you is just how close the margins are. We always love some tight racing here in Trackmania. Just take a look. Final round of Germany here from the perspective of J-Swag. Just pause it there and look at how much the discrepancy is. Just, it's a freight train. Ghost within ghost within ghost within ghost. And then as I play the rest of the clip, just watch. Everybody almost in sync. And then 3 ghosts within one another at the the last night's turnaround, and then at the stripe, just a 9 millisecond margin, and just look at that, just a difference of a few millimeters really at the finish line. Now, circling back to Poland, it definitely is something that was a two-parter because look, Wizzy currently leading ahead and having Richie right on his back, and now we're gonna go towards checkpoint 5, the start of the second sector here, and he's gonna try to go for the same line as Richie is, and you can see that little bonk on the edge right there of the wall, right in that particular vicinity, in the lower right of the screen, and that, I thought for sure that it was gonna be a little bit, again, the demons from day one creeping back up again, Kai.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And he fought his way back very, very nicely, because if we take a look onto the third clip, Thomas, we're gonna see that he was able to fight his way back.
Looking at this, you can see that he, just quick rewind there, you can see that how much of an angle he took going into that platform. This is the same kind of angle that we talked about on day one when we saw Brent do it on the very first part of the platform. You try to go for as low of a jump as you can, try to get ground contact with the tire patch on the road as early as possible, and both Wizzy and Richie did it perfectly. It's going to be a little bit of a faraway perspective, but then it's going to be in the last corner where Wizzy managed to get a little bit wide and carry just that little bit more speed compared to Richie, and then at the stripe, 27 milliseconds was all it took for Wizzy to get that additional 10-pointer, which would allow them eventually to conclude at the end of the first map rotation.
All right, guys.
And that was a very, very
Some
strong
good food.
face that Richie
I always like
had there. He really
the
picked up
analysis
some
that they're doing.
momentum. So it was really Wizzy denying that and
Like,
eventually
we get
coming out
to
on top.
appreciate the rounds in slow-mo afterwards. It's kind of
I
nice.
don't know why I want to say this, but you mentioned
But
Ghost Train, and my mind
I have
went to
noticed, and
Hey
I've thought about
Arnold.
this.
Does anyone remember the Hey
The
Arnold
observing
Ghost Train episode? This
should
is a millennial
often highlight
throwback,
the battle
but
for
if you
first, I
remember
think.
It is a classic.
So it would be good if the
that just helps you
cameras
take some
moved
time as we
closer
kinda
to
go
the battle
a
for
little bit of a
first.
mini hiatus
So
before jumping
something
back
I hope
into
we
this
get
next
for
match.
like the final
Just
days.
look it up. It's a lot of fun.
But here you have the full schedule.
Won't be a ghost though as well. The haunting.
These
of
are the
being
names
with
to take a look
J-Swag
at.
is over.
Last
Wizzy
match,
and
a lower
Richie no longer
bracket.
having to look back at them.
Link,
Max,
Offie,
Affie, Chimko, and
Biowak
Biowak will be showing up.
And then we turn the
this will
page
be
and look
our
at this next
kind of
page, guys.
halfway point, which we get
Look at
through
the winner
Group
bracket
4.
page.
After this, also, it'll be our final match where we send 2 players
they're not
home.
gonna show
Because
it.
after
Oh, they're
that,
not gonna show
we're
it.
switching gears and going to the upper bracket, which means that no one's going home, but it might be the most competitive racers against each other, trying to see who really is the best and who brought their best game to Paris. In the meantime, we got a little bit of a memory test with
Oh,
J-Swag
they haven't
and
shown it. Yeah, we have the winner bracket is stacked. You'll see it. Carl Jr. Massa Neon Soldier has a match. That's gonna be insane, and then it just gets crazier and crazier from there. But yeah, perfect. Very exciting start to the day. Are you guys enjoying the show, guys? I'm trying my best to be the hype caster and the color commentator caster for myself and a storyteller.
This is the Trackmania memory
now I'm
race
just going to be a
with
React
Biowak and
Andy.
J-Swag here. Guys, first up,
Oh, he's
how
so
tired
tall.
are you? You travelled pretty much the entire way across the world to get here.
Yeah, very tired.
Yeah.
It's about 30 hours of travel, bit over it, but just enjoying being in Europe.
Can you
Guys,
remember
someone
your
could make a
names
Trackmania
right
team
now? How's your
with
memory
players
feeling?
from Australia traveling to
Not
European
great.
events.
Okay, things are gonna go well.
And they could make a
Jason, what are you
name
gonna say
shaped
about
around the
this game we're
travel,
about to play?
something like jet lag or something, you know? They could make a team like that and have them compete at the highest level.
Hopefully that gets good
That would be a good idea. Why has no one done that?
Okay, they're working as a team in this one. The countdown's going to go on. The first set of objects are all from Trackmania.
Weird.
You guys ready?
It's a really good idea.
Okay, let's go.
rocket ship, cork, flag.
They're saying them out loud. Ooh, that was quick.
Are we going to remember them?
Can you remember anything there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Golden White
right,
Car,
okay.
traffic light,
Which object
flag.
was on the bottom left?
That was a stopwatch or a clock.
I didn't see that one.
First
actually.
answer? Stopwatch?
Yeah.
Correct. Oh my
wow.
goodness, that was quick.
Wait, guys,
Right,
mate.
did you get that?
Maybe
no, I
I'll
was
see.
looking the right.
Oh, so it's not cooperative.
No, it is, but I just wondered if he which way he was looking. Okay, so very much tactics into play.
All right, I'm
Left
ready,
and
I'm ready.
right.
Okay.
Next set of objects
Lock in.
are from France. How long
Right.
have you been here?
3 days.
3 days. Have you had a chance to
We
look
are
around?
playing emoji
Yeah, a little
yesterday.
one. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
Lock in. I know where the pyramid's at.
Right. Have tactics come into play once again? Which object was top right?
Baguette.
Correct. You said
Wow.
you sampled one. There we go. How did it taste, the French baguette?
Quick.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
forgot,
There we
I
go.
forgot, I
Like
forgot.
to hear it. Okay, final set of objects here are all Trackmania players. Their names are here, okay?
Their names?
okay.
All right, okay.
Okay, let's go.
This is going to be easier for me. My brain works this way.
Ooh, that's quite tough. But then again, you compete against these
think I
guys.
got it.
Okay, object was in the middle of the entire screen.
White style.
These guys are on it. I mean, there we go.
It has
They're
to be
traveling for
edited.
30 plus hours.
I
They're
couldn't
jet
even
lagged up to the
utter
eyeballs. They've been here
a
3 days and
noise.
they got
The
every
frame
single one
one
right.
took
Yep.
it.
Congratulations.
I was
Let's
gonna
hope
say
your
Wosal.
skills on the track are as
you.
good
This
as
guy
they
has
were in
crazy
that memory
memory.
race. Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
See. Thank you.
Insane memory. What the hell? Middle, Wosal frame one. I was going to say the same thing. Ridiculous. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, all right. No, I had it. I know it.
All right, welcome back. It's time to enter into the halfway point. This last match will decide the last 2 players going home today before deciders that'll take place tomorrow. But then we've got our upper bracket coming up. So the action just gets better and better as we kick things up a gear here for our final one where keys will be crushed. Welcome back. We've got the panel here. I'm Rain Day. I'm joined by Turbo and Import. Guys, this is another one where we get to see 2 keys crushed. The final one of today, which maybe is good because we've had a lot of emotion, had a lot of upset.
We're down to this.
And also had some triumph.
24 players
it's
left.
Kind of nice that we'll be
26.
switching gears.
But
again.
after this, it'll be 24
I
players
agree.
left in the
It's really
tournament.
just the contrast of all things, one could say. But yeah,
Like,
the last
players
time
are getting
we're gonna
eliminated
see
fast.
Keys getting crushed today. Amazing match coming up as well, but let's not jump ahead of things. And I also really like the sportsmanship that we had between the teammates, between Neil and between Wizzy in the previous game.
I feel like Neil didn't really get into his rhythm here. You agree with that?
Yeah, definitely not. No,
Yeah.
and from my understanding, he didn't even have really that much time to train leading up to this. There were things that happened in his personal life that was preventing him to
Okay.
get the proper training time leading up to here. So for him already, all you had to do was ask, "Hey, how are you feeling?" You kind of just get this.
Not quite.
not the answer that you want to hear.
Yeah,
so.
of course. Heading into elimination, it's a big run. Everyone is facing that moment right now, though, as well as Linkmax, Afi, Shimko, and Biwak, who we've seen Biwak basically 2 to 3 times in some content with J-Swag. Performed pretty well in that, Turbo. I mean, it was catching things you didn't even see, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't perform well in there, but Biwak certainly did. I hope he can bounce back as we see, of course, our players walking
Here we
in
go.
here. We have the first one arriving here, of course, and I'm very much looking forward to Linkmax in that match for sure.
Link
And also,
reminds me of
I mean,
someone.
I think one
I'm not sure
important
who.
side factor here is he practiced alone. So that means he did not really share any strategies with
But he has
any
some
other players.
resemblance to someone
So
else I know.
Is that backfiring? Great question.
It's definitely a great
Chemko
question.
walking
I'm
in.
not quite sure. We also know that Afi has been
walked in
gone from the
prior,
scene for a
and
little while. So him coming back, maybe he's shaking off the rust, you know, coming back into his groove, into this competition and this tournament. So it's something that we'll definitely need to be looking at in this match.
And I also do think the same problem goes a bit with Soja as well. I mean, both similar pattern as players. You know, both
I feel like
took
Link
an
kind of looks like the
extensive
GOAT,
break
no?
from the game, returning and then
So
struggling.
TMNF GOAT?
Of course, Soja finds himself in the upper bracket, but I also managed to talk to him, and he
Reminds
was
me a lot of that guy.
like, whoa, yeah. I mean, I already gave everything that I have, so tomorrow I have to risk it. We're gonna see him later on, of course, but both in the similar spot, I would say.
All right, well, Rachel has a chance to sit down and talk with Link Max heading into what will
Oh,
be
I'm so
our
excited.
halfway
Link
point
interview.
here
Let's see it. Let's see it.
on day 2.
Okay, Link alongside me now. Tell me about yesterday. 3rd overall. What were your takeaways?
I did better than I thought I would.
Okay. Where did you think you were going to come then?
Not that close to where Binks was going. I thought both of them would just pull away, and we'd be a lot further behind, but I was closer than I thought. And I'm somewhat satisfied with how I did, especially in the second half of the match.
What were you satisfied with?
Saudi. Saudi went very well. I'm very happy how it went.
He played very strong there,
Argentina
yeah.
went good as well. I didn't make any major mistakes. So I just went through the map and it went well.
Got 120 points. What do you think you were lacking which couldn't get you automatically through to the upper side?
I DNF'd too many times.
Okay.
And that, like, not getting any points and finishing is just, it's
Straight
brutal in
up,
cut
yeah,
mode.
no.
You always want to finish in cut mode.
What was that down to, do you think?
Over practice and nerves.
Nerves probably the
And
biggest
just
ingredient. Yeah. It's
The-
hard
the
to play on
map's
stage.
difficult.
How are you
Also
feeling
difficult
on
maps
day
to
2
say.
then? Are the nerves still there? Have they subsided a little bit?
Still there. I'm always nervous. Never not going to be. I don't know how people can't be. I just don't have that nerve control, same way some others do. That's crazy to me.
Is that something that you're trying to actively work on?
I'm not sure how you would work on that. The only
Experience.
The only real way you can is to play more, really. Play
Yeah.
more competitions.
Get
My
more
first
experience
ever.
on stage.
So I don't know how people like Park can just be in lower bracket and never get nervous.
Isn't it trying to look at your past results and maybe how practice has gone and hoping that gives you the confidence if it's gone well?
Yeah, definitely. If you aren't playing super well the past like few days, you go into the match without a lot of confidence and you won't play nearly as well. So having confidence is a major thing. It's why like doing well in the early is such a good thing for Trackmania, especially because you keep that momentum through. Like early to middle is where you really want to start winning matches. So if you like win a few matches at the start, not only does it give you a lead, gives you confidence into the rest of the map.
Are there certain things you're looking to try and execute early on in the races today which might send you through?
Try not to crash as much as I did finish rounds. That's the main thing.
Well, you got a big chance today. I'm going to look at positives now as well. A couple of days ago, Lynx didn't have his suitcase. It has now arrived, so he has now got
Wait,
clean
he didn't get a
undergarments
suitcase on the way
I
here?
have to run to a laundromat
I didn't hear
at 7 in
this.
the morning.
So it's all
That's
about confidence for you
crazy.
today.
Yes.
Believe
Very,
you can get
very
through.
bad luck.
Play
At
your
least
best,
he
don't
brought
crash.
his controller in his hand luggage, I'm
Oh, he
guessing.
might see you on the other side.
Wow.
Good luck, Lynx. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, like, what he's saying is
Well,
true,
a
guys.
great
You just
interview there.
need,
If you think you know
you need a lot of experience being on a stage to not have any nerves at all, whatever you're doing, right? If you're playing an instrument, if you're being a commentator, holding the mic, looking into a camera, if you are the one competing, playing in front of a screen, still the same thing. You're not on your home setup. You're very far from home, in fact. But, yeah, no, he's being very honest, being very upfront, like, yeah, some things were not good enough, and I don't know how people deal with the nerves. I don't deal with the nerves very well. I think he's right now learning all that, you know? And so regardless how this tournament goes, it's just really great experience to get. Someone asked me if I'm familiar with all the players, if there are names I hadn't heard of. I'm familiar with all of their names in Trackmania, but there are some I don't know too much about. But out of the people that remain now in the top 26, I know pretty much everyone and their backstory, which is great. It's a lot of the same names at the top of Trackmania. Yeah. So we will see. Offie going into this one is by far the favorite. You can consider him. He has been in a World Championship final in 2021 and got very close in 2023. So, name to look out for there. And yeah, from the others, Temko could also pack a punch. And we shouldn't forget Biwak. Biwak did look a bit weaker on paper in the match yesterday, but he also had a very difficult match to play. So we'll see what he can do now against potentially easier opposition. It's still the top 32 in the world, guys. It's still hard.
He came from Trackmania Nations, an older game. He plays with an N64 controller. It's his
And
first
I hope
ever
they
event,
show that.
first ever LAN. It
I
feels
really
like,
hope
because
they
he's
show
only
that.
participated in other events. So, I mean, he still has to prove himself first.
Some people may say that the N64 controller is the best controller ever
It
made.
is. I would agree with that.
And I think that that might give him an advantage he's not aware of. At this point, though, it is time to get started our fourth group of the day. Link Max being a bit critical, or maybe just expecting the most from himself in the biggest moment in Trackmania history. Let's send it over to your stage, Adam, Milos. Let's get it going.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Next game up.
Busy Wizzy, crushing keys back
Another
there.
good
It has
thing,
to happen
guys,
in this
is that we
competition.
are
have to say goodbye to some of our
quite
competitors here. But actually
much
chatting to
ahead of
Wizzy just then,
schedule.
asking, how does it feel being here? He felt sad. He was like, we're all friends here, a big community of players. It's sad to say goodbye, but you have to do that. You have to make sure to go all the way to the totem to
So we're
become
not 2 hours
champion here with
scheduled like
Trackmania
yesterday.
EWC.
That is the most
You
impressive thing
absolutely
so
got
far.
to do the business and crush when necessary.
There's only one way to make it happen. I mean, you saw all 4 players convening at the end, shaking hands. There's camaraderie that spans years and years between all of them. But the thing to lock in your head is that when they're all on the track itself, when the lights are on and shining, those friendships cannot get in the way. At the end of it, only one can be left standing at the end of the tournament. However, our 4th game at eliminations-wise, before we advance on to the upper bracket, let's introduce our players. Joining us on stage, it's Link Max, Semco, Biwak, and Afi.
Give it up for the boys once more.
On the main stage here,
This is
the
it.
final
Exciting.
4 competitors in our knockout phase today, 2 of which will be leaving us, sadly. And
Will
2
they show it? There you
progressing
see it.
into the
You see it,
latter
guys.
stages of the competition. Look
And
at
he
the
has some
fierceness on their
adapters and
faces,
stuff.
the eagerness to deliver here in front of this glorious crowd here.
That is
in Paris as
original,
well.
too.
Everyone excited, hoping that
Good
their
luck to fastest
favorite
way
player,
only
their
in Link.
championing on here will go all the way and
I
position
do think with a
themselves
good
at the
game
pole
here,
going into Friday at this
Link could likely get first seed, but I'm gonna give the advantage to Offie. So I think Offie has the highest chance of first seed. Close behind him is Link. And Temco and Biwak could make something happen too, but they are underdogs in this one. So now we're gonna have the veto, and if we think about it, I'm not sure what the seating is at the moment, but if we think about it, Link might ban away a couple of the hard maps. He's already finding the match, and I think Norway could be banned by Link. Yeah, doesn't want the ice and stuff. Wants to get it as close to Nations Forever as possible. Link highest seed, he picks South Korea. Offie picks Germany. Now, there is some stuff up. Hungary is a map we haven't seen all day, and it is quite simple to drive. Hungary comes through. All right. I'm going to move my webcam, by the way, as I see I'm blocking some stuff. Oh, we get this a bit lower. Temko picks Hungary, Biwak picks Canada, and the decider is Poland. All right, here we go. Decider Poland. What was the other map it could have been? Canada, I think. But happy to see some different maps. No, wait, it was Canada earlier. I'm blanking on which map it could have been. But here we go. South Korea, the choice. Maybe it was Saudi Arabia. Argentina, of course. So many pieces of information to keep track of. Love to see the difference. You can see Chemko, he's like, I can't lean this chair back, but he's like back here, driving. Link, he's here. He's all the way into the screen. You know the meme with the gamer like leaning forward, locking in? Different approaches. Some people, when they play at home, they play like this, so they want it to feel that way. Others want the straight posture. And some want the lean forward. Lots of fans for Chemko. Great to see it. Now let's see. Should be starting any moment now, guys. Give you a bit more game audio. And here we go. South Korea loaded up. Long map, 1 minute 12. World record, a 1:12:33. But many runs are going to be close to that here. 1:12.5 is the expected winning pace in most matches, and if players excel, then 1:12.4. Picked by Link here, personal best in the tournament of 1:12.4, but has driven much faster than that offline. Even has a 1:12.06 on an older version of this track. So Link is one of the players with the most pace on paper on this map, but that is a bad start to the match. Crashing in the setup for the reactor booster. Uffy will inherit first place. Biwak fighting him for it. Very interesting to see how Biwak gets along here. In yesterday's match, we couldn't really see much from him, as there was Mudda, Posito Paco, and Gwen taking all of the spotlight. But here against Uffy, we see him fight tooth and nail for first place. Very close in this one. Carries good speed. He has the fourth gear. He's going to be ahead of Uffy into the last drift here. Around the corner, and now the 3 reactor jumps. Different setups. Who gets the best boost? Oh, that's Uffy with the best boost for the first one. Second one, far setup. Still higher speed for Uffy close to the corner. But to sideways, though, he misses entirely. And Biwak with the Seal on the car skin takes the first 10-pointer of the match. And with our predictions, this is actually very good for Link to see Uffy drop down, because here already Uffy could have a sizable lead in points towards Link. Right now it's Biwak. In this round, Biwak is already gone from the competition, has crashed the very first right-hander, I think. Missed input from Uffy to fail that reactor setup. Now here important for Link to correct this mistake. This time gets a good line, gets the nose down, and on the booster, looking for 420, 380 only from Chemko. That misses the boost entirely. The landing boost that happens. Link had it pretty good. Gained 2 tons towards Uffy. The pace is not too crazy yet, guys. The rounds are about as we expect, but we expect also them to get quicker the more rounds are played. Wide from Chemko to keep 4th gear. Link made a mistake, went too low and dropped the gear. The line is now a bit awkward, but he survives the turns. Down to the ice, Uffy with a chance to get the 10 after his prior mistake. Link made a mistake there and gets passed by Biwak also. Uffy with a chance to make a breakaway in points here with a good last reactor booster. That's going to be good enough. Chemko takes 2nd, Biwak 3rd, and Link will finish in 4th. Chemko with 12 points, Biwak and Uffy with 14, and Link only at 6. Looking up at the ceiling, a little bit of frustration and thinking, you see some players do the same, I do the same. I crash around, I like look into the ceiling a few seconds and then collect my thoughts and then go. So just interesting how players try to reset after 2 big mistakes. Now pushing with speed, oh my, barely gets through. Biwak let off accelerate. He didn't see his car getting through. Now Link with a boost, 411, still pretty solid. falling far behind already. Through the road corner. Does Link survive that one? We rarely see anyone crash there, but the line always looks sketchy. And what a battle it is up front for this 10-pointer. Following Chemko now. He sets up widest of them all. It looks like he's losing time, but the speed still carried through here. Not quite fast enough, though, to get to Offie. Gets closer to Link. 0.1 ahead for Offie on the first boost. Now gotta get all the right inputs. You miss one counter steer, you miss one air brake, and things go wrong. Chemko's messed it up. Link is closer to Offie, but Offie will take a 10-pointer here. 1:12.72 the winning time. 24 points for Offie. And Link now doubling his points in this round, up to 12. Now the last round of Link's map choice. He's currently last on it, but it will make a return as the 6th map in rotation. That hasn't made a lot happen on it yet. See what he can do now. High speed through the end and off. Wide setup on the outside. We want the nose to go down. Straighten out. Offie with a good start. Link getting a great boost there though. But 0.1 ahead for Offie, and these splits are fast. He will get a tiny bit of airtime there. Link's gonna get somewhat closer into the drift. 11 hundredths now instead of 16. Down into the grass. Link committing too sharp. It looks. Oh, Offie clipped. Offie clipped with a good exit there. He would extend his lead, but now Link is given a chance to make the result a bit prettier here. First place would do him nicely and would basically even out the match almost entirely. Let's see if Link survives the ending. Oh, awkward setup there. Does he control it? That looks awkward again. Strange lines from Link. Chemko with clean end might snipe everything away. Link struggles and Link gets overtaken. 10 points for Chemko. It started, the problem started on the first reactor and they simply accrued until he couldn't fully control it. Chemko 22. Offie 27. Link here up to 18 points, I think it is. Let's see. Going to Germany. Second map of this match. Picked by Offie, I believe it was. This one's going to be interesting. Lots of pace also from the players on the server now on this track. We're expecting 1:11 low, the winning time. 1:10.84 current world and tournament record. And hopefully clean rounds, especially into the backwards part here, hoping that nobody has any mistakes. You have to land exactly the way you're traveling backwards. Hold brake when the car lands and then carry all the speed. You don't want to slide. Chemko there with some slides down the hill, losing a ton of time because the car's in forwards gear. Speed slides do not work. Offie with a very clean start to his map here. Up the hill, he does this diagonal line to the left and then flicks into the dirt right, and this is where he gains a couple of hundreds in speed now because of the speed setup into the dirt. So that is something that some players have worked on. A small line that was kind of unknown actually into the tournament. Most players would do the water uphill straight line. Oh, close match here for second. Biowak gets that one. And yes, indeed, Link, sorry, Offie with a 1-1-1 time. And a first place at the same time. Lots of ones. Always makes me happy to see decimals like that. Super satisfying. Drives a 1-1-1-1-1-1. How can you not like that? That is beautiful. Starting the first round here with a win on his map, Offie. Now a little slower. Okay, Biowak was very impressive here. It's interesting how, you know, it's like in the Olympics, right? The slowest sprinter that you see in like the 100-meter dash is still an incredible sprinter. It's just that you're seeing him run against Usain Bolt, and so it doesn't look that impressive. But then you see that same sprinter against another field, and he looks lightning fast. And that's kind of what we're seeing with Biwak here. Link losing grip, flying off the map. Now Biwak pushing for a 10 here as well on Afi's choice. Let's see how he gets along. That's a good landing. Afi though with a clean downhill. He has more speed. Biwak slid. That could be disaster for the 10-pointer. Afi now ahead into the backward setup. Biwak crashing it. Chemko overtakes. And unfortunate for Biwak, as we were just talking about him. Could have had a 10 there. It becomes 4 points instead. Afi wins the round. 2 in a row there. Link struggling a lot here. The pace is there when everything works out. But what about when they don't? Then it becomes a bit of a downward spiral here for Link Max. Needs a couple of good rounds in a row to rebuild his confidence. And he's starting a good run right now, but this we've seen before. What matters is getting this one across the line without any crash. No slide over the grass, a little bit of trouble. He holds on. Afi closes the gap. Down the hill, Afi makes a mistake. Doesn't get full grip. Link 0.2 ahead. The split will be seen. Through the water now. Afi does do this diagonal line. Link tries the same. He survives it. Biwak as well, similar. Afi getting closer to Link. Not going to make a push for it per se, but going to drive a clean end. Afi a little bit closer now than before. 24 hundredths is the gap. Link should have this under control and really needs it to. Last place in the match so far. That is a good ending. That is a clean run overall as well. 111.2, and he climbs back here. Was Norway banned? Yeah, Link banned Norway. And it makes sense when you think about it, because this game's been out for 6 years. And Link only really started playing this Trackmania game properly 1 year ago. Other than that, he's mostly just played Nations Forever, the old Trackmania game, which doesn't have ice. Now, Link has hunted a couple of records here and there over the years, but never really put in much time to learn ice until recently. So he bans ice if he can avoid it. Ice and bobsleigh. And still doing really well. But if you don't know Link's history, he is currently the most successful world record hunter in Nations Forever, where out of the 65 iconic tracks, Link has 13 of the world records, I think. So he has a lot of insane records in Nations Forever, and decided to try competitive for Red Bull Faster in this event. And now he's stepping up. So the old school Nations Forever players are all, I think, rooting for Link for their legacy here. Afi leading this round. It's a good run too. It's almost 110 pace here being driven. The turnaround late onto the boost for Chemko. Link gets a good one. 111.07 from Afi in the last round here. And he collects a lot of points on Germany. That is 3 10-pointers and a decent run in the round that Link won for a great score. He's also won Khaki, that's true. That is true, that's a huge accomplishment. Yes, yes, the zoom in, look at this. How do you play with that thing? Like, the stick is like 20 years of technology behind modern controllers. You know, like the modern PlayStation and Xbox controllers, they have adjustable curve sensitivity, adjustable dead zone. They have, you know, like, I don't know, there's a lot of science to controllers, right? This one is just like a plastic stick that you just move a little bit back and forth. There's no moving parts within that controller. It's just send the signal. Still pretty crazy. It might be steel. You guys are right. I know that's a thing too. Custom controller with a steel control stick, but still, very impressive setup to play N64 controller in the big 2026. Equipment is no excuse, guys. You can still do really well on bad equipment. We have to say it's not ideal, but we respect Link for doing it. Crash there from him. Chemko pushing through, trying to get the 10-pointer. That's a great run. Low onto the beam. No! Too high across. Distraught fans. Offie snipes it away. 10 more for him. And Chemko knows he messed it up. Too far over the beam. And look at this battle that's forming. Okay, Offie's on 74. He's making a breakaway, but then 45, 44, 44. Oh, Link almost sliding out. Good save. Up the grass hill. The widest setup here typically wins. Look at this difference now. Chemko was early into the turn. Offie and Link went late. In the loop is where the biggest gains are cashed in, because here Chemko still has lower speed from going inside line, and that can be seen on the splits. 0.1 behind now. Then here he drove really well. Late brake tap before this ramp to get your car moving lower. Link remains ahead for now. Wide setup in here. You want to keep third gear. He misses the drift a little bit there, but Offie's overtaken by both opponents. Chemko with a chance at redemption on the ending here. Good approach. Just got to jump lower. Is it too low? This time he makes the jump, but 100th away from being sniped. 59.9 the winning time. And Offie there, PB on Hungary in third. This telling sign this map is not played that much, with a third place PB. And I should remind you guys that when you see the personal best text, that means the best time they have driven in a tournament match. Because these players have way faster personal bests that they have driven in secret for months and months of practice. Chemko with a mistake. But they have not wanted to share their personal best replays with anyone. Not the times, not the strategies, nothing leading up to this tournament. So Biowak with a mistake. So we don't know exactly how fast the players' personal bests are on these maps, but I assure you that a lot of them will have much better personal bests than the current public world records. That is very interesting. Offie ahead. Link, ooh, little wobbly. I think this is now settled for second angle. And Offie struggling, but he makes it. Link next takes second place, Chemko third, Biowak fourth. And Offie is just building a crazy lead right now. $30 points ahead. Link's biggest struggle is indeed the uphill drift. We can see that many rounds in a row now. It's where he has to improve. Biowak struggling as well in this match. Had some bright moments, but now hasn't really been seen all throughout Hungary in the upper positions. Missing the drift a little bit there. Also here, now Link, another chance at the end. He's going into the segment ahead. But this next drift to the right is where problems have been caused. The exit specifically. He lost the gear. The others will come back with more speed and overtake. Again, it's a mistake from Link, and it might cost him 2 positions, just that one gear lost. He fights back for second here. Will he fight back for first? A lower landing. Link! Not quite. Offie takes that one 0.03 of a second ahead. Very close race. But that is the difference maker, and Offie takes another 10. Biowak wiping his brow as we go into the next map now. This one going to be Canada. So this map here, guys, some history for you. This was in the World Cup final that Offie played in 2021, where Slalom was the name of the map then. We have the drone guy back to show us the map from above. So this is a Trackmania Esports Classic. It has been remade several times, but the ending ice downhill is the most iconic thing. And we have a pyramid for the virtual goat. I see you. Whoever in the crowd is holding up pyramid signs. Gotta love it, guys. Wow. Wow, we have great fans in the arena. That's great. Okay, well, hard to focus on the racing with fans like this. But many crashes have happened here. Offie, the most recent one. And now Link in sole first. Still not the fastest run to kick us off here, but the only one without a crash. Temco clipped in the star. Ooh, Link. That's not what we want to see. From first to how far to third. Offie gonna ice slide that one into the finish and keep going with the 10-pointers. This has been so many in a row. Lost count at this point. And Temco overtakes second in the match with that one. Iwak. That didn't count. That one didn't get across the line. And you see a Link there talking to himself, trying to either hype himself up or calm his nerves. The needless loss of points needs to stop. And yeah, it's a different Offie on higher hertz. We can see that. He's found a much better rhythm. At this point. Biwak, yeah. Not quite through the slalom. Offie versus Link again. Now for Link, it becomes more and more important to focus on the battle with Temco, because a 40-point gap up to Offie when they play till 140 points. That is just about insurmountable. And to really build a lead towards Temco, 10 points here would do him good. Down the ice, downhill. He has more speed than Offie. Offie made a mistake. He's ice sliding. But it's enough. It's enough for Offie to still hold the 10-pointer. And the position between Link and Temco is just oscillating back and forth. Now it's Link back in second. And very soon, I think, this will become a 3-player battle. Offie will close out the match soon. Out of the start, we haven't seen much of Temco. It's been a couple of early mistakes, early crashes. Curious what his pace is on Canada here. Gets through the uphill now. Following Offie very closely. Nice pace. Link had to release. 2 tenths down. Through the no brakes. Release, hold fourth. That's good from Biwak. Catching up, passing Link. Getting closer to the leading pack. Up to the dirt. Offie slows down a little bit. Biwak with the mistake. Link joins the battle for first. Now we see Temco fully alive. This is great pace. As well being driven. Closing in on 103 pace here. 101 pace here with what Temco is driving. Into the ice downhill. Versus Offie. Some small ice wiggles, but Temco should have this one. That looks like a good lineup as well. 102.35. Offie in second and Link third. So now Temco well ahead of Link in the battle for second. But it is a crazy scoreboard when you look at it. Offie 124, Temco 82 in second place. Just so many 10-pointers picked up by Offie over the course of the previous map, and here makes him seem invincible. And very, very likely at this point that he goes through in the lower brackets. But there's still some work to be done. Mistake from Biwak. Into the drift. Link 0.1 behind Offie. We've seen some mistakes here in the slalom. Link getting closer. We go over the sand and into the grass. Now the ending, guys. Link is overtaken. He's 7,000s ahead. He wants to join Chemko at their battle. And is he going to snipe Offie? Are they both isolating? None of them are. Offie. Oh no, he misses. Barely misses the jump. Finishes last. Knows it's all right in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't look too phased. But Link takes the 10. So we now go into the next map, guys. Which I believe was Poland. Poland, the final map of the map pack. And the advantage that Link has here, which Chemko doesn't, is Link's map choice of South Korea will appear after this at a pretty critical time in the match. Chemko seemed strong on that map too, don't get me wrong, but there's something about, you know, I picked this. This is where I'm gonna make my move. Out of every map I had available, this is the one I took. Offie 127. Needs a win and a finish for finalist mode. Good outside dirt line, lots of speed kept. Up to the reactor. Stays on the low line, Link going a bit wider. Then through the downhill. Chemko's already fallen half a second behind Biwak. Also too far to have some impact. It is again this duel, Link versus Offie. And Link is just 1 point behind in the battle for second. Offie not gonna let him get it that easily though. High speed over the planks. Link the widest setup you can take. Carry speed through the water turn. Gets out to the right side. Wobble over the ledge to get an early dirt turn. Low airtime. Wobble over the platforms. This is TMNF reincarnated that you're seeing here. All these types of jumps are so similar to thousands of maps that Link has played on online servers in the old game, and similar really to the style of Nadeo tracks they used to build in official campaigns. In that ending, Link is in his element. That is prime TMNF Link we're seeing there for that 10-pointer. 109.1, a good time as well. Now Offie 133, that's a mistake from Chemko, mistake from Biwak, again a 1 versus 1. And Link could make Offie's life a bit more annoying here by getting this first place. Now Offie, the best he could get is at 139. If he gets second place, Link here with some momentum building. We'll see how long it goes for. There are crazy drums happening in the arena right now. Not sure you guys can hear them, but feels like we are about, we are hearing, you know, the battle drums playing in the background. Link 0.6 ahead. Through the water. Offie crashing again. This, though, is really good for Chemko, an opportunity here, but he is fallen further behind. Link with 20 for 20 so far on Poland with a clean landing here. And he makes it through. 109.75, a safe end. He's still finishing 136, but slow progress from Offie here. Not able to keep the same pace entering finalist mode. And if we go back to South Korea and Link is warmed up, he could keep denying Offie there. So ideal for Offie is he must hit finalist mode this round and have one shot at it in the last round of Poland. That is the ideal path through here. If not, it could get a bit hairy. We'll see what happens. This is a clean run from Offie. But Link is there. He is there. Only attempt behind, and there's been a level differential on Poland here. Chemko and Biwak simply not able to keep up. Even in rounds where they don't crash, it's 0.3, and that's really where the crashes come from, because you have to do something or else you're just going to be 0.3 behind the best. You have to send it a little bit, risk a jump or two, and then if you crash, you get about the same point score anyways. It's a very hard situation to be in when someone is just that much faster. And now we're seeing Offie with a really clean run. Should be a low 109 here. Link close, but Offie enters finalist mode, 109.41. Link gets the 6, and since Chemko got last here, Link is still building his lead towards Chemko. So good luck to Offie. Needs one round win, and he has advanced through the lower bracket, has qualified for tomorrow. But if Link denies this round, or Chemko and Baiwak, then it gets very interesting on South Korea. Let's see what happens. It's a good start from Chemko now. Full sending it. From the outside, matched by Offie. A little bit wider here, losing some ground. And different setups. Offie on the inside setup. Link looked like he dropped a lot of speed there. And Offie is building a strong lead here. Healthy, 1/10 ahead. Give or take, into the dirt, downhill. Jumping up on the first plank. Nice airtime reduction by both Chemko and Link to overtake. Offie now down to third, and with an awkward line onto the planks, the lead will increase here for Link. If he gets around the corner, he does. 0.2 ahead. Out on the dirt outside, now smoothly down. Chemko drops, it's only Link to the nine, but Offie risks too hard. He will not be closing out on Poland, and Link is actually pretty close to finalist himself, and it's about 123 points before we go back to his map pick of South Korea, and this can get very interesting. This can get very interesting. He looks a lot more stable now than when this match began. Let's see what happens. Link nodding to himself, talking to himself, hyping himself up. This is a really strong chance to preserve a high seed, to potentially play an easier lower bracket match, and to show up on the big stage against a very strong and known name in the community, Offie. Offie also knows that this could get very, very difficult in due time, and he has a couple of rounds here before Link catches up to him in points to close it out without any stress. Offie now leading into the reactor part. Here, Link has crashed a few times. He dodges the wall this time. Now sets up for the hover boost. That's good from Offie. What a start. 2/10 ahead. Sub 31 checkpoint. And a good line to the left. No airtime to be seen. Good drift speed as well. Hard to keep up with pace like this. Getting close to the tournament record pace from Offie up front. But Link is going to try. See what he can do in the ending. Still keeps the gear. This gives him a good chance. Over the engine off. Nice inside line. He's getting closer. And we've seen Offie mess up the end. Will Link deny here? Will Offie close it out? That's a good first boost by Offie, but Chemko has a great one to catch back up and make this very interesting. Offie's second one is slow as well. What about Link's third one? Is that going to be it? He snipes Offie and gets to 133, and like I said, this could get very interesting. Nothing's decided yet. In finalist mode, you don't get to hit 140 and lean back. You're not out of the match until you win that last round. Suddenly, you fail a couple of finalist mode attempts. The others catch up. You start to feel the pressure. What now? How do you handle this situation? This is going to get dicey. The only thing Offie can be very calm about is the fact that Chemko is still quite far away and on a 9. So even with round wins for Chemko, he cannot himself immediately get to finalist mode. Link versus Offie here. Remember, Offie had a 2/10 lead going into that ending. And now Link is matching him. Sub 31 checkpoint from Link as well, side by side down the hill. And then the wide drift setup, so wide from Link. Perfect through the apex, but a little low speed. Offie able to take the lead from that. Just a few hundredths ahead. He really wants to close this out before Link gets to finalist himself, but Look at this. This could go either way. In the reactor boosters, Link setting up with low speed, instant Neo slide to the right to give him an inside line. Afi leading as the first jump happens. Link more speed here though. Slow down, symmetrical onto the second one, but Link pulls ahead. Last jump through to the finish. Will he get the boost? Yes, he does, and he denies Afi for a second time. 112.4. Chemko, look of surprise. Link, finalist as well, and Chemko can sense the danger. This is tournament life on the line. Double finalist situation on Link's map choice, with Link having all the match momentum. Several 10-pointers in a row for Link, for Fastest Way Only, for Trackmania Nations Forever, and for Australia. Will he be the one to win this lower bracket match right here on his own choice, or will Afi close it out before things get dangerous? It's already very dangerous, and Afi, rattled, misses the turn there. Uncharacteristic mistake. Chemko misses as well. It's Biwak versus Link Max. Oceania to battle it out, but Link has a 0.3 advantage out of the start, and with the way he's been driving, all of this is pointing to the fact that Link is going to take Seed 1 out of this match. But let's see what he does under the pressure. He talked about it in the interview going into this game, that nerves is something he struggles with. That is something he doesn't understand how other players cope so easily with on stage, and here he has an opportunity to prove that the ingredient he needs is experience. He needs to be in those situations more, and here he's given the opportunity to prove that this is all that it is about. He gets the first one. The second setup looks safe. The boosts are admittedly slow, but they are enough for Link Max to win the match and have a sigh of relief on stage. He made an incredible comeback here against Afi, who was 40 points ahead at one point, and he still can't really believe he did that. Absolutely incredible from Link. All right, now the battle for the second seed. Afi here has a 23-point gap to Chemko, meaning Chemko here would need to win 3 in a row to topple Afi and keep his tournament life alive. This is for elimination. Whoever loses this battle right here is going to be out of the tournament in the last lower bracket match of the day. And right now, Chemko with that poor boost knows the splits, knows that this could be his last round in EWC 2026. Afi has it all in his own hands now. Same situation Link was in. You're given the golden ticket to the finals. Not to the finals yet, but to advancement if you can hold your own for another 20 seconds in the reactor booster part. Let's see what Afi can do through the engine off drift now. Didn't crash, stayed a bit wide. That's all good. 0.6 ahead. And now the reactor boosters. Gets the first one good. Second one as well. Good speed. And the last one here for Afi to secure advancement. Not too happy about losing for a seed, but still happy about being through. Advances in the lower bracket and knocks out Chemko and Biwak from Esports World Cup. GG. Crazy turn of events. I said it as a hypothetical that maybe, just maybe, Link could knock out Afi from the first spot. And guys, we have a guest. We have a guest here. Mora, hello. You made your way up here. Do you want to wear the headset? So I can hear you. And the mic with you. Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me fine?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Let me know if it's too loud or anything.
All right.
It's all good?
Oh, that's where the cameras are.
Yeah, these are here, but I'm just looking at the screen.
Cool.
Guys, say hi to Mora. You made it up to the stage. How did it feel playing today?
Blah, it's the best way I could describe it. I mean, after yesterday, I was a bit tired, and I was just thinking, all right, we got an easier match today. Just 20 minutes to warm up and just go. Don't be an idiot, basically.
Yeah. And it was very convincing. I mean, you got so many 10-pointers in a row. And there were, I know you talked about that your pick of Saudi Arabia is something you regretted yesterday. Did you feel like you kind of, worked through whatever that was, both maybe yesterday after the game and during the match?
Well, I thought I was most confident on the track during my practice last couple of days. So that's why I picked it. And it just ended up being a disaster. So I'm like, all right, worst map pick I've ever done, but no big deal.
Yeah, no, I get
the rest
it.
went fine, though, so whatever.
And then, you know, it was interesting to see Norway as well, and that we don't see too often being played by you as well. How did that feel to play on stage?
Oh my god, the jumps were impossible.
Yeah.
Especially on low warm-up. Like, I was just thinking, all right, just make the jumps. I don't care how good I get them.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
get there.
there is a reason a lot of people avoid that map, but we saw it very clearly just how chaotic it was. And like, Lingo picked it, but he also failed to the jumps and was eliminated thereafter. Pretty crazy result overall. I think many people had him going through, but yeah, now you got the rest of the day free. And looking ahead to the upper bracket matches now, Mara, what do you think is going to happen? If I give you the next match we have, which is a crazy one, do you want to make a prediction along with us on what's going to happen?
Sure.
All right, let's see. So for the next one, we have Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, and Soldier.
I would say Carl and Neon get through that one.
Carl and Neon, yeah. That is the question, right? Carl, everyone's going to say, but this battle of Massa, Neon, Soldier, and maybe more specifically Massa, Neon, I think many people were super impressed by Neon's pace. He has this like young confidence that a lot of people have where they just drive really quick and don't look back.
He just doesn't care, and I think that's really good for him on stage.
Yeah, it's incredibly good to just have that mindset. And yeah, I mean, in general, being here, how have you felt now that we're finally here? This is what everyone works towards.
It's really nice to be here and just play amongst the best and train the best I can with the time I had.
Yeah.
It was a bit tricky after Red Bull. I needed some time to recover, but then I was able to put in a decent chunk of practice.
And is this going to be now the final tournament that you kind of fully try hard this year, or with the announcement of ENC being cancelled, are you looking ahead to XP Evo as well? Or?
There's no chance I'm making it to XP Evo. I'm too cooked.
Yeah, I know. Like,
too cooked.
It's too much for this tournament. Fully understandable. There's something to hear from the players as well. Like, you guys are really pushing yourself to the limit for this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be surprised. The players from here that do end up at XP Evo, they won't be at that level.
Yeah. And some questions from the chat here, Mura. Are you wearing the Batman shirt?
No, that's the Batman shirt for me is like the red shirt for Tiger Woods. It's on the final day.
Ah, so you don't want to use the lucky charm of it too early.
Yes.
Yeah, so you keep it saved for the final. All right. So we'll see it in the final then, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the plan.
Fair enough. I like it. Yeah. No, but it's always great to have you back on the desk here. Do you want to stick around for a bit and look at the games, or do you have any other plans?
It'd be fun, but I just need to decompress and just have some quiet time.
Yeah. It's really cool that you stopped by the desk anyways then. And yeah, I mean, good luck tomorrow and take the rest you need today.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and if you want to, say something to the chat, the fans.
And thank you to everyone supporting me and my journey through this EWC and also all esports that I've done. And yeah, I'll try to get my best for you the next couple of days.
All right, let's go. Now, I'm still going to hold it against you that you crushed some pyramids today. That is a that is a cardinal sin in my book.
I had no idea that was even going to happen. I was so confused.
You were surprised standing there?
They would tell me, oh, push the lever. Like, where's the lever?
With the hydraulic press, yeah.
And then I pushed it, I was like, oh, it's a hydraulic press.
Yeah, it's a very funny scene. Hopefully, for you, not the last time you do it. You're going to come back there and just, I know what to do at this point.
Conspiracy theorists will say I deliberately lost the match just so I could be the first one.
Exactly, yeah.
To crush the pyramids.
Yeah, it's a sad event for me to see so many pyramids go, but also fun that the whole logo and theme are these pyramids. But yeah, Mara, always a pleasure. Thank you for stopping by and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the games.
Thank you. What a pleasure, guys, to have some guests come up. Mara, always a great happiness to see up here. We're going to see the rest of the schedule coming up now, so if you're wondering about the games happening, this is it. Now, look at these matches, guys. Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, Soldier, the one we just talked about. Then Otak, Binks, Paco, Stufts. Then Grenadi, Elcon, Brennan, Mime. And look at that last one. Pac, Gwen, Wosal, Epos. These are unbelievable games. Especially, I think, the last two could resemble a grand final. Either way you mix them up. Like, it's insane, the level. So, just, yeah. we are in for a treat here, guys. We've seen the lower bracket. Now it's time to see the players who all won yesterday. See who will fully qualify. You win 2 games, so yesterday and today, in the upper bracket, and you are essentially qualified very far into the tournament. So that's going to be great. YouTube commentator, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate that a lot. It's completely stacked. The tournament is stacked, but we're seeing the stacked matchups happening. And now I'm not sure if we are running on a rolling schedule or if we are playing the matches on their set times. It could very well be that we have a bit of a break now, because the next match is scheduled to start 6:40, and now it's 6:05. But I don't know. We will see. We have some interview going on. Let's take a look. Oh, wait. This is on me.
Because we are officially down to 3 teams who could go on to win the club championship.
Yeah.
Falcons, AGL,
This is the overall
and Vitality
standings.
are the only ones who can do it. Na'Vi very much out of the running now after their poor placement in CS. But I think we kind of knew that that was the case for a little while.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough road for them regardless, because they just didn't have enough teams available to really get those points on the board. The fact that they did as well as they did in the first few titles that they had, like a first, a second, and third, to start everything off of them was already impressive in and of itself. So I don't think it's
who
a
is that?
surprise
It's,
that clubs that have 14
It's Gwen
teams,
and Binks' organization.
it was difficult to,
So Gwen and Binks play for All Gamers Global.
What they picked up over each title, they've done
And
extremely well. So now
Carl for
with a very, very
Falcons.
good placement, looking to try and solidify that 4th place, which I think they're pretty much done. But other than that, let's talk about your stage. Of course, there's a lot going on here, but it's only a group stage. As Falcons played yesterday, everything looked all right. Today, AGL looking okay.
Link interview, yeah, I really want to see that too.
But similar situation to what we
Maybe
thought of
it
Falcons.
happened
Falcons
when
ended up
Mudda was
making it
here? Could
through
that be?
in 4th. You need to be in top 7, but they started off the day really slow.
It's a rolling schedule.
10
They're
matches
prepped the
on
next
the
guessing
day,
stage
so still some
ASAP.
time
Okay,
for
fantastic.
teams that are playing here in Group B, and it's a similar situation for AGAL.
Guys, I'm
They've
gonna
started off slow.
quickly
They're
run
down
to the
there
bathroom,
towards
I
the
think.
bottom right now, but we still have a lot
It's
of
going to be crazy.
matches
I really want
left
to catch
play.
the Link interview, but
Because they
I'm
are
out
a
of
team
catch it
that is
after the
expected
fact.
to do so well. I
yeah.
envision a world
I
where
gotta
they
go to
are
the bathroom
able
very
to bounce
quickly.
back.
I'll be back.
But if we're talking about some of the other squads that are in here, they're not at the top of our CC leaderboard, but they are CC relevant right now. Twisted Minds are at the top in Group B, and Furia find them, I think, around the top 6 space as well. So even if it's not going to get them a win in CC, it could change their overall standings if they're able to do well and potentially get them some more money.
Yeah, I know. I think that's important to note this week. We're talking about AGL, we're talking about Falcons, but 24 places to be played out. A lot of prize money to give out as well. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll have to check in later to make sure AGL do make it through. Back to you then.
A new update when it comes to the club championship that you want to know about, especially if you're looking closely at AGAL and Falcons. Only 100 points separate them, but AGAL just eliminated in Crossfire. That means that the 200 points they gained will be the last they gain from that game. Remember, we still have Binks and we have Gwen who are representing them in Trackmania, and they also have a representation in Fortnite, but that will be it. Falcons have Carl Jr. here about to race. They also have CS. and they have Fortnite. So this is starting to look good for Falcons as long as we don't see anything crazy from Carl Jr. We'll keep you up to date with that alongside Chris and whoever he ends up talking to. We got G-Geek back with Import, and guys, this is a big one. This is a big day, but also now we get the upper brackets, which should be some great racing.
Yeah, it should be some really great racing. And the first matchup that we're going to have, of course, today, the introduction, well, the first match, well, the only match of day 2 for Carl Jr., and he's going to be lining up against, we talked about this, the GOAT versus the Kid, or to give a Formula 1 reference, Hamilton versus Antonelli. This is the kind of vibe that we're getting here.
And I love that you led into that. Let's actually show up our Crunchyroll story of the day, actually our PS5 story of the day, excuse me. It's going to be the GOAT versus the Kid. That is Carl Jr. and, of course, Neon, 17 years old. Last week was 16, this week turned 17. And so talk to me about this expectation for this matchup.
Well, this is definitely going to be, I don't think it's going to be quite a two-stage match. I think Neon is going to be able to put up a fight in the very early stages of the game, trying to keep pace. But as feel like Aaron, especially as the rounds continue to pile on, as we get to map 4, map 5, Carl Jr. is going to be really hitting his stride. And by the time we get to the second rotation, he's going to be completely unstoppable.
Could we see a 15-game, 15-round match? I doubt it. But,
Perfection.
This one's going to be a little bit harder to accomplish. I think earlier round, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But this time, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But honestly, I think it's, without saying, Carl Jr. definitely the topic here. Neon, we want to focus on him, of course, because of his age, 17, very good, has shown good talent, but we also have the factors of Masa and Soldier. Masa being a very talented player, does really well at the beginning of tournaments. It's where kind of later tournaments is where he begins to start to get the nerves getting to him. But Soldier, on the other hand, similar situation as Api, shaking off the rust, making sure that he's at the level that he needs to be for this tournament.
Took a competitive stint. That was the story talking about Soldier and how he would show up, but he did very well and found himself now in this upper decider. Masa, on the other end, said he expected to win. A slight trip there, but won't worry about that because he didn't trip in his actual match. And now these four ready to go toe-to-toe against Carl Jr., who I think, you know, you kind of jokingly mentioned it, but almost drove perfectly yesterday, G-Geek. Is anybody able to stop him?
I did check a little bit of the stats from that opening game day. A 77% round win rate. There you go. I was trying to find the proper pronunciation. 8 rounds of 14. He won 14 rounds of 18, and 8 of those round wins came in a row when he went to conclude his opening game day match. So this is very. Just looking at the numbers, it's kind of mind-boggling to see. We were talking about Soldier shaking off the rust, doing very well, but a little bit off the pace, even in his opening day match, and he definitely needs to step it up because he might have gotten away with the pace that he had on day 1. Here, that's not really going to cut it.
I mean, I feel like this is a great opportunity to talk to this young gun as well, who many of us have seen what Soldier can do yesterday, but still questions, but so many questions on the 17-year-old who, just like we mentioned, turned 17 a week ago and now finds himself in a matchup to move on in the Esports World Cup against Carl Jr. and the squad of Masa and Soldier. Rachel had a chance to catch up with his mentality and maybe nerves heading into this one.
Well, I've got the youngest competitor with me now, Neon. Neon, age didn't seem to affect you yesterday. You looked cool, you looked strong. How did you feel out there?
Played good in the match. Nothing else to say about it.
In terms of towards the end of the match, it looked like maybe the nerves got the better of you a little bit when you tried to close it out. Did you feel that might have been the case?
Yeah, maybe that one round where I shouldn't have crashed, but the next round I finished it. I finished the match.
How pleased were you with your performances yesterday?
Like a 6.5.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
What was lacking? What weren't you happy with?
Consistency on some maps.
I feel like you're a little bit annoyed with some of the consistency from yesterday. Is that the case? Did you expect more?
Maybe a little bit more, yeah.
What did you expect? What was that?
Just good consistency, not crashing as much as I did. I crashed a lot of rounds. So.
You're only 17. This is your first time at LAN. It hasn't affected you. Why do you think you're able to adapt so well?
Well, I don't know. I'm just playing the game, I guess.
Yeah, how do you do that though? Because a lot of players get in their head, they get nervous. You don't seem to be nervous. Is that the case?
I just play like at home. I set up everything like at home and just play the game.
Who's here with you? Who's supporting?
My mom.
I mean, hey guys, I'm back.
And what does she tell you before you go out to perform?
Nothing.
Does she give you any words of encouragement? Tell me
He's
about
so
today
to the
then.
point,
She supports me all
Neon.
the
It's
way.
very fun.
As mums should.
yeah, just
Tell
play
me
like at
about
home.
today. Obviously, you've got Massa and Carl Jr. up next. Are you worried
It's
at all
very
about those
funny.
names?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. Yeah, gonna be tough. They are well established in the scene, and it's just going to be hard.
How are you going to approach it?
Just drive like I always do,
Which is?
fast and consistent.
Good luck out there today. Thank you.
I do like it, but it's almost like
Fast and consistent.
It's like you're trying to give the most concise answer you can. Why use many words when few words do trick? Just, yeah, I go fast. Huh. How do you do that? Well, just play like I do at home. Just straight to the point. But when Mura was here, he said, like, oh, Neon is so, he just doesn't care. But, like, you watch that interview, too, and you actually see, oh, yeah, no, Mura's right. He kind of just does not care. He just... And it's so inspiring in a way, because that is the confidence you need to compete. You need a little bit of that, like, delusion to carry you to not care too much if you're playing Carl Jr. and Massa and these established legends. You're coming onto the scene. You're younger, you lack the experience, but you need to have the belief in yourself that your pace will be enough, and looks like Neon does, guys. I want to see how many people have bet for this one in channel points. Overwhelming majority thinks Carl is going to win, but there's more people who think Neon is going to win than Massa. And that is very interesting. Some people think Carl is going to go lower bracket. That is interesting too. I don't know if I'd make that call. I think Carl is going to win the match. But from what I've seen so far, I also agree. I think Neon could go second. In that battle for second, I think Neon might be the strongest candidate right now. How old is Neon? His Trackmania username is Neon09, and I'm guessing it's because he was born in 09, and so if we calculate together, we get that he is 17 years old right now. And guys, I think we're starting. I think we're about to introduce the players. Let's hear the caster desk.
The keys. let's just be done with it. But no, he still has to prove himself again and again and again. That is the nature of an event. You have to start from scratch and build yourself back up. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is entitled to the win unless you earn it. And that is a story for Carl.
And Carl, time and time again, we said it at the top of the show day one, no matter the era, be it the end of the 2010s, the middle of the 2010s, the beginning of the decade, or the current phase of the decade, he's always the benchmark, always at the top, and looks to stay at the top until the very end of the decade at least.
Well, our PS5 story of the day set the stage. It is the GOAT versus the Kid. But Massa and Soldier trying to put a little bit of their own storyline into the narrative, maybe rewrite a chapter in Trackmania history. That narrative begins right now as we head to stage.
Whoever they filmed these
yes, my friends, a
with,
new narrative, a new history, and part of that narrative
really has to tell more unique things to the players, because the players are like instructed, right? It's like, do this thing or do that thing, right? And they made everyone with the glasses do the push the glasses higher on my nose pose, which doesn't always go as hard when everyone is doing it. They need a little bit more variety in the poses and the action shots, right? But they're just being instructed to do it, I think.
And get
Here we have the
themselves
player
into a pole
instructions.
position going into the latter stages of this competition. It's time to meet the first 4 players. Paris, are you ready for this? Yeah? Yes, you are.
Upper
you
bracket,
folks
guys.
at home are as well. Let's meet
Upper
the first
bracket,
4
here we go.
competitors today, going through, trying to get their way all the way through into that pole position.
This is going to be the
Carl
craziest
Jr.,
half of the
Leon
stream.
Soldier and Massa!
Absolutely stacked lineup of players.
That put in the numbers yesterday. Points in their
And we should not forget
ways,
Soldier, guys. He is an underdog in this one.
And at that first
But,
opening
very,
day,
very strong.
it continues because every single point matters. You want to advance on to the playoffs. You do not want to go down and face another set of matches. So let's get our way started and set.
Here we go.
Well, World Cup semifinalists with Grenady.
Let's have the veto. Carl Jr., highest seed, I think. So he's gonna have the last ban first pick. And we are trying to discern, guys, whether Carl Jr. has a permaban or whether he has practiced all 10 maps. In past tournaments, Carl would only practice 9 out of the 10 maps. Also curious if there's targeted bans, like Argentina from Neon was very impressive. Neon bans Norway, Soldier bans Australia, Massa bans Hungary. It's very strange that he does that, and Carl bans Germany. Carl picks Japan, the NASCAR map, same first pick as otherwise. Seems that if it's open, Carl will opt for Japan as a strategy. Massa, South Korea. Wonder if that's a repeat too. I think Massa picked South Korea last time when that was open. Neon, Argentina. Oh, we're getting all like the specialist picks here. What's Soldier? Maybe he goes for Saudi Arabia. There's not that much unique left in the bag. Saudi, Poland, Canada, that kind of thing. Canada. Makes sense. Of course. Wait, this is all specialist picks. Soldier, he won the Elite Cup on Canada. So everyone picks their strongest. And the side of Saudi Arabia is a bit more neutral turf so far. Yeah, I forgot the Elite Cup win. It makes total sense. Yeah, we might have a match where it's like player 1 crushes on their map, then player 2 crushes on their map, and so on. But from what I heard from the players last time, everyone was talking about, like, Carl Jr. looked strong, but the strongest part of his game was actually his South Korea performance. Like, of the wins he got, he looked untouchable on South Korea. Spam also spotted, yeah. Here we go. Soldier stretching. Making sure all muscles are active. Here we go. Here we go, guys. I've been eagerly waiting to see this. And the matches from this point on, like we're talking about, they only get more and more stacked. Not just today, but throughout the tournament. Everyone at this competition are, of course, at a very high level, but there is also a level difference between the top 10 in the world or so and the next 22 players in the top 32. So we will really start to see more and more of those insane matches. Here we go. On to Japan. So this was Carl Jr.'s first pick yesterday in his first match. It's his first pick today again. And the reason is that this track is very long. It has the most amount of driving time to make a difference. It has a lot of precision, where Carl is very good, and it has NASCAR turns. What that means in Trackmania lingo is that there are turns where the fastest strategy is to release accelerate instead of drift. And Carl is very good at estimating the best racing line for those. So releasing early on, carrying maximum speed through the apex, and hitting the exit as well. But it's Neon in this first round with the best start. This turn, for example, is where we predict Carl Jr. will be very strong. And you can see he was quite far behind Massa, but he's getting a little bit closer over the course of the straight. Then a drift, and then high speed through here. Still though, Neon, the young Polish player, that we've seen in the interviews not be faced by the fact that he's facing multiple-time world champion Carl Jr. and Massa, another top-tier player, seems to just want to drive fast. And right now, he's on tournament record pace here. This is an incredible start to Japan from Neon. Clean driving, full speed to the left, high pace onto the booster. This is crazy. Carl Jr. overtakes finally here as Neon makes a mistake. He pays the price for the risk. Massa challenging for this first place. Massa overtakes but crashes as well, and it's actually Neon back in second place. But think about it. Carl Jr. wins there with a 1:15.88. He was 0.3 behind Neon at one point, who completely smoked everyone in the start. Absolutely insane start there from Neon, but he pays the price. Risky lines. Good first jump there from Soldier, clean landing. A little bit low speed on the drift. Neon again, just risking so hard. And Carl Jr. has actually made a mistake here, 0.3 behind. A small one, but that puts him last. And the match situation is again the same. Carl trailing Neon by a couple attempts in the start. Now this turn, look at how Carl Jr. pushes perfectly to the apex. And Soldier, who missed it by a little bit, falls behind. But this is monstrous pace to keep up with right now. Carl could very well be first in a different match here. But with Neon on the server, that top pace is being seen. Full send through the drift. What's this checkpoint here going to be? Even faster than last time. It's a 10th faster than this previous round. This is the low 1:15.5 pace driven from Neon. Looks like Carl gets closer, but now Neon pushes, casts in the speed around that exit, and he's still about 4/10 ahead. Get ready for an insane time from Neon if he closes this one out in style. Through the gate, good speed to the booster. This is tournament record. Neon 1:15.25. What? He's a monster. This is insane, man. Like I tell you, I've never seen this happen to my game before. We hear it in chess, where the young players, where the kids are the scariest opponents you can have. Because they have a lot of intuition, they're fearless, and they're insanely good. I'm seeing this happen in real time in my game that I've been playing for about as many years as Neon has been alive. Like, it's getting close. I've played Trackmania for 13 years. Neon is 17 years old. And just the pace he's displaying against favorites is crazy. You love to see it. Carl Jr. now closer to Neon in the start, but he knows as well that if he wants to battle for these 10-pointers on his own map choice, he has to full send. This is not something he was ready to do. Soldier struggling, Massa struggling, everyone's crashing, trying to match young Neon's pace here, and he is going for another fast run. Looking at the split, still a little slower than the previous round, but mid 1:15 being driven, gets past all the apexes, sets up slow, and then a high-speed line to the left around the bend, down to the checkpoint. Through the slalom he touches. It's not the biggest mistake in the world, but it's hard to adapt to in this engine off part. He lost the time to Carl. Is he going to do it to him? Oh, not quite, not quite. Thought he might snipe Carl back, but Carl gets the 10-pointer and takes the lead in the match. Now, Carl talked about this yesterday, right? He said, my first 2 rounds, I'm always nervous. And after that, it's fine. So now Carl might have just gotten into the groove of things. Neon had a slow start. Didn't fully get the transition. Let's see the drop down. They counter steer. Oh, Massa with a bump. Grimace also seen on the player cam and a shake of the head. Not going to be competing for points here. And is rapidly falling behind the 2 pace cannons, Neon and Carl. Look at that battle up there. It's so insane to see just the disparity between them and the rest. Neon right now leading, but Carl with a better drift there. Side by side, 100th apart through the checkpoint. And in this narrow part, it's Neon up in front again. Look at them. 100th apart on this checkpoint. Carl getting the better apex through the NASCAR part. Slowing down early, wide setup, wants the left now, and that is leaving him a couple of hundreds ahead of Neon, but better booster, okay. Better drift from Neon, oh, misses the apex and gets stuck, and Massa might actually swoop past him too. Yeah, Massa in second place. Carl gets first. And Massa makes the most of a bad round there. 115.6 from Carl. Personal best on the tournament. Soldier third. So Neon here, the pace is there, but he crashes more. He lacks a little bit of the discipline, which is understandable. First big tournament on a stage. But he's making Carl Jr. risk more. He's challenging the GOAT. You know, like there's this level of respect and fear that players who've competed in Trackmania for many, many years have to Carl. They know going into a match against Carl that he is by far and away the favorite. And you know that you see you're equal to Carl in the last couple of checkpoints, you might not risk as much. Neon doesn't have that built-up respect. He doesn't really care. He's just sending it. And it is a treat to watch. Someone really go fully for it. South Korea, Massa's pick, but the player you should be paying attention to on this is Carl. Because yesterday, he delivered several 112.4s and even some 112.3s in match. Neon as well, drove a 112.40, but Carl here seemed the best at first. Down into the drop, Massa with a mistake. Onto the reactor. Small spectator lag, all good for the players. Neon with by far the best start, 30.83. This is unfathomable pace, guys. Carl is driving a really clean run, but Neon, oh my days. He is schmoovin'. I can't find the words to describe the pace right now, but this is tournament record, again, about to be driven. He goes quite wide here, though, loses a little bit of ground to Carl. If Neon with a good end here, closest the round, this is tournament record. Let's take a look. A 10-pointer is at least on the cards. Gets the first reactor, not the best. Carl catches a 10. Second one, not the best either. Carl getting very close. The last boost, and Neon has it. 112.39. And Carl made up a lot of ground there, but Neon easily could have beaten the tournament record. That was a crazy start. And I was seeing the players, guys, have lunch today. We were all at the same buffet that they have here. And a lot of the players were sitting and talking to one another. And Neon was sitting there with his mom, who's joining him for the trip, and just chilling. Just having a little bit of food and, you know, didn't seem too phased, but he was mostly just, what it seemed like already then, quite focused. Look at this now. Another 30.8. This is a checkpoint I look at all the time to judge the start, and we only really see sub 31 every now and then, but here, consistent 30.8 is a different level of precision. Carl is 0.2 behind, again. Down over the engine off. Close inside line. Carl overtakes Massa for second, but what about Neon? Neon, oh, a bit to the left, has to go slightly diagonal. This cost him a bit of time. Massa overtaking Carl. Massa might overtake Neon too with a good ending. Neon, not the best boost, but enough for a world record, guys. 2 maps in a row here where Neon has displayed tremendous pace. And he is going to keep going. He is unfazed by the situation that he finds himself in. Carl Jr. 46 points, Neon 45, Massa and Soldier 26 and 21. Like, we might be looking back at this match in 5 years from now and thinking we saw the start of something great. Neon here is incredibly fast, and he has a whole career ahead of him. We should not take for granted what we are witnessing. Oh, mistake there. That was Massa again, I believe, flying off the map, and now Carl 30.9, Neon also 30.9, Soldier in the mix as well. Through this drift, oh, he barely, look how close it is to the apex every time. I hope you understand how difficult that is. Then diagonal as possible to catch the road early, now out wide. They keep the 4th gear, then push the corner, get over the edge, set up the drift, inside line, again Neon ahead of Carl into the ending. Soldier too far to make anything happen. What about Carl? Yesterday, he was the pace king on this map. He looked untouchable. Neon drove a 0.3, drove a 0.2, and this is looking like another 0.3 here from Neon. Carl Jr. is not getting any 10-pointers that easy against Neon. That's 3 in a row, 112-44. And with that, Neon has now taken the lead in the match. Carl Jr. telling himself, come on. And leaning a little bit forward in his chair before we start the last round of South Korea. Upper seed here matters a lot. Gives you tremendously easier opponents. Gives you the first pick, gives you the last ban. And Neon is challenging Carl for it. Last boost here, Massa with a good start finally. Lots of crashes have happened from him. 30.90 from both of them. Close to the 0.8. Neon gets some airtime. This is one of the first mistakes we've seen from him. And tiny things like that can shake your flow. It can kind of break your patterns. Massa on his choice. Oh, almost too wide, but he had to release. Gets passed by both Neon and Carl. Neon going very far into the turn before he starts steering. That is for the exit speed. Carl and Massa losing a little bit through that segment, but Carl, fantastic inside line. 3 players very close for the battle. For the 10-pointer, all of them getting the boost. That is best for Carl. Setting up early, might have gone too far there. Neon overtakes. Last boost towards the finish. Neon or Carl, who's going to be Neon for the quadruple win in a row. 112.3 to settle the deal. He is the king of South Korea right now. Insane performance by the youngster. 112.39, then a 24, then a 44, and then a 38. Like, if you're a sharpshooter, that is hitting 4 arrows in the bullseye, back to back, like it's nothing, you know? And he looks completely unbothered. He looks completely unbothered. And now, guys, it's interesting because now he's on his favorite map. He picked this in his other match and drove a tournament record. It was in the first game of yesterday. This match was played a couple other times. His run wasn't beaten. With 4 more rounds here, he could presumably go even faster. Tournament record already by Neon, but from what we've seen, he might set a couple more. Let's see what he does here. Massa with the best start. Jumping over the corner, setting up the drift. That's a mistake by someone. Was that actually Neon? He did see an orange car. Yeah, Neon with the mistake. The first one on this map. Massa also clipped a bit. Carl versus Soldier. And this is the thing with Carl Jr. He's always there. Neon has gotten a lot of 10-pointers, but he's not gotten many second and third places. Neon with a lot of mistakes. Carl is always there, even when he doesn't win the round. Soldier going too far. Massa might overtake that. And let's see how Carl Jr. closes out. He's going to be very practical here in his approach. Not going to risk too much. He's been in these situations before. Carl Jr. was up at the desk here for a couple minutes yesterday, and he said that he doesn't play for a fast PB. He doesn't play for a good time that he can, you know, feel good about. He just plays for consistency. And right now, consistency is what we're seeing. Massa gained 0.8 of a second to Carl Jr. in those final checkpoints. But who gets the 10-pointer? It's Carl. And Neon ends up with 3 there. So now Carl Jr. and Neon are tied at 68 points. Massa at 40, Soldier at 31. Round 2. Exit speed from the bobsleigh, similar. Massa ahead. Neon with the better landing. Overtakes first. Jumped into that wall on the right there. That's his previous mistake. Now jumps out to the right, get the entire red boost, and then push inside line, straighten out for the speed slide. This is unbelievably fast, and Carl has actually made an inaccuracy. He is half a second behind, and let's see what Neon can do. 2 tenths ahead of Soldier. All of them in the fight. We have the drone cam coming back for the turnaround checkpoint. Neon going very deep into the checkpoint. That was actually a mistake from Neon. Hits the pillar also and ends up last before they approach the ending. Massa, that is an error he cannot afford, being down so many points. to the advancing spots right now. Carl Jr. finds himself in first again. The smallest mistake from the field. Everyone else crashed worse. And will he hold it together in the ending? Up the hill. Soldier with an awkward one. Carl has it good. Neon might overtake. Yeah, Neon over into second place. Massa face planting again. And it's a lot of mistakes here from Soldier and Massa. Tilting stuff. Carl wins the round with a 113.2. And now in sole first. Even when he makes mistakes, the mistakes are typically not full respawns. They're small inaccuracies, like he knows he's gonna fail the turn, so he releases and loses 0.3. But that's still competitive. That still has you in the running for the big point. Soldier off the side of the track. And what now in this battle for first? Massa with good checkpoints. Driving similar pace to what we saw from Neon earlier. Now though, very awkward drift line there. Still makes it through. Neon catches up to Carl. The turnaround. Quick from Massa. Very quick, in fact. Neon not gaining there. 0.4 behind. Massa's on a great run, I think. Neon left to battle with Carl for the 6 points. Massa keeps it clean here. Is Carl getting closer? Hard to determine. Doesn't look like it. Neon failed his ice slide. He will not be fighting for the points. Between Carl and Massa. Massa with a smooth jump there that should all be locked in, and he gets a 112.5. Great run here. Almost tournament record. And Soldier is too far behind. He will not be able to finish here. Just before the finish line, he times out. And Massa needed that 10 points to stay in the running here. 25 points behind Neon. Carl at 84, Neon 78. Soldier with the slower start. Almost a mistake from Neon. Releases early, hits the booster late. That's an awkward line. He adapts. And keeps decent speed here. Better speed than Massa, better speed than Carl. And he will almost claim both positions in the same jump. Gets Carl on the straightaway. Now the turnaround. This is where Neon has lost a lot of time, actually. Tries to set up on the wall and then ice slide out. That is perfect. A turnaround. He gains a 10th to Carl. And this is the battle we've come to enjoy here. Carl versus Neon. Carl with better speed up the dirt. Similar jump lines, similar landings. 100th or so apart as they set up the ice slide. Neon failed here the exit last time. This exit is better. Carl exited high. Neon with a full inside approach. Lands the downhill. A 10th ahead of Carl. Up to the booster. Neon's looking at a great time too here, by the way. Carl with a mistake landing. Neon's round to win. And the time? New tournament record. 3 in a row here for Neon. Every map so far, he has set a new world record tournament record on. It's unbelievable. Like, you get 4 rounds per map. And he sets the best times out of anyone. 3 in a row. Nah, bro. Crazy stuff we're seeing. Seriously, crazy stuff. We talked about maybe it will be a map where, like, oh, Neon dominates on Argentina. Carl dominates on South Korea. Carl dominates on Japan. Massa on South Korea. And on Canada here, we thought it would be Soldier. At this point, like, if you're a betting man, you'd put money on Neon beating this record too. That's the pattern. Let's see what happens. This is Soldier's best map, though, by far. A moment where he can maybe come back. But every one of them have good runs here. Good personal bests. Good pace. First slalom to the wall, right? We won't see many differences, but in this coming drift and uphill, we could. You wanna get very far to the left here, so you can full speed up all the slaloms, and Carl remains in his position. Massa went flying. Neon now a 10th ahead of Carl, but the splits, guys, the checkpoints are very quick. It's again a full send lap. And we are seeing, oh my days, we're seeing 101 pace immediately. No warm-up, just straight into driving 101. This could again be close to tournament record. Soldier on his best map is driving a good run, but it's again Neon and Carl with an unmatchable pace. Neon with a mistake, Carl gonna keep it clean, and this final time will still be great. 1:02.18. Neon ends third, just behind Soldier, and Massa in fourth, able to finish. Yeah, Neon was headed for a 1:01 there. Carl exactly lands at 100 points, Neon now at 92. Both of them almost double third and fourth place. Crazy dominance shown so far by those two. Into the uphill, you have to get far left. That is the only way to make the consecutive slaloms full speed. Soldiers dropped a bit down. But Neon pushing ahead again. Perfect timing on the slaloms. Instant steering changes with the keyboard. One of the sections where that input device shines the most, as you can immediately change from left to right. A controller, you need to move the stick. And look at this pace from Neon. This is like a 1:01.7 run. This is unbelievable stuff, guys. I cannot stress it enough how impressive what this kid is doing is. He's gonna do the ice slide around the corner. He's gonna do some ice wiggles. He still has to ice slide. This is the recovery line, but it doesn't matter. It's world record all the same, even with a mistake in the ending. Like, this is generational. Generational stuff from Neon. Carl Jr. PB'd, and he was 0.3 behind. And it's such an interesting dynamic because Carl is more consistent. Like, Carl is leading the match, but you're playing against this upcoming god, it looks like. It's just so insane. Like, this is the most impressive thing we've seen in the tournament. 4 world records in a row from Neon. And he's not done. He's not done. Absolutely crazy. Oh, and there he goes, though. That is the cost of the playstyle. That is a crash straight into the wall in last place, all but guaranteed. Carl Jr. has a moment now where he can maybe increase his lead in the match. But if you think about the first match, we saw nobody be able to match Carl Jr. Neon got to 100 points, same as Carl basically, without being too far behind. Very, very impressive stuff so far. 1:02.03 by Carl. Great run too. Personal best again. Soldier, personal best in the tournament. 1:02.2. These are great runs. And what Neon is doing with these 1:01.7, that kind of stuff, entirely different level of risk. Last round of Canada now. Carl Jr. 116, Neon 105. Great drift up the hill. Look at the precision, guys. Dodging all the obstacles. And cross the no brakes. He has about a car length lead. The others catch up, though. He didn't carry all the speed he could. And the pace is a little bit slower than most rounds. Still on pace for low 102s here. Most importantly, the points. Soldier really needs some now, as the gap is approaching 50 points for him to catch up. Almost insurmountable. He's gonna try his best. Neon and Carl are both there. This will be a nail biter to the finish line. Carl Jr., uncharacteristic mistake. Neon versus Soldier. This is Soldier's domain, but also Neon has done great in this tournament. Close! Neon finishes backwards. Soldier takes that round. 200th ahead, and a 10-pointer he much needed. Okay, like, we have a full-on match here, guys. We have a full-on match. Saudi Arabia is map number 5. And we will see if Neon can do the unthinkable. I think most people would say yes. You have 4 more rounds to play here. And why not show up with another public world record? People keep asking how old he is. He's only 17 years old. born in 2009. And Carl Jr. has almost played Trackmania for as long as Neon has been alive. That is something crazy to think about. I think Carl started around 2010, 2011. There are players in this field that have played since 2008. Let's see Saudi Arabia here. World record right now, 107.55 from Guan. First proper obstacle is this jump through the window. And they all have it. But who's up front? Well, right now Masa, but not far behind. It's Neon. And sure enough, after the jump, Neon takes the lead for a moment. Masa here, though, driving phenomenally, holding on. Does he change the jump line? No, still going for the jump. We saw this from him and Granada yesterday. And Masa here actually showing its potential, gaining a lot and losing in the drift setup. Carl versus Neon side by side, a wheel length apart. Carl released early, too early. He risked it all. And Neon with a first place and Carl with a last makes no way. No way! What is he doing? It's a 5th world record in a row. The first round of the map without any prior warm-up, bro. Get out. Get out. 5 for 5 world records in a match. There's just no way. That is so insane. This should be a warning sign to everyone else in the competition. This is the guy to look out for. And guess what? There is no hole in his repertoire because he just beat the world record on every map in the match. Like, what? Some people have a strong map. A strong map. Oh, that is my map. Neon just claimed 5. Like, what? Okay, all right, well, let's take stock of the situation. Carl and Neon 122, 121. Now Carl versus Masa on the jump or drift line, about equal into the checkpoint, but you can see here Masa jumping too wide. Carl overtakes. The jump line seems to loose. Carl up ahead. He made a mistake previous round. Now gonna try to keep it clean. Might risk his position because he releases late. He wants to save it. Masa has a fraction more speed, but it's not enough. Carl wins the round up to 132. Neon up at 125. Masa to 83 points. Soldier 71. This will get very interesting. We played till 140, and then we have finalist mode. And if you are in finalist mode, you have to win a round. And if Neon survives the turns in that round, you are not winning that round. Simple as. His pace is unbelievable. The only way you beat him is when he crashes, honestly. Which he has done several times. Carl with an opportunity now to enter finalist mode immediately. With a 10-pointer here. Neon could deny it. Get up to 135 himself and all but likely enter finalist mode the same time as Carl Jr. Let's see what he can do. Neon would have to overtake here in the battle for first. Drifts earlier. Little bit of a shaky downhill. That lets Carl get a small advantage, but more speed for Neon. Does he dodge the bumps? Beautifully done on the rock. Also great drift to follow. He gaps Carl Jr. in that segment, and now even a poor landing would suffice, but he gets a good one, and this is an even faster run by Neon, who's going to do it again. Double world record on the same map, and he jumps up to 135 points. Carl Jr. sets a match personal best. Doesn't matter. Him and Neon are all but basically tied here. 138, 135. Just insane. Just insane, guys. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. The most impressive match I've ever seen from a Trackmania prodigy. Just crazy. And it's still not over. Carl versus Neon in this round. It doesn't really matter for either of them. As long as they get first and second place, they are, all things considered, tied. And let's see if Soldier or Masa could do anything about it. Have to be feeling quite defeated right now if you're seeing the times they're driving and the consistency from Carl. It's just really hard to beat. So Carl pushing all here, wants to show what he's capable of too. Down the slope, Masa catching up for a moment, but then the jump line loses in the speed. He gets overtaken again. It's still Neon Carl up first. Will either of them fail the jump? Will they both make it and enter finalist mode at the same time? It's an early release from Neon, who gets the better of that segment, but they both do a great time and are finalists. And now, guys, the map rotation skips back to map number 1 that Carl Jr. picked of Japan. But who has the best pace there? Who has the tournament record? It's Neon. Neon matched Carl Jr. in a 140-point match. 240, got to finalist mode. And now we're going to Japan. See what he's capable of. Just take a breather and really take it all in, guys. Just completely shocked at the level. And at such an important stage too. Like, if this was a regular Trackmania Grand League match, it'd still be impressive. But to do it here at the biggest tournament the game has ever seen, on stage, when it matters, is something else. Here we go. Start already will become important. We know Neon is going to push from the first checkpoint onwards here. Try to build a lead. Carl Jr. can come back from some deficits, but if it starts becoming 0.2, 0.3, it is problematic already. All of them, though, within a 10th. As we go into the NASCAR part. Oh, that's a mistake from Neon. He clips the wall. Carl Jr. now the only finalist, fighting for the round win here, but so is Masa. He knows that to stay in the upper bracket, this is the moment to step up. Great turn there. Soldier crashes, 1 versus 1. Masa versus Carl Jr. Carl Jr. could still prove that the older players know better, the more experienced. Carl Jr. has seen so many matches, been in so many finals. He's seen it all. He's seen younger players step up on the stage, and still, he has beaten them all time and time again. And he wants to do the same here. Even though Neon is getting close, Carl Jr. could still prove he is inevitable when it comes to first places in Trackmania. The last couple of drifts here to close out this upper bracket match. Carl Jr. through the gate will win the match against Neon, despite the incredible pace, despite the 6 world records Neon drove. Carl Jr.'s consistency proves better, and he takes seed 1 in this one. But Neon gave him a hell of a race for the money here. We have to say it. Absolutely insane. And now, let's see the battle for second place. Neon with a 45-point lead to Masa, and a lot bigger lead to Soldier. Not going to calculate that. Going to look at the race instead. This is the turn where Neon crashed last time. How will he adapt? Better this time. Much wider, but still keeping good speed. 0.2 ahead of his 2 opponents. A lot of speed through the NASCAR Part 2. The others are not really getting much closer. Setting up wide for the low drift around the checkpoint. Gaining speed between the gates. Masa is, to his credit, getting some hundredths back. Caught up a 10th there through the drift here, getting closer, but he needs to win the round to deny Neon once. And then he needs to do that 4 more times to even have a chance at the other upper bracket seat. This should be Neon's to rights. Has to earn it though. Slowing down a lot. Better speed up the hill than Masa. Waiting for the booster. This is where he crashed a lot. He crashes again here actually, but so does Masa. And now it's again Neon up front, but we can't. No, it's not. Neon has double crashed. It's Soldier up front. Soldier going to be surprised when he sees the finish line here. But he made it through. 1:15.9 there, the time from Soldier. So let's see. I've talked about this before, but if you fail round 3 finalist attempts, things start to go wrong in your mind. You start to get affected by it. Even players who don't get affected by it much can get affected by that. And for Neon here, this is now 2 finalist mode attempts that he's not won on. And he failed this one too. He made a mistake in that backflip, couldn't quite see it, but he's a second behind. So the likelihood that he wins this is, well, now 0. And now you're forced to sit with that. Now you're forced for the next minute to think, well, the others are going to cross 100 points now. 140, that's not too far. And you also have this thing in your mind where all your recent rounds were crashes. And so I'm not trying to tell you that it's lost here, but the idea starts to creep into your mind that this could go wrong. And that is a scary thought. We'll see how Neon handles this, but this is something that with enough experience, Carl Jr., for example, would be quite unfazed by. Soldier, by the way, with the snipe here in the ending portion. Nicely done. Gets up to 103, Massa at 105. Last finalist chance here on Japan. But even if he can't close it out here, we go to South Korea where he did 4 incredible runs in a row, 0 crashes. Japan here is a hard map to get through without any crashes, so let's see what happens. The backflip looks good, lands early, more speed than Solja and Massa. 0.3 ahead. Oh, and Massa with a small mistake, so with Solja. Yeah, they're getting gapped here. It's half a second. They've only made small mistakes, but Neon gaining like a 10th in every segment. It's 0.8. Next checkpoint, it might be 0.9. Still 0.8. What about this drift? Okay, 0.6, losing a little bit of time. But yeah, driving so fast, guys. 115 mid-pace is what we're at. This will be more than enough for Neon to close things out. But he needs to weave through all the pillars successfully. Crashes at this one a lot. Now he made it through. And gonna do the correct number of brake taps to get to the finish. Still one of the absolute most impressive matches we've ever seen in Trackmania Esports. This kid is only 17 years old and he has a bright future ahead and even perhaps a bright tournament ahead here. 6 world records, 1 game, but Carl Jr. still wins. Who's gonna stop Carl? That is the question. Neon got close. Not quite. That was so interesting. That was so unbelievably interesting. Wow, respect. Massive respect. It's like the splits just didn't make sense from Neon. The Techman splits throughout. Something crazy about it. Set half the map pack's world records in 1 match. I want to hear what the others thought of this. I thought it was phenomenal. Let's hear the caster now.
That's all we can do as well as fans of the game. You can see what it means to spam. Even though Carl's coming in with the seed, the legacy that he has, there's still everything to play for.
They certainly have a lot to play for. For now, though, we're going to speak to a man who held off the challenge from the young man, Carl Jr. He's on our main stage right now with Adam.
Thank you very much, fellas. Please
also what Carl says, yeah, what Carl says about... He's going to have a lot of good things to say about Neon here, I think.
Carl, I mean, Onset and Bravo just mentioned that they had goosebumps watching that. How did it feel, that head-to-head versus Neon, at the course of that? How did it feel for you actually playing that, experiencing it firsthand?
Oh, I needed to play my A game. He's a little demon. Like, what is that? What is his space? I've never seen that. He's very good.
I mean, he's so young as well. Coming onto the scene, a young buck there. We saw world record after world record, top of your feed, reminding you that he's hot on your tails. Is that playing into your mind as you're racing around, thinking about the guy sitting to your left and what he's bringing to the table right now?
Well, I need to push more. He made me push myself way more, and yeah, it's difficult to play against him, and I'll have a rematch in 2 days, I think. It will be exciting.
He expects it
I mean,
in the final.
You seem kind of energized by it, like excited about this matchup, making it more exciting for you as a player as well. But do you go back and like kind of VOD review now, look and see exactly what Neon's doing to create those kind of records?
Probably, if I have something to learn, I'll learn for sure. But I think he just had an insane game, and massive congrats to him. Like he played insane.
Love that. For your fellow racer as well. Lastly as well, we see in the club championships right now, Team Falcons are right there kind of at the top. It's representing. Does that play into your mind at all, the club championship as well, the bigger picture here at EWC?
Yes and no. I just want to represent them as much as I can and do the best I can because they deserve that.
Absolutely right. Guys, one more time, please give it up for the almighty Carl Jr. Thank you so much, buddy. Incredible there. I mean, he's going to have a moment after that insane battle there. He's back to this year, back to Rain Day. Guys, what a way to kickstart this upper bracket. My goodness.
Yeah, this is crazy. All right,
a lot of things I took away from that. First off, I like the Falcons sweatsuit. It's pretty iconic, but I think the white shoes at the bottom with the jersey, sweatpants, that's my
We can't be
preferred
talking
look.
about
So I
pants
think
now,
Carl,
Rain Day. Come on.
Very, very clean. Let's
We gotta
keep
talk
that
about
up. The
Neon.
other thing, I think that was pretty magnanimous. You know, the ability to
Come on now. Come on.
talk pretty much only about Neon in that
Yep,
interview.
yep, let's keep talking about
Signals
Neon.
a guy who's been there. He's done it.
I'm gonna move
he
my
knows
camera,
how
by the
good
way.
he is. He doesn't need to tell you how good he is. You saw how good he was, G.
Yeah.
You were hitting the table at the fact that he held Neon off, but also is willing to say, you know what? Hats off. That was a heck of a performance, young gun. Lil Demon.
Honestly, everybody would say fair play, man. Absolutely fair play. Like, I was genuinely on the floor seeing those back-to-back
you guys know he
world
doesn't have
records,
an org?
especially on Saudi Arabia. The fifth
He
and last
doesn't
world
have an
record
org.
off the belt, managing to meet it not once but twice. I was genuinely yelling, "Who is this kid?" We already know
They're
who it
gonna
is, of course,
stand in
with
line
the way he performed earlier on this year.
to
but
sign him after
that
this
is
tournament.
just
They might even
genre-defining
sign him
performance
during
right
the
there,
tournament
and
for
probably
next
the
year.
birth of a legend there, Aaron. That's in the making.
I mean, I may need a little bit of a fact check, but I don't think at any point of any event at this stage have we
Like,
seen
he might
one
be approached
player
today,
dominate
like,
all
yo,
world
I wanna
records
sign
on a
you
map pack of
tomorrow.
this caliber ever.
Bro just
So
got himself an
to
org, yeah.
do that at this stage, at his age, with that kind of confidence is absurd.
There's the man right there, Neon, walking by. He can hear us a little bit, but he may not look this way. No, he's not. But hey, listen, this is what happens when you get him in the building. You know, you see him walk by, you see the reactions. You see Carl mid-game, also end of game as well.
Love
How
the
have you felt,
reaction.
G-Geek, that this turned into a lesson for Carl as to
A
what
look
could be
over at
showing up in
Carl
his
there. I
matches?
love that.
It's
I love
anything
that.
but given here at EWC.
Yeah, anything but given. And we talked about at the very beginning of the tournament, even before the beginning of the tournament, that Neon, yes, we already know that he has the pace, that he can medal with the best.
And this is
But
his mom, by the
key
way.
X factor, the
that he's
real
traveling to the
unknown
tournament with.
variable was consistency. How would it look like? We saw that it was struggling a little bit at the beginning of day one, then slowly climbed back up. We're like, okay, this is a really good
Wow.
rise.
Guys.
Here, that is a statement game. Not at any single
The
point
crazy
during
thing
the game,
is that
he
the
has been
match
farther than
schedule
10 points
just
away
gets
from Carl
better
Jr.
too.
It's just to say, hey,
This was a
you're
fantastic
consistent,
game,
fine, I
but
can
the
do
next
that
couple
too now.
matches will still be great.
And I was going to bring up the theme, you know, like, okay, well, this is a
Let me
classic
quickly run
act
you through the
here.
matches that are
You
going to
know,
happen
Carl's
now,
gonna
all
be
right?
consistent one. We're gonna have
The
Neon with
next
the
match
speed. Well, Neon
is
brought the speed, like you
Otak,
said, he brought the
Postito
consistency.
Paco,
I mean,
Binks, and
what
Stutz.
can you say? Thanks to
Then we
production,
have
by the way, fantastic.
Grenadi,
Just leaked the
Bren,
script right off the
Elcon,
bat
Mime.
before we go into it. But hey, listen, it was a
Grenadi,
great
Bren,
match,
Elcon,
and I'm
Mime.
excited to see
That
what
could
Neon
already
has
be
for
a grand final.
I mean,
Pac,
PS5 story
Wosal,
today,
Gwen,
just
and
let it go
Epos
for
is the
Soldier.
final
That's
game of the day.
exactly what it was. Soldier
Another
Boss
match
and
that you
Diana,
could
they'll
draft
go to our
as a
decider
grand final.
matches that will take place
Pac,
tomorrow.
Wosal,
Neon
Gwen,
and Carl
Epos.
Jr. alongside all of our
These
other
are the
great
upper bracket
coming
matches.
up
They're
in the
all
schedule that
insane
you'll see
games.
on your screen in a
So,
moment. They will
yeah,
get a
get hyped,
break.
guys.
So the
It's only going to
beauty
get
of
better
that
from
means
here.
they get to go
And
back,
hello,
have some
hello.
time
Oh
to
my god.
reset, put in
Neon,
an
it's a
hour or
pleasure
two
to
just
meet
to be
you.
sharp.
Do
Any
you want
of those
to
little
wear the
moments,
headset?
which is not something that the
Guys, I am
competitors will have
joined by
tomorrow.
a guest
You'll
here.
have to be thinking,
What an honor it is, Neon. I was truthfully shocked by everything we just saw. How did it feel to play that game down on the stage?
It felt awesome because I played the best I've ever done.
It was insane. You beat the world record on every map. I have cast Trackmania for years. I've never seen that. I mean,
because
I know
the world
that
records aren't real. That's why.
I know. But still, throughout yesterday there were so many games, and you drove faster than everyone. We can say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you've had such like a lightning start on the scene. This is your first tournament on a stage, right?
Yep.
How does it feel different to play on a stage than at home? Are you able to lock in the same way? Well, evidently, but
yeah.
How do you do that?
I'll just ignore the crowd, and it's same as at home.
And many people would feel pressure going up against Carl Jr. like that. How did it feel for you in this game?
Well,
Were you nervous?
Yeah, but not as much as like the last match, I think.
Okay, the first match on stage was maybe more nerve-wracking, regardless, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, you matched him to 140 points and you advance in the upper bracket. Looking at this, he said that he might see you in the grand final in 2 days. Do you think you see yourself there?
Well, only the time will tell.
That's true, that's true. I mean, that's true. And another thing we are noticing is that the teams have not signed you yet, and they have made a tremendous error in not doing so. And so it's really cool to see that, you know, you have a very bright future in the game, and I think many teams are going to look to sign you after such a performance, and the rest that we'll see. But have any other players impressed you more than what you might have expected on paper going into this tournament?
No.
No, there hasn't been any shocking surprises, any shocking lines that you might have not thought about. Like, we're seeing some different things on Argentina turnaround, for example. We're seeing some different things at Saudi Arabia end with the jump line, the drift line. You kind of just going to stick to your same stuff? You're going to analyze something?
I'm going to stick to my lines.
Yeah, I mean, they set world records, so why not? And in general, I mean, the downside of driving as fast as you do is that you take tremendous risk. You crash a lot, but you still score the 10-pointers. Do you ever look at splits when you're driving and adapt and try to save, or do you just go?
I always look at splits and adapt. I also turn on ghosts.
Okay, yeah.
I turn on HUD every like 3 seconds in the matches. Because I don't know, I'm just used to that. And
yeah, but the easiest pace to drive is the one you're used to, which is fast, I guess, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, thoroughly impressive. The chat was going mad seeing you set record after record and going toe-to-toe with Carl, so you can be very proud. I think you earned yourself a lot of fans here, Neon, and, you know, if you want to say something to them, the people that have been cheering you on in this match, they're here right in the chat in the 10-second delay, so the word is yours.
keep cheering for me, I guess.
Yeah, that works. That absolutely works. I'm not going to hold you to post up here, Neon, but we are always asking players for predictions. So the next match coming up is Otak, Pusito Paco, Binks, and Stufts. If you had to make a prediction for who you think will win that game.
Win or get first, second?
Win. Yeah.
Paco.
Paco, after yesterday's game, was very impressive, yeah. Do you have a guess for who might advance as well?
Stufts.
Stufts. Okay, Paco and Stufts. All right. Curious to see, yeah. We're going to have that one coming up in not too long. But Neon, thank you so much for coming up here and joining. A treat, a pleasure to have you. And good luck in the rest of the tournament. Wow, guys, what an honor. We got to speak to the future world champion. That is, that is amazing. Absolutely incredible. I mean, just this confidence he played with, the pace he played with, that was something. Wow. Yeah, he said it's his best match ever. I don't think it's the only match we'll see that he plays at that level. But, that's a statement match right there. It's a statement match. W for Neon. I'm going to take a very, very short break here, guys, and just have a little bit of something to eat, something to drink to keep my energy for the next couple of games. But I will leave you guys to watch the official cast. In the meantime, they're doing some interviews and stuff, so let's hear what they have to say.
In esports.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that
Yeah.
Twiggy, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that wasn't...
I wish I could say thank
like
you as well.
Like a deer in headlights. Brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
What's up, everybody? Esports World Cup continues here with Trackmania at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We have done 5 groups. We have got, 3 more to go, 6, 7, and 8. We got another full day of action here. We've swapped...
All right, sorry. Wow, that must have made a lot of noise. I didn't know I was unmuted. I'm sorry.
This guy has crowd
Hopefully it wasn't too bad to listen to, moving the headset.
He was actually talking to the AG.
Yeah, let's turn up the volume from them, and then I'll mute this one.
I'm I'm hoping that we're getting a replay on the disappointed dad look on your face.
That's right.
Because
That's
honestly,
right. Actually true.
That's the energy that we're at regarding that particular joke.
Well, this matchup is going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, AGAL is going to be taking to the stage, represented by Binks there. Paco, though, maybe the biggest story as well, coming in first place in that triple finalist mode, sending Mutta to the lower bracket, who qualified, but this is maybe where you would have expected him to be. Otak as well, sending his teammate Epos out of this group as he finished first in there, and Stuffs from Godlike Esports. That's not German, is it, Kai?
He's from the Netherlands.
Oh, the Netherlands. Okay. All right. I thought I was kind of setting you up for a joke there, but I guess you're right. It's not German.
What kind of joke were you anticipating?
Wow,
What?
that is a German thing to say as well. Let's look at Otak.
Nah,
Showing
bro.
you what kind of joke were you
Otak.
anticipating. That's your mom. that was not bad.
What,
That was
bro?
not bad. Okay, Paco
aura
coming
is
in, player rival.
crazy.
G-Geek, what do we think here about this matchup?
Well, this matchup is definitely, for one, you cannot top the matchup that we just had before in terms of raw pace, energy. Like, it was just, I mean, even though that you got the noise, you got the energy for Binks, but yeah, Binks, of course, one of the two chips still in the game for AGAL, one of the remaining last hopes in the club championship, but they're going to have a tough ordeal. Stutz having played against Pac, of course, Pac being a bit of a scarecrow, but Stutz being the best performer, especially on Saudi Arabia, got the best median. As for Binks, he's also able to bring his best, his A game against another fellow keyboard warrior, winning from a Wosal on day one. He was trading medians against him on that for opening day, so I'm very much looking forward to see how the two Frenchmen get on, along with Paco, who has not shown any sign of any chinks in the armor were not shown. He has been one heck of a consistent player, and it's going to be one heck of a goalpost to shift.
Paco really took the next step in his career. I think he even skipped 2 or 3 there with his performance yesterday. That was absolutely stellar from him, winning against Gwen and also Mutta.
Someone asked if there's French people left in the tournament. There's 2 French players in this match. You have Binks, or Bonks, they say in French, for All Gamers Global, and you also have Otak for Team Liquid. But yeah, let me finish eating here, and then we'll get into match preview.
In some ways, you have those two, like Neon and maybe Carl Jr., who stood out in our previous matchup. I don't know.
Also, guys, you gotta not criticize my way of eating a banana. It is the best way to eat a banana on camera. You avoid any clips from happening.
A little bit of an outsider, really, the one
Simple.
that could really throw a spanner in the works and take advantage of
You get to enjoy the banana in bite sizes, and you avoid any clips. It's great.
Befell Otak back in day one, South Korea. He struggled a lot on that opening rotation, then corrected the shot back up with best medians on Canada and then South Korea recorrecting the shot of the second rotation, but much like Mutta during the previous day, early game stumps can really set you off on a really bad path.
They can. And hopefully how you respond to those is more important than the trips that you take. Speaking of getting it to the finals, there was nothing actually I was speaking of that got us to the finals, but let's just go talk about who is in this upper bracket decider matchup pretty soon. It's going to be Paco, who in that triple finalist mode made his way, kicked Mutta down to the lower brackets. Rachel standing by with them.
We have a Pasito Paco interview. So this was
I've got Paco next
Neon's
to me. The
prediction.
story of yesterday, absolute cinema last night.
I love the accent. Cinema.
I think I just got into the mood towards the end, and also in the start, I had a really good match, and I just went with the flow for the whole game.
Was it expected for you?
No, absolutely unexpected. But now my expectations are high for this game. If I can do what I did last game, then I can make it, I think.
How do you harness that feeling again, which you had last night, which propelled you into the next round?
I think it's gonna be an amazing feeling, and hopefully I can push through as well.
What does it feel like as well to make Mutta drop down and have to go through that lower bracket?
It's a weird feeling, obviously. Nobody expected Mutta to go down lower bracket, and even I didn't. And
I heard from a person
I felt bad for him in the end.
You don't need to feel bad for him. You're going through.
You gotta feel good about your own performance. It's great.
Played out there. You know, what were your strengths? What did you think you did well?
I think back at home my consistency was lacking, but this game it was really good, and I also had good pace, so that's what made me good.
Yeah, the pace has to be there, of course, doesn't it? In terms of what you've been working on, because it was late last night, it's now late tonight. Have you had a chance to work on anything?
Not really, I'm gonna be honest, but hopefully it won't matter that much.
Did you get any sleep last night?
I tried. Obviously, I couldn't get the perfect sleep because I had such a good match yesterday, but I got more sleep than yesterday, so maybe that will help.
You got Binks and Otak as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is tough. What do you expect?
I expect, honestly, a really great match. I think it's the best match of today, and I cannot tell who will go through.
After what we saw, I'm not sure, but it's going to be close between all four here, no doubt.
Do you feel like you're still riding the wave? You still have momentum on your side?
I think so, yes. Hopefully, it will show.
Okay, well, good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was going to say,
you know, I always think about going
I talked to a player who was in the same practice group as Pasito Paco yesterday, and he told me that Paco himself had gone into this match saying, I have no chance. The one against Mara and Gwen, he thought, they're just going to obliterate me. But then he was very consistent, he won that one, and this one on paper is a very similar match where I would say that on paper, Binks and Otak are more consistent and ever so slightly faster than Pasito Paco, but on a good day, he can absolutely do it. Stuffs as well has impressed with the pace, but a couple of crashes. He beat Offu though, so that was impressive yesterday. And we'll see. My prediction would actually be on the French players. I think it's likely Binks wins this one. And I would give the second top seed to Otak, but we will see. It's going to be a sick one.
This mature interview from Paco. Like, he looked so comfortable, so confident as well. It's just so good to see that.
Such a far cry from when he came into the competitive scene actually less than 2 years ago. Well composed, well spoken. You love to see that kind of development.
This is what you hope for in Virtus Pro. I mean, not in contention for the club championship, but 1,000 points. That'll do a lot for your hopes. It'll push you well up into the rankings, Kai, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree, but before that, he has to prove himself. He took the first step yesterday. Has
see what the predictions are at.
And also Muda with an exceptional performance.
It's
now he
very
has
close
Binks
here.
and Otak as his main opponents.
In the Twitch chat predictions for who wins,
driver and player in this scene.
3 players have about the same amount of bets on them. 33% each for Otak, Binks, and Pasito Paco. Very few people on Stuffs.
He has what it takes.
I think people might have Stuffs in a second place more than a first place, which I would agree with.
To Adam and Milos.
Thank you so much there, Rain Day. Do you know what? Holy mackerel.
Yes.
Holy mackerel, Milos.
Huge mackerel.
Incredible scenes. I don't think anyone can hear me. Can you get there? There he is. There he is.
I could, but
hello, Paris.
It's the scene.
Bonjour. I was just saying, holy mackerel. I mean, Carl Jr., Neon, incredible to see them going head to head there.
Yeah.
But one thing for sure, I want to talk to Neon as well at some point because just seeing like this,
thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the support.
Pushing a champion like that, set a timer to the limits, amazing.
It is, and the fact of the matter is, you got an ancient player in terms of history, especially compared to a...
Someone asked, who is Neon? Is he new? The thing is, he's new on the competitive scene, but I've told this story on stream before, and I'll say, like, Neon has played Trackmania since he was very young. And back in the day, we're talking like 2019-ish, he would be muted on a lot of online servers because he was very obnoxious in the chat, which everyone is when they're 10 years old, I think, but it's just funny to think back that the same guy that got muted on Trackmania Nations Forever servers for typing too much. When I was playing online back in the day, it's the same guy now almost beating Carl Jr. in match. Now the players take to the stage, guys. Let's get into the next one. You know, it's... I'm getting old. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. Oh, well.
V1,
Lock in.
Let's head back to the desk, back to the game, and let's get things started.
Binks,
well, you can hear it in the stands. AGAL representing. They know what's on the line. Not just Binks advancing, but...
We're going to have the veto come through now, guys. I think we are likely to see... The thing is, some of these players, they leave up very difficult maps on purpose. I think Stifts wouldn't mind leaving up Norway, for instance. Stifts bans Argentina. Binks bans South Korea. Okay, that's weird. It's a very drivable map, but Binks bans it. Norway is open. Norway's open. That is a rarity. One of the maps you don't see so much. Otak first picks South Korea. Pusitopako picks Germany. A map we might see 2 times as well. And now it's time for Binks' pick. Goes for Poland. Will Stifts pick Norway? It's a strange one, but it's very difficult. Add some spice. He picks Japan. Decider Hungary. Oh, we lose out on content here. But it becomes a bit easier for the players. The decider had a 50-50 between Hungary and Norway, and Hungary was the decider. So that is our set. Saudi Arabia, then Germany, Poland, Japan, and Hungary. Very interesting. We got bad RNG, yep. Trophy glistening in the lights. This will be sick, guys. This will be another great game. We are just in for so many incredible Trackmania matches over the course of the next couple of days. And for the rest of tonight, we have this game now, and then the next one is Grenadi Bren Elcon Mime. And then the last match of the day is Pac Wosal Gwen Epos. Just, the things we're going to see now are incredible. The server is switching map. Good luck typed in the chat, or perhaps have fun. Not everyone types GL superstitiously. But let's see. The drums, the intensity. I think we're gonna start now. In a second. We see the fans though. A lot of Liquid fans. They have 2 players in the tournament, both Otak and Epos. We'll see later. I think here we go. On the drop. Not quite. Deep breath. Here we go, guys. The next upper bracket match is starting on Saudi Arabia. We're already into the first round between Otak, Stufts, Pusitopako, and Binks. All of them won their previous match by getting either first or second and are now facing off, where if you win this game as well, you will be fully qualified in the next day too. Let's see how this unfolds. Pusitopako came off of a huge win against Gwen and Mura, quite a surprising one that people hadn't predicted. Otak beat Apples in his match. Binks had some technical difficulties but still managed to pull through his. And Stufts as well beat the likes of Offi to get into this one. So, very high level in the previous game, and now we'll see where they end up. They're all quite different stylistically. Pusitopako is going for consistency more than pace, and he crashed in the first round of Saudi Arabia. Let's see who gets the first place. Otak versus Stufts for that one. Binks rather, but Otak gets first. Binks in second, and a great time from Otak. Double French in the first round here in Paris. All players able to finish. So we are on Otak's map choice. Benefit of being first seed is that you get to both ban last but also pick first. And this map is likely to be seen twice, first now and then roundabouts when the players hit finalist mode. No, Pusitopako struggling. Grimace seen on the player camera, not happy with that. Binks has also made a mistake. Otak versus Stufts up front. I was going to bring up their stylistic differences. Stufts is a high-paced player. We've seen Neon do that, but Stufts here also has it within him to drive very fast times, though lacking in the consistency department. And Otak can play these matches where for 20 rounds in a row, he doesn't crash. Here we see Stufts flying off the checkpoint corner, and Otak left all alone in first place, and he's going to try to safe this one home over the rock. No awkward bump. Big gap down to Binks and Pusitopako. Gonna release late. That is the safest approach. get under the blocks and drives to the finish. It's a faster time, actually, than previous roundabout, but he gets 2 10-pointers in a row. And Binks gets another 6 points. Both of them getting a maximum total score for France. Third round now. The winning pace is quick, and they need to all really step up the pace to drive 107.7. That is no easy feat. And to do it every time. Oh, there goes Stift's out. Instant respawn. Try to have a chance at something, but very far behind. Binks versus Otak up front. Jumping through the window, they all make it. Nicely filmed by our drone pilot. We have an actual guy operating that to show us how the players are driving from an aerial view. Cool feature. Otak looking to overtake almost here. Binks pushing though. Oh, he hits the wall. No, does he? Barely avoids it. It's actually Pasito Paco who gets past both of them. Down the slope, up the drift. That looks good. Great apexes all together. Now the release timing bit late. Car gets pushed very high, but the speed is still enough, and there is a respawn from Otak, meaning Binks gets second again and gets closer to Otak now. Oh, Otak not able to finish actually. That makes things very interesting. 2018, 17, 11. Otak making such a big mistake that he fell over 10 seconds behind and not able to get across the line. Last round now of Saudi Arabia. We've seen a lot of mistakes on this exit here. The double no slide. This time all 4 players make it through the slalom. And release timing here, good by all 4 as well. Stifts though, just marginally faster. Oh, but not quite, not quite. Speed ain't everything. He's pushing everything to the limit there. Too low jump. Now a very close race again. We saw Pasito Paco win from this position in the previous round. What about now? Over the sand, he passes Binks. This is deja vu for me. Gets closer to Otak here up the dirt hill. Smooth bump on the rock was necessary. That was a bit wobbly. Landed too wide. Otak has a clean shot at first here. Nice nosedive, good air brake timing, but a very late landing. Still fast enough for Otak. 30 points there in total, and a round he didn't finish. Stifts finishing as well. Many last places there for Stifts. Not ideal, but it's still early days. Still very early days, and we're going to Germany as map number 2. This one, last time it was played, Stifts had very impressive pace, and I expect that he'll be able to come back quite a lot here, but all the players on the server right now are capable of 110 high in every race, honestly. We could see some insane rounds, so fingers crossed they all are able to perform at their level. Let's see what happens. And we are off to another race. Starts with the outside dirt turn. That is the quickest way to approach the road. You carry all the speed into this right-handed drift. Now you want to land and keep some wheel on the ground to preserve acceleration. And then up the hill, inside line, to the checkpoint here. You have to turn around and drive backwards on this landing. The booster is pointed against you, and the only way to cross it is backwards down the hill. Try not to slide. Binks is doing this basically perfectly. Gets a 37 low checkpoint. That is very quick. And this is, as you can see, one of the few maps where Neon doesn't yet have the publicly known world record. And that is because he hasn't played it in the matches. Binks now clearly in first, 2 tenths ahead is a lot going into the ending, the second backwards part, but they're all present in the battle. Pasito Paco lost a bit of time. He is losing ground rapidly towards Otak, who might challenge second place. Same for Stifts. Small improvement in the turnaround could make the difference. Otak snipes it away from Pasito Paco, and it's again two French players scoring most here. Also, the winning pace there was quick. And everyone now knows where the bar has been put, where the level has been set. Around the bend, Stuffed with a great approach to the drift. Gonna try to control the grip here. Looks good, sets up wide, just gets a little left tap around the corner to get more space for the drift. It's these tiny things that make you faster at the highest level. Low jump into the backwards. Otak clipped his wheel. 3 players remain in the challenge for first. Binks more speed than Stuffed, and an inside line down the hill. Similar speed, but Binks slightly ahead. 100th at the moment. Into the grass. Stuffed goes wide, trying to get more speed, but Binks has the diagonal approach. Diagonal up left, and then fully flick into the dirt turn. And look at how much ground he gained there. It's 1/10 gain towards Stuffed with this diagonal line that some players have been talking about that they didn't think of. It's all got to do with your approach too. Very close up front, side by side. Binks is ahead at the moment. The turnaround onto the booster. Similar, Binks remains ahead, 1:11.09, another 10 points. And this is Binks without any technical difficulties to think about. This is Binks with momentum. He overtakes Otak there in points, up to 42. Otak at 39. And the third round of Germany is underway immediately. This one, it's Pusito Paku with the best start. A great benchmark here is around 24-0 on the checkpoint. And we see 24-0. That's a really good start. Set up on the backwards part. Pusito Paku still ahead, preventing the slide. Stuffed though, inside line down the hill, catches up. Turn around, 37-0 here at the checkpoint. 37.01. They're on pace for 110 here. And even Otak here could be first place in many lobbies, in many rounds with the pace he's driving. Right now he's last. It is crazy the level they're driving at. Binks challenging Stuffed for first at the moment. Landing backwards, who gets it the best? Closest round yet. So far Stuffed holds the lead. Binks about a car length behind. That should be enough for Stuffed to defend into the turnaround. Just got to catch the booster, accelerate, and Stuffed has a 10-pointer here. As we expected from him on this map. One of his best, and a 1:10.888 is the final time. Personal best from him. Personal best for Otak in third, showing just how high the level is. 48 for Binks, 43 for Otak, and Stuffed's almost overtaking Pusito Paku for third place in points so far. Stuffed's off the side though, and so the comeback effort might be slowed down here in the last round of Germany. Now approaching the backward setup, 23.98. Pusito Paku gets the sub 24. Setting up a little low, that looks sketchy, but he lands it. Now does he go very wide? Otak getting a bit closer. Still a phenomenal start from Pusito Paku. Down the hill, 37.000 on the mark. Gets through that part, 0.2 ahead of Binks. A very strong run so far. Does the diagonal line as well. Gonna see similar approach into the dirt. Binks getting a late no slide. Pusito Paku should have more speed. Just gotta not clip the wheels. He does avoid that. Did he accelerate at the right time? Yes. Gets the downhill acceleration too. Increasing his lead towards Binks. This should be a sub 1:11 here from Pusito Paku, and a 10-pointer for him too. Wow, 1:11.03. All the same. The 10 points is what matters. So I think we had almost, yeah, we had 2 wins from Binks, and then 1 from Pusito Paku and 1 from Stuffed. Only Otak there not getting a 10-pointer. And the AG fans are here. So we approach Poland. Map number 3. Okay. On to Poland. Also one of the maps not yet wreaked havoc on by Neon. Still tournament record by Pack from the first day, 1:09.005. We are hoping to see a 1 1:08 being driven during the tournament. Let's see what happens. On the outside dirt, want to see the car a lot sideways in the entry. That's how you know you can get a straight exit. And that gains a lot of speed. Stuft's 1/10 ahead of everyone. Phenomenal start. Down the drift, gets that good, approaches inside line. Binks going for more speed, carries all the way until here. Now resets with the others, all driving in a line. Oh my, what a landing from Binks. He's going to overtake 2 positions. Pusito Paco looked like he made a mistake. And Binks challenging Stufts now for that first place. He had about 2/10 of a lead, and it's been shrunk down to just 1/10. Still enough for Stufts to hold on to, but the last transitions are difficult. Gets the first landing. Binks gets closer. Binks has more speed. That is a long ending with low speed. It's going to be very much close. Down to the wire. Well, on the left side. Who gets it? Binks with the snipe and a tournament record. 1:08 has been done. And Stufts hardly can believe it. He lost a round with a 1:08. That's not something you see every day. Stufts drove tournament record and lost a round. Quite crazy. 1:08 by both players in a singular round there. That's what we want to see. 64 points for Binks, who continues scoring 10-pointers consistently. And Stufts is again trying to climb back into the match. Again, a fast start here. This was Binks' map choice, by the way. Should be mentioned. Right now, it has worked out for him. Can he keep up the pace? Here, Binks gained a lot of time against Stufts, and again, it's happening. Stufts isn't willing to risk that part so much. He goes wide, carries a lot of speed into the water. Can he adapt his line now to release? Looks like the others get about the same speed, but Stufts is still a 10th ahead, still on great pace. Onto the last jumps, he also lost some ground here. He goes very wide. Binks again. I'm getting deja vu. He's going to go for the same attack, but Stufts hold on now. Binks went too wide, and it's very close in the battle for second. Otak takes that one, and Stufts says, hey, give me that tournament record and the world record. You don't get to do that, Binks. And he gets it with a 1:08.97. Crazy pace right now from Stufts, who passes Pusito Paco in the points up to third, and Otak in second is not far away. 5 more points for Stufts to score. Very impressive right now. But Stufts is a player that thrives at high pace and also crashes more than other players. Otak more consistent across the board. A little bit slower final times in each round, but generally doesn't crash as much. So we will see what wins. The tortoise or the hare. Except the tortoise is still pretty damn fast in these competitions. But that is the philosophies at play here. Stufts with a clip, and there, as the prophecy foretells, if you risk that hard, inevitably you're going to make mistakes. Binks versus Otak is the battle for first place here, and I should point your attention to the fact that Binks is driving pretty fast this round, close to the tournament. Oh, there we go. There he falls off, and Otak clips, and I cannot believe it, but Stufts might just win the round here, despite the mistakes he clips as well. And it's 4 thousandths ahead of Pusito Paco. Insane that Stufts still gets that 10-pointer. And because Otak and Binks ended up third and fourth, this equalizes the leaderboard as much as possible. This brings everyone's points closer. So this has been a very successful Poland map for Stufts, where even when he fails his risky line, he still gets the biggest payout he could. And feels bad for Pusito Paco to be 4 thousandths short of 4 extra points. Through the drift here, Binks with that different wide line, passing Stufts for a moment, loses the position, and now the low jump. He tries to get off the side of the ramp a bit to reduce airtime, then control the wobble. Here he clips and pays the price. Pusito Paco now overtakes the third place against Otak. Stufts still ahead though. Could be an almost perfect map for him. See, the Paco has to go the wide, long way around. Otak versus Stufts. That is close to the corner from Stufts. He doesn't clip the wheel somehow. He has lower speed, but the finish line is there in time for him to win a third round on the map. 10 more points, and he is fully back in the game because he was already second place going into that round, and now he's close to first. From last place to almost first on that one map alone. This is getting interesting. This is getting very interesting. They need to get to 140 points, after which they have to win one round. So score 140 points, then win one lap. And the first two players to do that are the winners. They advance in the upper bracket. The players who lose here, they drop down to the lower bracket. They are not out of the tournament, but they have a harder path. There's a lot of good players in the lower bracket, and you're on 1 health point left, basically. On to Japan. This is Stufts' choice. And when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense why he picked this. Stufts' origins in Trackmania is technical maps, drifting, and this map has quite a lot of that. Plus, it's just a lot of road. Like, there's not a lot of dirt here, or grass, or plastic. It's mostly road driving and everything that comes with that. Controlling the car, releasing accurately. Look at that line he just survived. Crazy approach, and again, oh my. The wheels are just grazing by each apex and on the exits too. And he keeps as much speed as he can. Very impressively done. Binks keeping up. The others have fallen behind. Way too fast being driven by Binks and Stufts up front. And they are in the ballpark right now of Neon's record. We'll see what Binks' checkpoint split is like. Still a bit behind what Neon was able to do. But Binks, oh, you had to release a lot there. Stufts is still close. And the ending here is very precise. Hard to do everything perfectly. Stufts is gaining ground. He's getting closer. You can tell. You can see that he's sensing the win is within reach. He's risking it for the 10-pointer, and he starts off his own map with a 10-pointer. And that one gives him first place in the point standings right now. $82 for Stufts, 81 for Binks. A moment ago, it feels like Stufts was 20 points behind first place. Justita Paco struggling a lot to keep up with the scores right now. He is there in the rounds, it feels like, but not when they cross the finish line. Gets a good turn there, though. Matches Stufts' exit speed. Binks is not able to. 2 tenths behind for Binks. Through the road turn. Stufts and Justita Paco side by side. 500th is the gap. Oh, and a late release for Justita Paco. Very quick round here. Stufts is on a second best run of the tournament. Might not beat Neon in this round, but it's going to be very quick if he survives the ending. Gets good through the first couple of gates, keeps a lot of speed here, sets up all the way out by the flags to get a lot of extra speed towards the finish, and no, the respawn. Binks there drove a 0.4. Justita Paco drove a 0.4. And Stufts was a mile ahead. Stufts had the tournament record in his hands there, I am absolutely certain. He was about to obliterate Neon's record. He was much, much further ahead than 0.2. So Stufts also showing up big time in this tournament with a lot of pace. Could even approach 114 there. But he ends up at only 3 points from that round. And Binks retakes the lead of the match. Very impressive start here from Stufts. 38-33 attack point. Yep, this is again approaching tournament record. Down the road. Good drift through here. Air brakes there to make the car start sliding through the corner early, automatically. Now releasing onto the fragile block, and then accelerating through. Better timing for Stifts than Binks. Stifts gaining more time. Could redeem his previous run here with a clean ending. Likes the high-speed setup. It is more difficult to manage. He still gets through, though, and a great time from Stifts. 1:15.32, and it didn't seem that difficult for him to do so. Binks 0.39, and only a second place in that round. Very high-paced match, and although Otak, to his credit, very consistent, it's just not enough right now, because with his consistency, it's 4 points. He needs to risk a little more, needs to find the pace that Stifts and Binks have unlocked here. It's not easy to do so. Stifts perfect apex. Sets up wide, releases at the entry, accelerates when he thinks the car is going to go through at full speed, makes it. And this is a very quick start here. Pasito Paco, though, side by side with him. Impressive from Pasito Paco to challenge, but it only lasts for so long. He makes a mistake. Stifts also with a mistake there. I think he briefly touched the wall on the inside and still pulled through. Down to the next releasing section. It's again the picture we've seen before. Stifts ahead, Binks in second, Otak third. Has been the most common placements on Japan. Can Stifts beat the tournament record here in the last round? He is close, and with a good ending, this would be enough. Is he going for it? He gets a clean apex. This is quick. 1:15.15. 1:15.15151. Insane time, insane performance from Stifts, and 2 tournament records in the same match. He can do what Neon did as well. Crazy stuff, guys. Beautiful digits as well. I think we can quite certainly claim that Stifts has a 1:14 driven offline. No doubt about it, if he's able to do 1:15.1 on stage. And this is Carl Jr.'s map pick. Like, if Stifts is faced with Carl, he's like, yeah, please, pick Japan. Oh, why not? Just pick Japan, bro. It's going to be fine. I'm not that quick. 1:15.1. Yeah, no. He was on 1:14 pace one of the rounds, I think. We are on to Hungary. This one was the final decider map, randomly selected. It could have been Norway, the most difficult map of the map pack. Maybe we got snubbed of some entertainment, but this is far more drivable, and actually a map some players opt to ban. We've seen Massa, for example, ban Hungary in some games, where just doesn't favor it. It's a very drivable map, but the jumps onto the beams are tricky. That is what we find in the ending here. 2 jumps onto some beams, very hard to aim precisely. And in this round, we are seeing again Stifts continue on his momentum versus Otak up front. Otak looking way more competitive on this map than on Japan. Here, onto the first beam, clean landing, Binks clips. That might have him be overtaken by Pasito Paco in the race for first. Stifts is zooming right now. Lands late clips, and Otak wins the round. Binks in second. Pasito Paco failed as well. It's Stifts third, and Pasito Paco fourth. Tied first place now at 1:09 for both Stifts and Binks. Otak behind, but not far. 91 points. Through the drift. Pre-drift into the grass from everybody. 1 brake tap there gives them a better angle in the grass. Now the speed from here carries all the way through the loop. Pasito Paco with this speed should overtake Stifts in the looping and into the dirt. Stifts hold on in first though, just barely. A wheel or so ahead, but there Pasito Paco finds the overtake. Drifts with a lot of speed through. He is from Hungary, and this is the national map for Hungary. Has undoubtedly grinded this one a lot. And looking for the first place here, but it's a low speed line. He will be overtaken by everybody who kept third gear. And now into the ending. This could go anyone's way. They're all going to send it. It's that or last place. Binks looking to take it. Clips. Pasito Paco versus Stufts. Tie. But Stufts wins that tie because he had the better final checkpoint. They were both second and third in the last checkpoint, but Stufts was second and Pasito Paco was third. So Stufts wins that tiebreaker. Crazy stuff. But after all that, it ends in an exact tie and Binks clipping. Stufts now 6 points ahead of Binks in this match. And we're soon at the points limit, 140. That's what we play for. All on the outside. Look at this. Look how close it is. Look at the split. Everybody within 400ths of a second. That's nothing. These last two rounds have been incredible to watch. Binks with more speed, making a breakaway, setting himself apart. This is the position he was in last round, and then things went wrong. Pasito Paco with a different drift approach will overtake Stufts, looking to challenge second place as well. Gets past Otak there. Binks with a better speed entry into the last turn. He has clipped here a few times. That landing is clean. That run is fast. 59.46 first place. And we also had another PB in third place there. Stufts 122 now. Got overtaken. Otak at 98. Pasito Paco 85. Last round of Hungary in this match. All these tiny gaps will matter. We're only seeing 800ths for Pasito Paco from first to last. But that could be all you need. Onto the outside again. One blob of cars. Stufts clears the way for himself to go into the checkpoint in first. But here, Pasito Paco with a small brake tap. Lands earlier, has more speed. And that's going to be about 500ths. That he is ahead of Stufts into this drift. He sets up very wide, carries a maximum possible speed, blasts forwards. Can he stick the landing? Does so. That is a huge lead now, and a better speed setup than Stufts into the ending. This could be a fast time. Low line from Pasito Paco. Lands. No, he bounces! He bounces away from the finish, and it would have been a point 4 there. But important for Stufts as he now takes first place in the match, and Binks ends up at 129 points, I believe. So Binks cannot enter finalist mode in the next round. First round of Saudi Arabia is coming right up. Really difficult ending. Shows why people ban Hungary away when things like that can happen. I feel like they're saying, "Allez, let's go. Come on." They're very close, the AG fans, to have their player Binks qualified through to the next round. But Stufts right now is the one we're all looking at. At 132 points, he can, in one round win here, enter finalist status. But this was the map he struggled the most on. We saw in the first rounds here him slide out and crash in this dirt part a lot. He made it through, and we also saw on the quarter pipe jump Stufts crashing a lot. Those were his biggest trouble points. If he makes it through there, he is a strong contender for the round, and this was one of them. And now we haven't really seen many more mistakes in the ending from Stufts. But it is Pasito Paco, and we are on the map where Pasito Paco clutched yesterday against Gwen, against Mura, two favorites in the tournament, and beat them both for the highest seed in that match. Now Stufts on the drift line low. Pasito Paco eats some sand, loses all his speed, gets overtaken by both players, chasing him down. Stufts is in first, could get finalist status right away, close to the stance, makes it, the nose down. Otak looking to snipe, Stufts over-releasing, so does Pasito Paco. Otak wins the round, Binks in second. Stufts, will he get that third place? This is important, actually. If he gets to 136, does indeed. Now a third place or higher will put him finalist. For Binks, he needs first or second, but likelihood is they're going to enter finalist mode at the same time here. Pressure's on. Low line start for Paco. Smoothest wall hug we've seen almost all tournament. A little bit slow in the nose slides. Otak overtakes, Binks as well. Stuffed's in last right now. That would have him fall 1 point short. Needs to overtake someone to enter finalist mode directly. Otak up there. Gets a good smooth landing. Binks in third right now. That would have him fall too short as well. They could both end at 139 right now if the positions remain. Let's see what happens. Stuffed is very far for this map. 0.2. Otak in first into the drift, down the hill. Paco dodges the sand this time. Takes the lead onto the rock now. They want a bump, but not too bad onto the left side. Push to the right. Binks just needs the second place, and he enters finalist mode. Paco and Otak are holding him off. Paco over-releases again. Too low. Otak might win the round, but Binks will go into finalist mode here at 140 points. Otak 121, and Stuffed, does he get that third place he needs? It's a triple slow-mo, and he barely makes it. Oh my god. He hits so many slow motion blocks there, but he gets just enough for finalist mode as well. Double finalist. 1 round win for either Stuffed and Binks, and they move on through to the upper bracket, but Binks has made a mistake early. He lost 2 tenths there, leading up to the first checkpoint, and now, after Stuffed' mistake, it's unlikely either of them will make it through with a win here. Paco and Otak are quick, but when you've hit 140 points, you have nothing to lose. You don't have any more points you can score, you're just gonna full send. And so it's difficult for the others because they actually care about scoring the 10 points here. Stuffed trying his best, but Paco up front is driving world record pace right now. Clip from Stuffed, slow landing, he's fully out. Binks likely too far away as well. And what is the final time from Paco going to be, guys? We are looking at a low 107 here, I feel like. He is untouchable right now. 0.4 gain to Otak in pure pace. Does he land that ramp? Yes, he does indeed. And this is a new tournament record by a huge, well, not a huge margin, but still, 3rd world record in a match. Map by map here, erasing some records, setting his name on the lists. And very impressive that he's able to do this, trying to come back from such a deficit. 107.42. Now a mistake from Otak. It's Paco in a 1 versus 2. If he wants neither of them to take the upper path, then he has to drive first place here. Sets up wider, stiffs on the inside line, gonna crash. He's out of the contention for the round. Down to a 1 versus 1. Paco versus Binks. Paco flat landing, Binks with the air brake. Nose down rather, and Binks wins out that segment by 100th. Inside approach. Paco has had some struggles right here. This time commits wide around the turn, gets a lot of speed up the dirt hill, onto the rock, sets up the drift. He is ahead. Binks temporarily with the lead. Paco coming back onto the downhill. It's about equal. Who gets the better landing? That looks like Paco, who denies everybody again and takes us to the next map with no finalists going through. 107.56. When it matters most, when the pressure is high, at the end of the match, he seems to be able to lock in and put all his nerves aside, Paco. He's holding the fort here. And Otak can be very thankful because Otak has managed to get up to 131 points while all this is happening. Otak himself is close to finalist mode too. And we are going to Germany, the second choice here in the map pack, seen for the second time. And on this map, hard to say who we really thought had the highest pace, but this is where Stuff started to come back in the match. Binks was setting a lot of winning times here. Picked by Paco. If Paco gets 4 rounds in a row, then he takes first seed again. That would be unbelievable. Otak needs 2 wins in a row. Stuffed and Binks just needs 1. Early mistake from Paco, 2 times down. Through the checkpoint drift. Low line from Otak. Fast and low to the next checkpoint. We're gonna see a 24.01 fast pace. Air brake early from all players. Landing, reversing, Stuffed sliding. Can't control that, he's out of contention. 1 versus 1 up front between the two French players, unless there's going to be a free-for-all with Petit Paco joining. Otak right now, though, holding his own against Binks. But Binks gets a better line here, catches up, risks the uphill. No, he flies out. That is not a good dirt approach. Will lose time there on the exit of the corner. Otak versus Petit Paco. Otak needs this 10 to go into finalist mode. Will Petit Paco be able to deny again? Doesn't look like he has the speed. Tries to go for the full grip line. That brings him a bit closer. Is it enough for him to overtake? Has a lot of speed there. Otak going wide, struggling a bit, but Otak holds on and gets to finalist mode. Triple finalist in the upper bracket match here in Group A. Otak, Stuft, and Binks. Petit Paco at 121. Binks with a mistake in the start. Clips the very first corner. Might put him out of contention. What about Stufts and Otak? Can Petit Paco deny them on his own map choice? We are going to have the calm before the storm here. The backwards part is where things get crazy. Stufts failed it last time, got bailed out. What about now? First seed up for grabs with a good landing, with a good run. He could do it. Petit Paco is there. Otak losing 0.2 in that landing. Stufts gaining time towards Petit Paco down the hill. Carries decent speed, but Petit Paco is there. It looks like it's coming down to a 1 versus 1 here. Can Petit Paco play denial one more time, or will Stufts break through the Hungarian wall? Petit Paco is challenging. He sets up the nose slide, gets good bumps onto the inside line. First to the backwards part. Can he stick the landing? He bumps! He bumps the landing, and that should have Stufts qualified through in first seed. Something very few people had predicted. He was the lowest predicted player to win this match, but stats don't matter. The final times do, and Stufts wins this match against Otak, Binks, and Petit Paco. And now the battle for the second spot in the upper bracket. The two French players, Otak and Binks, are finalists. Petit Paco is a long way away, it feels like. That one mistake might have been what broke the mental too. The feeling of invincibility that he had for a couple of rounds there might be challenged. Let's see what he can do under pressure yet again. The two French players have better starts. This is where we'll start to see differences. Early release from Binks. The landing is pretty good. The nose slide thereafter too. And the two finalists are gaining. Petit Paco about a 10th or so down. Gets good speed up the hill though, and is just lurking, lying in wait. But a 10th and a half is hard to gain in the ending. I think we have to consider this the battle for the match here. Binks versus Otak into the ending. Otak with more speed around the bend. The nose slide could be important. Both of them a bit lackluster. Binks is the best of the two. The landing backwards, is it good enough for Binks to hold on? Otak is getting closer. Gashes a little bit of grip there. Has a chance to snipe this away. Round the pillar, closer for Binks. The turnaround, better for Binks by the looks of it. Petit Paco's there. Otak sniping almost. 2 thousandths of a second is the difference maker, but Binks has the margins on his side and secures the second spot in the upper bracket just in the nick of time. What an ending to an incredible match. Even Petit Paco there almost making a comeback happen. And the camaraderie, the sportsmanship, the players know that what they just drove was incredible on stage. We saw 3 new world records on the maps and a high level throughout. Wow. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane, and the AG supporters are going nuts, knowing that they now, with Binks through in the upper bracket, stand a chance at winning the Esports World Cup Club Championship. And early on, we have to say, like, Stuft wasn't looking that promising. It looked almost like it was a 3-player match. And then he came alive with world record, tournament record, so many 10-pointers, and with some fortunate results by the other players, denying the finalists, he became the first one through. Really, really sick. Chaotic all the way through, but sick. Absolutely sick. Alright guys, I have been brought dinner here, so I'm going to turn on the caster desk and have some food while we wait for the next game. But listen to the lineup in this next game. If you enjoyed this one, listen to this. The next match is played between Grenady, Bren, Elcon, and Mime. That is our next game. And if that one delivers, we have Pac, Wosal, Gwen, and Epos to end the day. Unbelievable.
This game, talk to me through it, because 3 finalists at the end, but it was tight from start to finish.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was one of the best matches I played, and it must have been amazing to watch.
I mean, for me, just sitting back and watching it, it absolutely was. Everybody was in the edge of their seats, even here in the arena. Speaking of which, you're playing in front of the arena. You have the crowd, the roar, the noise all in between, the AGL fans also that are screaming in between. How do you kind of separate all that noise and focus up on the match in front of you with 3 other players that are on the highest caliber?
I think it's kind of impossible to draw out the noise. There's, you know, the AG fans there, they're so crazy, you can hear it through the headsets, but you just have to try and focus, and that's all you can really do.
How do you feel you can enter that flow state? What really gets you in there?
I think it's just me being confident in my lines, being confident I can win rounds if I just survive, and yeah, I think that's really it.
At the end of the day, it worked out for you, Stuffs. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory. Our number 1 from Game 6 is Stuffs! A lot more to get through, but we'll leave that to our desk to break it all down.
Stuffs, the first to get to match point, or finalist mode, as you would say here in Trackmania, and the first across the finish line to send himself into the upper bracket. He will skip out on our decider matches tomorrow alongside his racer. I mean, this was, for me, when I look at Binks and AGAL, barely making it through. What was that? Half a millisecond.
2 milliseconds.
2 milliseconds.
The clocks. That was about as close as you could get. It felt like downright the top field dragster finish at that point in the race. And like we joined back up there to witness that finish. And I think my vocal cords are starting to give out with how big of a scream I let because of how close this race was. And I think anybody in our position would have done the same.
Okay, listen. If you're new to Trackmania, welcome to Trackmania Esports, everybody. We're just getting started here. What an amazing match. Stuff's falling behind at the start, guys. 14 points after map number 1. And bouncing back, setting 2 world records in this match here as well. Amazing performance.
And when you get that world record, you start to feel like, okay, I'm on. Everybody in this lobby has no idea what I can bring, and I just did it, and I'm going to do it again, and Stuffs just carried that momentum. And it started really well after that, but then it started to slip a little bit, and that's where Otak and Paco kind of got into the mix, G-Geek. It was a little bit nervy for Stuffs, and especially Binks with the AGAL fans getting a bit quiet during that time.
And Stuffs is not unfamiliar with this situation. Back in another tournament, XP Evo, back in 2024, he's lived that same situation. He was first to reach finalist, and that's the whole crux of cup mode. Once you reach finalist status, if you're not able to conclude, you just see the gap shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking every round out, and it just starts to set in. Oh my God, what do I do if I don't manage to close it out? He was on the wrong side of the fence, got bumped out of the tournament that time, and when it happened, this time he was on the good side of the fence, made amends, and he's through to Championship Saturday.
One could say he was godlike in this match.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Absolutely incredible performance on Japan. I was talking to the former teammate from Stuffs, Wizzy. I watched the match together with him as well as Neil. And he said on Japan, Stuffs is really good here. Well, guess what? He set a new world record, 0.1 faster than the time from Neon.
Yeah, but that's still really good. I mean, it applies. He gave a lot of wiggle room there in the really good.
It's an understatement
It's
there.
a bit of an understatement, though. We will say that as well. Stuffs, I think the bigger story for me in the desk heading into this is the unexpected first place. That was not what we thought. We thought it would be a race with Otak and with Binks and with Paco, especially after Paco sent Mutta down to the losers bracket as well, qualifying with Gwyn up into the upper bracket. But no, it was actually Stuffs all the way. He was the first to qualify to finalist mode. Binks was the second, and those two eventually, despite a couple of bumps in the road, both literally and metaphorically, find their way back into it. And that leads us to our next matchup of the day, which is coming up, our penultimate match, our 7th group match. And this is going to be it for everyone who loves Trackmania all day long. This is kind of your last little moment to indulge.
Look
but
at
it's
this,
a
guys.
good time
It's
to
so
indulge
crazy.
because
These
boy,
two
boy,
next matches are
worth the calories.
insane.
Grenady, Bren,
So
Elcon,
crazy.
Mime, and then Pac
Thank you,
Wolf
Roshan,
style.
for the 37 months,
Win
man. I appreciate it.
and
Thanks so much.
to close it
Just gonna
out.
finish eating here,
GP
guys,
Turbo,
and we'll
you
get
guys
into
will be
it.
casting that one as well. But this one upcoming, I mean, this is a show.
Yeah, and a very interesting thing, 3 out of those 4 drivers have practiced in the same group together, and that's going to be interesting to see how much strats they have kept from their sparring partners coming into this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, also Paco said in the interview, match of the day. This might have been match of the year material, but we have more to come. We even have 2 more matches today. This is absolutely incredible. Too bad that Paco was on the wrong side of the end, but I surely think that he will make it through into day number 3, 4.
Yeah,
4.
at this point we're losing track because it's so dang crazy. I mean, Trackmania, losing track of things doesn't go hand in hand, but certainly the action has sent us into another stratosphere. Thank you. Kai says it was a good one here. All right, we'll send you with a fun little Aramco tier list where we had Solja chatting a little bit with Mime about who they think are the best players here at this venue. We'll see you back for Group 7.
Trackmania at EWC 26 is in full swing, and I think it's time we ask some of the players who they think are the best. It's time for our Aramco Power Ranking, and with me are Mime and Solja. Now, you have a stack each of player plaques, and I want you to pick one player to put in each of these tiers from E to S on who you think have the best ice skills. Who masters the slippery surface the best? That might be switching things up quite a bit when it comes to choices.
Oh, okay. Take a look, because I have someone in mind. I think you have him.
I found for E.
Oh.
Is he good on ice? Or?
No, he's terrible.
He's terrible, okay. Let's pick him. E tier.
Someone taking a dig at their own countryman. Wow, that's sportsmanship right there.
Well, he's rather new to this game, so...
Yeah, fairs.
Maybe, thanks.
Maybe, yeah.
He's also TMNF player, mostly.
All right, guys, I'm back.
He told me he was terrible.
Which tier am I in?
Link Max and D
Maybe
tier.
it's not showing in the camera because I'm like B+.
I'll pick Nico.
Which tier do they put me in?
If you say so.
Yeah.
They put Neon in E tier?
I'll pick you.
They put Neon in the bottom tier?
All right.
Wait, that's crazy.
On D tier. Huh, interesting.
Nah,
Right, time
he's
to go for
not
A tier,
E
second
tier.
best on ice.
What about Brent?
Wow, I guess they thought.
Yeah, I guess Brent.
Well, no, but
Brent,
it's
like
All right.
you know,
Man, this is getting
it's
tougher and
really
tougher to pick.
representative
Especially these are really hard.
of
Time to see
like
who
the
among
shock
the
of that
field
match
is the best ice racer.
Well, I guess Mad is.
Yeah, mid-ice.
on ice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for someone who has an avatar of a penguin, I guess it makes sense.
He is really good.
Right.
In case you don't know, yeah, that's right. Mudda is known as the Australian penguin sometimes. All right, well, that's our power ranking for ice done. I suspect we're going to be seeing that board again.
Okay, I would
very
put
soon.
Link in E tier though.
Everyone is
He's
playing.
Nations
You're
Forever
not
player.
yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete
Wow.
in fantasy, pick'em, and
But I think even if you made a tier list, guys, of just like the tournament, a lot of people would put Neon lower than where he's clearly at. It's specifically a tier list for ice, and they just pulled like 5 names, you know. So very, very impressive. Oh, we have OTAC up here. Huh. Yo, do you want to join for a second? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn on the friend camera because we have OTAC. This is your headset. It's okay, don't worry about it. And let's press this button. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. We're
and
closing
I can hear
in
you.
on finishing
and
group.
let's press some buttons. Okay, OTAC. Welcome up to my setup. Here I have been sitting over the past couple of days. And watching the games, how did you feel in that one? That was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy to watch.
It won't be a happy. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. It won't be a happy interview. Let's say. I'm sorry.
I know. I can see that. Yeah.
I'm kind of pissed on myself because obviously, well, the start went great. I feel like I had the match in my hands, and then just Japan happened. Lost all my confidence, and then it just turns out I didn't qualify to the playoffs yet. Yeah.
I can understand that. I mean, it's such an important tournament. So much is on the line, and these.
Oh.
It's okay. These tiny mistakes, they are ultimately the difference. And then this last round, this 2000s, it's nothing, but it is very unfortunate. And overall, it was a crazy game. It's the type of game where no one can go away feeling disappointed because the level is so high. Everyone's clearly come prepared. And did you have any strategy going in that you thought maybe with the map set when you saw it?
Oh yeah. First, I think I'm not that loud.
Yeah, here. If you hold it closer.
I have to hold it?
I guess because it's a bit loose,
Yeah?
I think. Sorry.
All right. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Yeah? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually, with Banks, we shared our bans and our picks. So we wanted to go through like him and me, obviously, because of last year. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I didn't have any stress besides like just playing my game like yesterday. It went well yesterday. Obviously, I have to take into account that I need time to adapt to the scene, to the stage. Sorry, to the maps in rounds. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I think I've been struggling a lot mentally for 2 years now since the last World Cup I've made. And it's hard for me to just go on a match and play like I play at home, especially since it's the first match that we play on the maps. So I have to figure it out. I have to, yeah, it's just go home or win. And obviously I want to win, so yeah.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the level is clearly there. If you look at your match yesterday when you were beating the likes of Epos in 140, that's indicative that you've come here prepared and that the level is there. So it's about, like you said, maybe the confidence during the match.
Yeah, well, Trackmania is all about the mental, to be honest. We all have the level to win. We all crack them up like pretty much the same hours. And we all had one session at least at home that could have been like the winning session. Like if we play this session in the match, it's obviously a win. So it's just in the mental, it's just in the head. I'm grateful for having my friends there in the crowd. And I'm so disappointed to just lose like in front of them. So
I mean, we all can, of course, sympathize with that, but you're not out of the tournament yet. Like, lower bracket runs happen, and you shouldn't feel so. I obviously know the emotions are high, and
true.
But you're absolutely still in the tournament, and there's a lot of good takeaways, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I had objectives. That's why I'm like maybe more disappointed. Obviously, I have to play tomorrow. It's not over, but it will be like a big journey yet. Still a lot to go.
There's still a lot to go, and yeah, I mean the crowd and also here people, even though it didn't go your way, you can see all the support that are happening in the chat. It's of course everyone knows how much is on the line, just as much as you guys, and have a lot of sympathy for it.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for the support, guys. I hope you enjoy the show as much as I do, at least, because I have fun, and yeah, I had prepared some celebration things if I won, but you guys will see it maybe tomorrow.
I saw it already in the walk-in. Like, I love the sunglasses and the confidence.
Yeah, it's good.
We need happy Otak back tomorrow. We rest up. We do what you need, and then come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm better if I enjoy the moment. So I love those. I love those moments. Yeah.
No, but Otak, all the love, man. You're such a fun person in the Trackmania community and such a good player. So you're actually absolutely going to bounce back from this. And if I can ask you an entirely different question, you have another match coming up now.
Yeah.
And every player I have up here, I like to ask for their prediction.
All right.
So we have Grenadi, Bren, Elcon, and Mime coming up. Do you have any person you think might win this one, first place?
I'll say Bren.
You
Of
say
course.
Bren?
I
Okay,
say
yeah,
Bren.
yeah.
I train with Bren. I know the pace. I know everything. We follow the same pattern. So he's gonna make it like
Okay, yeah.
100%. And for my second, it's well, it depends on the picks.
It depends on the picks.
Yeah, it depends. Well, obviously the safe bet is Grenadier, at least to me. Yeah, I'll say Grenadier too.
Okay,
yeah.
Bren Grenadi, yeah. That's a strong, I think that's a strong prediction. We'll of course see what happens. And Otak, if you want to say any last words to the fans here before I let you go, word is yours.
Well, thank you guys for the support. Thank you for everything. Thank you to like just be there to watch the EWC. We're so grateful as players to be here. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow my smile come back.
Your smile will be back tomorrow.
Yeah,
absolutely.
so.
That's
yeah.
a good focus to have. All right, Otak, thank you so much. As you can see, everybody is behind you when it comes to this.
Thank you guys. So grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let you have it to it. Enjoy the rest of your evening best you can, Otak. See you tomorrow. Yeah, guys, you can tell like emotions are really high in this, and I've tried to put into context how much this one tournament matters, and it's really hard because these players have put in the same amount of work pretty much every year that we've had Trackmania Esport for the past couple of years, and they have been very poorly rewarded for that effort, right? You could win the last 4 consecutive World Championships, and if you win this exact tournament, you would out-earn someone who won a quadruple World Championship in a row. This is the tournament of the highest prestige and the highest payout for that effort you put in. This is what you put your entire year of work towards throughout the regular season. And to see it potentially fall away by 0.02 of a second in the final round is unfortunately something that brings those emotions out, but it's fully understandable, right? And Otak is one of the most smiley guys in the entire grid, if you want to use F1 terms. And so to see him tear up, it is a little bit difficult. I of course hope Otak can bounce back. But that is the competition. There will be people who win and those who lose. And sometimes the margins is as low as a few thousandths. Let us go back to the cast now and prepare for the next game.
Hopefully they can get into as we head into it. If you think Mime is going to handle that solution, is he going to win the battle against himself? Well, make sure to check out your predictions in our pick'ems. You can scan that QR code and be a part of all the action, earn your share of $300,000. Prizing and join what has been going on for the last 7 weeks here in Paris, and maybe find yourself at the top. Guys, final thoughts before we send it over to the stage.
Honestly, if I can, I just want to say this match is going to be insane. All these 4 players deserve to be there. All these 4 players deserve to be
true.
in the
It
next
will be
round.
insane.
So I think at this point, lay it all on the ground. There's nothing to hide. It is time to focus.
Bren with
Get
that
in there.
surfer aesthetic,
well.
you
I
feel
mean,
it.
the previous 2 matches were just absolutely stellar as well.
Laid
And I think
back.
we're not stopping here. I think
Chill,
we'll be the
but
same
very
case,
quick,
maybe
as
even a
Otak alluded to.
quadruple final situation.
His prediction for the match
I made a
winner.
nice call yesterday.
You did.
Prove me right, guys.
I prove him right. I love it. Well, whether it's Elcon, whether it's Grenadi,
If
whether
I
it's
am
Bren,
to
or
make a
whether it's
prediction
Mime,
here also, from what
like
we've seen,
you both mentioned, these players deserve
I
to be
do
in this
think-
moment, but there's only room for 2 to continue on. Which
I
one will it be?
kinda
Who will
think
win the
it's gonna
battle,
be
not only
Grenadi first,
internally,
Bren
but
second.
externally on the track as we send it over to the stage. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet gets ready
that is
to
what I
host
feel
our
right now.
penultimate match of the
Grenadi
day.
1, Bren 2, but we will
Penultimate
see.
match indeed, but that last one was a screamer. Game 6. I mean, I just gotta say it. 3 finalists at the end of it, and a 4th that was close just behind them. Honestly, I'm in for it. This is why we're here. I'm actually glad that nobody got eliminated.
Yeah, me too. Impeccable scenes. Otak there as well.
Someone asked me what I would do in my cutaway clip. I think I would make their life difficult by just holding the pyramid and yapping about it for 30 seconds. And they would have no choice but to include it because they just wouldn't have enough footage of anything else. Like, sorry, boss, this is all we have. He just can't stop talking about the trophy he's holding. We got no choice but to use it. But did you know, though, that the pyramid was the tallest man-made structure for over 3,000 years, only surpassed by the Lincoln Cathedral in London in the 1300s? Like, it's kind of interesting what he's going on about, you know?
lucky and
Wow.
counting the stars that
Didn't know that.
nobody's going to
Some
have
facts.
their keys crushed by the end of this match as we had earlier on. Our crowd is cheering for all of them because even on top of the players themselves, there's the gameplay around the club championship here at the Esports World Cup, and every single player is a part of it, whether they like it or not. Speaking of which,
Bang, bang,
all set
bang.
up and ready
Don't
to go.
pull a
4
virtual.
players
Did I
get
see that
set.
right?
Let's get it on.
Okay, I'm no
Granati
longer.
takes
I
his
think Bren
place
is going to win
wheel
this
in
match
front of him, but
ahead
Bren,
of
Twisted
Elcon.
Minds
I
doesn't
think
want to let
Granati
anybody
doesn't
get it
stand a
twisted.
chance.
He should be out in front, according to him,
I
but it's
was
Elcon
saying
and
he was
Mime
rank
who
1
may
now.
have the last say.
What?
Mime focusing on
Yeah,
what
no,
he
no
is
chance
set
anymore.
out to do. Is he going to be able
Oi,
to get
I'm
his
a
mindset
biased
in the right
caster all of a
place to move
sudden.
on to this match? Elcon, he's going to have to figure out, is he going to be able to be consistent?
Let's
We
see
know
the
he's super
veto.
fast.
Let's
Is
see
he
the
gonna be-
veto. I'm going to turn off the casters. We had Mime banning Germany, Elcon banning Japan. That was Bren's selection. Australia banned, South Korea banned, Norway open. Granati first picks Poland. Wants that one to happen twice. Bren potentially making Saudi Arabia happen 2 times as well. And now let us take a look at what the third pick, Elcon's pick, Argentina. Do we get Norway? Maybe Mime won't pick it, but please let it be the decider. And then we have a crazy set here. From what we've seen, Norway left out of most matches. Mime picks Norway, decider Canada, and Hungary is left out of the match. That is a quite difficult set, especially with Argentina and Norway kind of being the maps you play after you've gotten settled on stage. Those are the ones where you're building the most amount of points. So we will see. We will see. Now let's turn on the audio of the game and get ready. Map 1. Germany ban is also interesting. It's a map not a lot of people ban. They're happy to play it even if it's hard. Poland first pick. We see the steering wheel being used. We see Elcon on keyboard, Bren on controller. And let us not forget as well that, oh my god, I'm blanking, that Mime is keyboard as well. Here we go in Poland. World record by Stifts. 108.97 was just set previous match. What will happen here? As Granati figured something out to favor this one for his first pick. Going on to the outside dirt. He does like dirt and grass, these couple of day style maps that are very drivable. This is where he shines, and to pick this one first, you really need a lot of pace. That is the biggest justification, because there's not too many tricks to make your opponents fail here. And right now, he's in first by a tenth, gets a good dive onto the plank, lands early, keeps a lot of speed around the bend here. Elcon takes first for a moment, with Granati trying to fight back. Bren with a mistake, the first one of the match. Mime quick to follow, both of them out of contention for first. Elcon versus Granati. Up to the landing, look at how low Elcon went. Barely grazing above the platform, landing as soon as he can. That is the difference maker in the ending. He wins round 1. 109.17 there. Already quite close to the record. Personal best for Elcon on the map. But Granati had solid pace there throughout. A little bit of time lost in the middle was the reason he didn't win the round. And now round 2. Elcon is a player we know that plays similarly to Stifts. He plays very fast, but he sometimes makes mistakes. Right now, Granati, that is not something we see too often. He is the player that kind of never crashes. But here he makes a mistake. That's one round without influence on his own pick. Gone. Bren now looking to bounce back from his mistake. Same for Mime. Getting a tiny ramp cut. Better for Mime there. And trailing still. Elcon pushing. Nice line. Mime crashing out. Elcon, how wide is the setup? That's too wide. He crashed too. Bren, the lone survivor in this round. But still a close fight for second. Interesting dynamic. who adapts the best after their crash. Mime seizes position, tries to hold on, and will be able to, will be able to do so. Alcon a little far. Bren now up to 14 points. Next round then. Bren and Alcon tied at 14. Mime and Grenadi tied at 9. Still early days. Really just looking to see who gets best settled into the match. Grenadi, he doesn't crash a lot. If we see 2 in a row, that would be very uncommon. Mime hitting the wall in the outside dirt. Grenadi's made it through. Bren also. Pixel clip there on the concrete wall. Alcon and Grenadi left to fight for it. Alcon very out wide on the road, but not even a line that gains a lot of time there. The speed from the dirt is better preserved by Grenadi, landing earlier. Alcon still fine on his speed, landing early on the last plank and pushing down the hill over into the water. Here he crashed last time, gonna save it more presumably. Still ahead of Grenadi on the jump. Landing out wide, Grenadi with a good setup though. Smooth steering wheel turn, and Grenadi is gaining towards Alcon, overtakes. Alcon will fight back in the last corner, and the jump to the finish, the sides, left all the way you can. Alcon has it with 109.31. Bren gets third, Mime fourth. And we did hear some rumors that Grenadi had started developing a bit of a cold. Uncertain if that is true or not, but it was said yesterday, and it might be correct. Hope he's still able to play as best he can. Also, someone asking if Pusito Paco is out. Anyone who loses in these upper bracket matches are just knocked down to the lower bracket. They're not out of the tournament. So in this match, we will have 2 winners that advance in upper bracket. The 2 players who lose are still surviving in the tournament, just 1 bracket lower. If you lose in the lower bracket, you are out. That's how it works. Alcon barely catching grip. Bren again a crash. Very messy start to this match by all players, really. Alcon, though, might get the best of it with 3 wins. It's a fast time being driven here. Down the dirt. Oh, he clipped. Never mind. Grenadi might be the one to do it. Last corner, he should have it on lock. And he gets the 10. Mime ending up 100th behind there. Bren third, Alcon fourth. Now we go to the next map. So it's an interesting set because Argentina was open, Norway was opened, and Canada was the last one, and now we're on Saudi Arabia here. We are seeing a zoom in here. Onto the in-game chat. Did notice a little bit of strangeness there, but the result was still correct. So all good. Nothing to be worried about. There was a player who had an incident like that in a Cup of the Day final, where he was ahead at the last checkpoint. Ahead, basically crossing the finish line, but then lagged and didn't get the Cup of the Day win he deserved. But that's many years ago. Hopefully we have nothing like that happen. Just something I vividly remember happening. On to Saudi Arabia, round 1, picked by Bren. Bren not able to get his Japan pick, so he goes for Saudi Arabia. Let's see if it pays off. Wide setup with the quarter pipe jump. That's too low, but he clips, and it's still okay. Little time lost, but not fully out of it. Grenadi driving fast up front. Flawless run so far. Alcon struggling a bit, but catching grip. Cross through the checkpoint. And now the jump line by 3 players in this match. And look at Bren not jumping, gaining time towards all of them, it would seem. The jump line, though, is easier. Alcon so close. My God. Nose down as well. Does he time that correctly? Yes, and he's going to hold on. Bren lost his position. Grenadi in third with a PB, triple PB up front. Fast-paced that round. Bren last there with a 0.8. Not something we see too often. So the scores, Elcon 37, Grenadi 29, Bren 25, Mime 24. And it's still early days, but from Bren and experience working with him, he does thrive more when the situation is under control. And here, it's a little bit of chaos, and it's hard to fully get into the groove. That could be problematic. Another small mistake in the start. Elcon with a clean jump up to the quarter pipe. Small ice wiggle too. He was a 10th ahead. Now it's going to be more with this landing. Makes it 11. Up the hill. More speed. Makes that 13. Catching a little bit too much airtime and a bit wide. The jump line happens from top 3. Mime trying to get the jump plus the road. And that seems to be the best variant. Passing Grenadi and Elcon through to the left. Dares to hold left all the way. The nose down. Better for Mime by the looks of it. Elcon! Oh, the double snipe! He's gonna do it! Yeah, he gets past both. Despite a mistake. Didn't seem like he could have an influence on the 10-pointer, but perfect release timing gets him there. Now, third round. And it's getting a little stressful for Bren here. This is his map pick. And he's only at 28 points, and he's had 2 last places here. What can he make of it? First place on this checkpoint, 25.88. One of the best starts we've seen in the entire tournament. Follows that up with a clean quarter pipe, and he has first place for now. Mime even with decent splits is last. The others are catching Bren. The difference will be this jump versus drift philosophy. Bren, inside line drift over the sand to drive down the downhill, hold that speed into the dirt. The others jumping, but Bren's exit speed pays off, and he reclaims the lead into the ending. He has 900s to work with, but Elcon has been perfectly adjusting his release on this jump. And again, he might snipe Bren. That is a great release timing from Elcon. A great time to be driven to 1:05.55. And Bren just cannot catch a break. Even on his great run here, it's only 6 points. Elcon takes the 10. And he is building a massive lead here, 57. Elcon, when he doesn't crash, is a machine. He drives very quick runs. If you hoard all the 10-pointers, well, you're going to lead the match. Nice nose slides from Grenadi here. Good jump on the dirt. 25.82, okay. Yeah, this is a quick round, guys. This is approaching tournament record pace. Elcon able to match that is crazy. I see too far left here, Elcon. No, he makes it under the arch. Does this right to left line to carry grip, carry speed, close to the checkpoint. Has some struggles now, though, with the jump line. Doesn't look ideal. He was sent too far on the checkpoint. Grenadi overtakes. And now a rock bump from Bren, a rock bump from Elcon. 2 tons for Grenadi. But the last jump is Elcon's domain. This speed is... Oh, it would have been a crash. He releases. Doesn't want to risk anything. Grenadi takes the time. Are we seeing a more mature Elcon here, guys? Like, he's releasing. He's not risking as much. And if you're seeing that spinning camera, by the way, that is the steering wheel bug, which happens after every map if your steering wheel is plugged in correctly. It's never been fixed. So Grenadi between rounds is literally just watching this happen on his screen. That's insane. Argentina, the next map. Very curious to see how they will stack up against Neon's pace here. One of the hardest maps to drive cleanly. 1:12.4 is Neon's tournament record. Could have been faster too. That run had pace for maybe 1:12.2. Smooth start from Mime here. In first. Sets up the drift. Want to land as wide as you can. Then snap left in the turn with 5th gear held. And then speed slide all that you can. Some players go down early like Bren to get a different approach into the road turn. He goes out wide. And it's Elcon and Mime, the two keyboard players, leading this race. Now into the bobsleigh, the most important section, the turnaround with the reactor. Mime trying to drive up the wall, a little bit of spectator lag, but he gets a good turnaround, a very good one in fact, leading by 11 hundredths of a second. Close between Grenadi and Elcon. Some players do an air brake line here. Bran being one of them, if I remember. Mime going wide, wants the higher speed ice slide setup, gets back all the time he lost and more. High line there though, low into the quarter pipe, has to slow down a little bit to catch the landing. Grenadi lying in wait, but Mime should have that clean enough to take the 10 points. 1:12.48, almost tournament record here from Mime as well. The others are pretty good on this map. And when this map, a couple of years ago, had the name Bob Zag in the 2022 World Cup, is when Mime was in peak form, and this was one of his better maps. Had a lot of strong records there. So this is one Mime knows very well. Ran all the way wide on the booster, and look at the speed now, carrying that down the hill. And he sets up early to get this drift. Grenadi still has the speed. But maybe Brand's line a little safer. Grenadi so close to the checkpoint. Doesn't crash, finds a gap. The cost of a little bit of speed. Turn around, Elcon very high on the wall. Not what you want there as he jumps twice. Let's see the others. Brand versus Grenadi. Who is doing the air brake strategy here? It wasn't Bran, and Mime goes for this low jump, completely different, but the speed is here. That's the justification if you're gonna go for this. Bran ahead of Grenadi, ahead of Mime, into the last bobsleigh. Bran holding his own, Grenadi tiny bit faster. Grenadi actually looking for the snipe, landing early enough to take it away. 100th faster, and still Bran cannot catch a break. Sometimes he crashes, and on his good runs, he is 100th off or 300th off of getting the 10-pointer. Still last in the match. Third round of Argentina. Still not so mistake heavy. Very impressive by the players how close these rounds have been. Often we see a lot of crashes on Argentina here. Perfect angle basically from Mime in the start. Great checkpoint there. Down the grass slope. Brandon more sideways in the drift as we've talked about. And although he's last, oh, there's his crash. And a crash from Elcon. Mime versus Grenadi, 1 versus 1. Mime also drives up the wall in the turnaround, but doesn't want to go too high. Grenadi there gets a little bit of airtime. Mime overtakes. And now we really get to compare the lines. Oh, we do not. Grenadi, consistent as ever. Everyone else crashes but him. It's a pattern we see in Cup of the Day, and we see it here in the Esports World Cup. He is so accustomed to driving at his own limit. He doesn't push too much. Very rare we see him crash. Always present to fight for the big points, and here he gets to cruise in to 10 more points. And Brandon last here. Cannot stop the mistakes at moments. A frustrated look to the ceiling before the final round of Argentina. Wall hit from Grenadi, I believe. In the corner of our eye. 2.8 seconds behind. Doesn't get that part correctly. Now good for Brandon, it's time. It's about time. If he wants to fight for the upper bracket spots, he cannot fall further. But Elcon and Mime has been driving extremely good here. Let's see the turnarounds. We know Alcon and Mime drive up the wall. Bren a little bit wider. Wants to slow down in the middle of the road. Alcon gains a lot of time there. Dodges the pillars just barely. Doesn't fail the gap jump, keeps fourth. But Mime's wide line is happening right there. Is it too wide for Mime? It looked sketchy. He doesn't re-up here with speed, and I think Alcon versus Bren is the race to pay attention to. Alcon should have enough of a lead to safety ending a bit. But Alcon and safing is not a combination we're used to. He is driving very quickly, and it's a good time. 1:12.47. Not tournament record, but very close there. Another PB for Alcon, and increasing his lead in the match. Now, guys, now. We have Norway remaining, we have Canada remaining, I believe, as the next two maps. This will be very interesting. It's an ice map. Alcon is known as one of the best ice players of all time. Grenady here might use keyboard for some moments. He uses steering wheel for the most part, but for certain ice turns, he likes to use keyboard. Not sure we'll see that. Another thing is just the jumps, right? Aiming the jumps is so hard. We'll find out what strategies players opt for, but it is a crazy difficult map to land on the platforms on. Let's see Grenady. I think it's going to be steering wheel for this first ice slide. Indeed it is. With the brake taps. Oh, that's awkward. That's already very awkward. Grenady with the first mistake. Now the plastic bug slide. A section you can just feel Alcon and Mime are going to be the favorites in. Experts at these tiny input finds for tricky parts like that. Alcon leading by 0.25. And now the jump up to the plank. The hardest one is at the ending. This one's still tricky because you want to land with speed preserved. Mime clipping. Turns on cars, sees everyone flying away with a lot of speed. Second ice slide here. You want fourth gear on this exit. Grenady has it. Alcon missed it by a bit, and it's Brad now leading, looking for still his first proper 10-pointer in the match. Wide setup on the ice to carry speed into the drift after the reactor. Gets that pretty good. Alcon still trailing. He hit an arrow. And now the jump onto the planks. Grenady lining it up from the left side. Bren more in the middle. Bren sticks the landing. Gets around the last corner. And it's a tournament record from Bren to make a statement. He is still here to play. And with that, he will overtake Mime for third place in the match. Really needs that now. 30 points or so, a gap is very hard to come back from. 20 still within reach for Bren. This time around on the ice slide, Grenady has it under control. Looked really difficult to do on the steering wheel. Now the bug slide. Everyone present before the first jump. Oh, wobbly for Mime. Through the drift we go, and we aim the jump onto the plank. Looks low for Alcon. He lands early. That's going to be a lot of exit speed. Controls it. Bren and Grenady also have stuck the landing. And now they set up the ice slide. They try to catch fourth gear again here in the middle. And Mime does not have it. He gets a late gear up. From 0.3 he goes and loses a little bit of time to Grenady. Grenady still staying strong in front. Bren with that wide setup could gain some time back in speed. Through the drift. No mistakes yet. On to the last plank jump. Bren is very far to the right. Mime to the left. Neither of them clip. They both make it. Grenady on the inside line holds. And it's a new tournament record again. 1:10.28. Fantastic time from Grenady. Really sick race as well for such a difficult map. Grenady and Alcon now tied for points. 91 each. Bren and Mime just over 20 points behind. Steering wheel is said to be the worst device for ice slides, and Grenady shows if you're good enough, it doesn't matter. Inside line bug slide from Alcon. Has always had the fastest starts here. Now the jump. Looks like Grenadi touched a bit of snow. Slow setup for him. Alcon jumping far, getting to the corner though, and carrying speed. Mime following suit. Into the ice slide again. This is where a couple of players lost the gear. Look at the difference in speed. Mime had it, Alcon didn't. Perfect demonstration of what goes on there and why it matters. Mime still not clear for the 10-pointer. Alcon's gonna challenge. Going wider to prevent the crash. And now the aim. Sets up all the way from the left. Gets a nosedive to the plank. Oh, but he clips the wheel. Grenadi's gonna overtake. Grenadi in second. Mime with a third tournament record in a row. And that one is also a publicly known world record. And Bran shaking his head. He knows it. He knows it. Too far. 10.7 seconds behind. And not a finish there at all. Losing ground in this match, Bran. Not sure what needs to happen for him to come back. But confidence is a big thing. Alcon still with these good starts. Always puts himself in a good position here. Consistently gaining .2 there. And also very brave to go for the nosedive in the ending. Bren clips again. He really has not had a good match here on Norway. It's been a byproduct of perhaps the previous maps not going his way either. And now we'll see the battle for first. Alcon on a massive run, guys. This is a 1:09 pace time with a good ending. And he is going for what looked like the fastest ending strategy. Now, will we see the mature Alcon that recognizes his position and saves a little bit, or will we see a risk? Never change Alcon. Grenadi takes the round win. Mime in second, Alcon third. Going for a diagonal jump line, and a little disappointed because that was perhaps the 4th world record of the match. All right, Canada the next map, and also the last of this map pack. The Navi fans rooting for Mime. Grenadi there with that round crossed 100 points. We're getting closer to the limit. 140 points is what we play for, plus finalist mode. We are on a pace-heavy map again. We just saw a new record, 1:01.77. By Neon in the previous round. Now we'll see where these players are at. Bren played this in his first match, got a 1:02.20 in that one. But we're seeing a different Bren now, a less confident Bren. He needs to turn it around. It's a new map, new possibilities. And he is on a great start here. Pushing up the hill, fast. Checkpoint split to follow. Alcon is there. Grenadi as well. Bren over-releasing a bit. The others catch up. Mime drops off. It's the turn. Alcon weaving through the slalom. And Grenadi on the steering wheel. Smoother than Bren. About to overtake here. Gets into the second position. Alcon on 99. Down the last hill. What a drift from Grenadi before the downhill. Now, is there some ice wiggles going on? Alcon trying them. He's going to make it to the finish. A fast time to 1:02.12. Grenadi PB in second place. And Bren still a good time there. 1:02.4, but only 4 points. Round 2. Grenadi 1:13. Alcon 1:09. Everybody making it out of the start. Haven't seen much from Mime yet. Bren hitting the wall before the slalom uphill. That makes you so much slower for this entire part. 1.7 seconds must have been an additional mistake. Alcon versus Grenadi. Alcon lower speed now. Grenadi will equalize into the dirt. This is where Grenadi gained a lot on Bren. Can he do the same towards Alcon? smoother turns, avoiding the bumps, and he gains about a 10th there actually. Even Mime gaming towards Alcon right now before the ending, and here Bernardi pulled off an insane drift and will do the same again. Very precise there down the last hill, but here the ice wiggles. Alcon gaining, Bernardi ice sliding. Is this going to be close? Oh, Bernardi still has it. Alcon second, Mime third. And consecutive PBs now. The pace is getting quicker round for round. But it seems to shape up to be a battle between Grenadi and Alcon. Mime and Bren are far behind and with little time left in the match to make their comebacks happen. So we saw someone slow down a little bit there. Mime having to release. Now Bren is on the up and up at least. Faster pace than usual in rounds. Only enough to match Alcon. Alcon crashes, and this, for Bren, is the opportunity to start something. It might be too late, but you gotta try anyways. 0.2 ahead of Grenadi, who is driving very quick on this map. Will Bren be able to hold on to his lead here? Will Grenadi even challenge it? The thing for Grenadi here is that 6 points doesn't help him much. He still ends up at 129. Not what he wants to have here. He wants the 10. Bren is going to try to secure it. Bren is very far on the right side. Difficult angle for the end, and he makes it. Grenadi ice sliding the ending. And it's a little bit for Bren here, as he gets 10 points added to his total. They are quite far. They are quite far. They're playing till 140. Grenadi needs 11 more points. Alcon needs 22. Soon enough, we will have finalist mode happen, and it will start happening on Bren's map choice of Saudi Arabia. That is where he can maybe try to hold the fort. He needs a good last round here together with Mime. Grenadi again up there. Alcon again up there. We're seeing a consistent Alcon, guys. Something we did not think was physically possible, but he has come to the tournament prepared. And he is driving in a different style than we're used to seeing. Sure, he's had some crashes. Everyone had crashes in the match. But time and time again, he's up there, and this is 1:01 pace as well. So we're seeing the pace that we're used to from the Czech player. He's going to jump into the finish. 10 more points for him. Catching up to Grenadi, 1:02.05. Great time. And Bren sniped Grenadi there for an additional 2 points. That might matter. Grenadi drops to 133 points. Now needing a first place for finalist mode directly. And again, you see the spinning on the screen. So used to it at this point that he doesn't even react to it. The spinning camera. Quick little warm-up here on Poland. Sorry, Poland the first map. I keep thinking wrong, guys. We are on Grenadi's map choice of Poland, not Saudi Arabia. Caster spreading misinformation. This is what we were so surprised by initially, that Grenadi picked Poland, because it's a map everyone's happy to see in the map pool, but they're in no immediate rush of playing. And on this map, it was actually Alcon who looked the strongest. So this is very interesting. Grenadi had a mistake in the start there. Alcon now looking to hit finalist mode at the same time as Grenadi, but he crashes as well. And now Bren versus Mime, both at 98 points, both in need of a miraculous comeback. Let's see what happens. We cross the planks. Alcon losing one more position there to Grenadi. Onto the planks. Bren tends to do this ramp cut to the right. Doesn't fully get there. Late landing. Mime catching a few hundredths. Early inside line from Mime. Late to this one. Still recovering into the water. Sets up the turn. Sends it. Equal-ish speed. Bren ahead. Early air brake to get the wobble over the ledge. And onto the planks we go once more. Final time on the map. Bren inside approach here. Hits the grass. Low speed. Mime is catching up quite a lot there. But Bren holds on to the left. 109.16, the winning time. 10 more points for Bren. Mime PB. 109.29. So if Alcon wins this round, they are hitting finalist mode at the same time, him and Grenady. Oh. Now for Alcon. He will, if he wants top seed, have to deny Grenady one time most likely. Grenady just needs to finish a lap here, guaranteed to hit finalist with 3 points necessary. Mime and Bren trying to make sure Grenady can't deny them their potential comeback. If Bren gets this 10-pointer, he's not that far behind. It's within reasonability with a stellar performance. If Grenady gets this 10, it's looking very bleak. Same goes for Mime. Needs to hold off Grenady. Only half a car length apart. On tournament record pace. Down the dirt. Lower jump for Mime. Bren clips out of the running. Mime still a car length to spare. Grenady waiting for a mistake. Grenady touches a bit less grass. Mime holds on. Both of them driving 108. A 9.6 for Mime, a 9.8 for Grenady, who now hits finalist mode. And is it too far, guys, for Mime and Bren? As Alcon is also at 135. Here we go, red name tag for Grenady. 1 round win and he is through in the upper bracket. Oh, almost touching on the inside drift. Fast start from Bren. Sets up wide on the dirt. Up onto the outside. Grenady has made a mistake, but he no slides to recover. And it's only 0.2 lost. What a recovery there for Grenady to have some outside chances in this round if all goes wrong for the other 3. Other than that, Alcon needs to look for a second place here. Third won't be enough to hit finalist immediately. Second place or more is his goal. And for Mime and Bren, any points they can muster here are critical. Bren going wide, losing speed there into the water. Mime going wide as well. Suddenly Grenady's mistake doesn't look too bad. He's finding himself within striking distance. Alcon is going to risk the low jump here. Does he go too low? He lands it perfectly onto the last platforms. Alcon the only thing standing between Grenady and top seed. But right now Alcon is holding on. And even Bren defending there. And we have a double finalist round on Poland. The last round on Grenady's map choice for Saudi Arabia is the next map. And Alcon here, we do have to point out, has looked stronger of the 2 finalists so far on Poland. Let's see what happens in this critical double finalist situation. Either player could close out first place immediately. See the dirt, Grenady again behind. Up on the outside. Still nowhere to be seen. Alcon in first. Has gained about a 10th towards Grenady. Here goes wide, but the speed pays off. Doesn't lose time as it first appeared. Oh, that's a weird drift from Alcon. Not fully what he was intending, but it works out. Stays ahead, and Grenady has maneuvered past both Mime and Bren, looking all the more likely we will have a decisive result here. Alcon slowing down Grenady, perfectly maneuvering on the planks, gets to these ones in time, can set up wide in the water turn. This is maybe the last crux, and now Grenady should have it within him to do these final parts smoothly. Is also on tournament record pace, it should be said, but Mime is maybe there. Mime has a little bit more speed. It's quite far to the finish line, and Grenady is struggling here. Will Mime be the one to deny? It's close. Grenady eats the grass, and Mime takes away that first place from Grenady. We are not done yet. Tiny, tiny touch of the penalty grass there is all that stood between Grenady and first place in the match. It looked over at that point. But we will continue playing. And Mime himself looked strong in Saudi Arabia. I mean, they all looked very strong here. So this is going to be a nail-biter. This was Bren's map choice. Also has Very outside chances in the match. And tension and pressure is on the two finalists. To close out before Mime and Brent can join them. Here we go. Into the round. Map starts out quite gently, but already here we're going to begin seeing differences in how they get the grip from that landing and how smoothly they enter the wall hug. Best for Grenadi, good speed there, and he can do the nose slide on a steering wheel. Slightly preferable to Mime's keyboard in this part, and Grenadi is getting a tiny advantage towards the quarter pipe jump. We see a 25.9 fast split being driven, low jump across, nobody missing it, but some differences have started to accrue. It's already 0.2 down to Brandon and Alcon, who seem a little bit out of this round. However, we know Grenadi does this jump line, we know Bren doesn't, and maybe he can catch up a little bit of time there, but Grenadi is setting himself apart right now, has about a lead of 0.2 of a second. Mime coming back strong, gets a lot of speed up that hill, overtakes. Bren is also there. The two non-finalists are fighting back. Mime leading, Bren clipping. Grenadi also crashed, but Bren is still second place. Mime, does he land? The jump gets through. Bren as well, and they are scoring a lot of points here. Mime up to 137, Bren up to 127. Shake of the head from Grenadi. Knows that was potentially within reach. And we are not too far from a quadruple finalist here, guys. At least a triple. Nothing is over yet. Nothing is over at all. Into the wall hug again. Who gets the best smooth entry? That is Grenadi. All that speed is preserved here. And he stays a car length ahead of Bren and Mime. The quarter pipe jump is where the biggest difference was seen previously. Bren and Alcon safing it a bit too much here. Alcon, nothing to lose by risking. He is last. Mime and Grenadi both clipping. Bren with a huge lead, but very far on the right side, able to correct his course and get to the checkpoint. Alcon looking like he might clip. Alcon is out of the running for this one. Bren in sole first. Is it going to be Bren getting the 10-pointer? If so, Mime would also hit finalist mode. Grenadi and Mime are both doing the jump. Bren remains 2 ahead over the rocks. He is on his map pick. He's sensing that there is a way back in this game. Mime crashes. Bren versus Grenadi on the final jump. Does Bren stick the landing? Grenadi doesn't. Bren doesn't. And is it then Alcon winning the round? It might be. Observer is asleep. And Alcon wins that round with a 108. Both of them failed the jump. And Alcon secures top seed. Now double finalist between Mime and Grenadi. Bren on 131 points. Let's see what happens. It could be Grenadi lower bracket. It could be Bren lower bracket. These were my predictions. I am so far very wrong in what I thought would happen, but this has been a crazy game. Can Mime come back from such a deficit? He was at 117 points when Grenadi was finalist, and now he is leading the race for that second seed in the upper bracket. Bren quite far. This is coming down to the battle between Grenadi and Mime. Who is it going to be here? Up the hill. They're both doing the jump line. This will be close. It's wide setup from Mime, who wants the inside there to maybe get more speed through this drift and into the jump. Grenadi into the pillar! And we might have a shock result here. The two players that least people had predicted. Alcon and Mime could do it, but the last jump here is still really difficult to stick, and Mime has the landing. He has enough space. He is going to do it. He can't believe it. Gives a smile to the camera, shake of the head, together with Alcon, the two keyboard players going through. What a crazy sequence of events. What a match. That is something I did not expect. Fist bump to Alcon. Just crazy stuff. Alcon winning that round because both Grenadi and Bren failed on the release. That gives Mime a moment to hit finalist, and he also clutches up. But yeah, really unfortunate match for Bren. It's the type of match where it seemed everything went wrong, unfortunately. And yeah, what can you do? Guys, we have one more match coming up today, which I want to draw your attention to. This is the match between Pac, Wosal, Gwen, and Epos. It is going to be just as ridiculous as everything else we've seen. The final game of the night will be a banger. But before that, I want to draw your attention to something else. I am doing a lot of talking, but not a lot of talking with you guys. I am not necessarily able to answer chat. And so what we have done in collaboration with Alliance is set up a Ask Me Anything. On Reddit right now there is a thread where on the 22nd of August I will be answering all your questions. You can see this by the sign. Ask Me Anything. August 22nd at 15. So if you send in your questions in this Reddit thread, I will answer as many of them as I can, and I'm going to copy them over into the chat for you. So please send me your questions. And for now, let's turn back to the stage where we have
Thank you very much, guys.
the players.
Paris, please get up your Game 7 winner. It's Elcon 21! Elcon, we were screaming our heads off.
Elcon also very short in interviews in his answers.
How is it for you being in that race? We saw that 3 of you in contention for finalist mode. It was wild.
It was definitely stressful. At the start, I started off pretty good, but towards the end, I just started crashing so much, and I don't know, I wasn't feeling it towards the end, but thankfully, it worked out.
It did work out. I think Grenadi was actually maybe the first into finalist mode. Mine was the one to go through there, we saw as well. Were you surprised how things worked out in the group going into the match? Did you imagine it to go as it did, or was it different to what you expected?
Definitely different. I expected like a lot of sick times to be driven. We were kind of like at the middle stage pace.
You expected
not
6 times? I thought it was 6
already,
times.
which is what I kind of expected, but it went out pretty well, and I think everyone deserved their spot.
Going through into through the upper bracket there, I mean, this must be a great for you coming into this event. Did you hope it would end like this at this point, like going into this the final day? It's such a strong position because you did so unbelievably well.
Well, originally when I arrived here, I expected to be out in the group stage, so already coming out like this, it's incredible.
He expected to be
Lastly,
out in the group
EWC,
stage.
Trackmania, I mean, it's delivering all the goods entertainment-wise. What's it been like for you being here in Paris, performing, playing here at EWC?
Yeah, it's definitely incredible. The venue is insane. Everything is just insane around here. I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, your driving was insane as well. One more time, give it up, Paris, for Elcon! What a hero there. It's the Maya in that picture, that winning picture as well behind. Back to you guys in the studio. What a penultimate game we had there, but there's one more left today, one more.
And I cannot wait for it. Thank you so much, Elcon.
This is going to be crazy, guys. This is going to be crazy.
No keys
The link is being posted right now in both YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so if you want on the break, ask some questions.
Import Turbo.
I will answer them in 2 days' time.
Great race there.
Normal turnaround for a question.
Honestly, Turbo was almost
Anything
right.
you want to know.
Was a quadruple finalist.
It was.
So close. So close.
Imagine I would have
Listen
been
to
right
the talents here on desk.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get to see that at the end of that one round with the slight cam switch option, but outside of that, really great job for Elcon, really great job for also the others as well.
Yeah, so many things to talk about here in this match. I mean, Norway,
move my camera
Brand,
here.
tournament record, Grenadi tournament record, and then Mime.
So we can see them.
World record, okay.
Yeah.
All right, just go for it. I
Go
mean,
for it.
An incredible performance there from Mime. I mean, Mime really falling behind is in this match as well as Bren. And then, yeah, Grenadi wasn't able to close it out.
The thing I loved about Mime's reaction though at the end, it was just, puffing his face out like, oh my gosh, I survived that. And I would have that same exact reaction as well. I can't imagine kind of what the relief you have. Also knowing the fact that you're now top 16, you're on Saturday, you're at that finals day. So, I mean, what a great relief for him as well. For the side of Grenadi and Brent.
All right, guys.
Maybe
We
I'm
got to
gonna be a
build
little
up
mean
this
when I
last
say
game
this.
now.
Maybe it's a streamer debuff. They're also really good
What
streamers.
do we think is going to happen? We have Pac, Wosal, Gwen, Epos. Most people would still, in a stacked match as that, have Pac as a favorite. He is the most recent tournament winner when it comes to this competitive style. He won at DreamHack Birmingham, and that was an unbelievably stacked tournament. And just very consistently quick.
obviously over to mine.
Based on what we saw yesterday between Wosal, Gwen, and Epos, I think it is still very close.
How important is that? I mean, we got one more group to go, but
It's still very, very close.
It's an understated thing. Having to work tomorrow, having to focus tomorrow, or being able to
It's very hard to call.
focus on Saturday. I feel like
Yeah, Britain versus France, it's true.
A lack of stress is definitely going to be a big factor. Not
true.
having to worry about what's happening tomorrow necessarily, but just
It's
focus
hard
on
to call. I mean, I have to make a prediction. My prediction in the previous one was completely wrong. And hello. Bran, thank you for taking a seat. Let me turn this on, if you put this on. And let me get the friendship camera. That's what I call this. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you as well. Bran, I mean, we saw the struggles, but do you want to tell us a little bit how that felt, that match?
It sucks to lose, you know, it's always the same thing. I don't think I played too bad. I had some wonky rounds, no confidence on some maps, but I don't know, the pace on Norway was nuts.
The pace was completely incredible.
The
Just
fact that I get
record,
a +6
record.
with a .3 is, it shouldn't happen, you know?
Yeah.
So many rounds where I'm like 200s behind Grenadier, he gets the +10, I get the +6. So
We saw that too, yeah.
So very quickly, you know, the gap increases, and even though I don't play terribly, it's just so hard to stay in the match.
Just
It
hold the
happened
mic a
on
bit
Saudi.
closer, like a bit up.
Sorry.
It's okay, yeah.
Happened on Saudi, happened on Norway, happened on Argentina. I just never got any +10 really. I got maybe 3 in the match, which is not good.
Yeah, you had some of the wonky rounds, and then the good ones, as you say. It's just like the margins were not on your side, but
Yeah.
it ended up being pretty crazy there in the last couple of rounds in Saudi Arabia. That was
I feel
anyone's game.
I'm gonna hold it like that. You know
Yep.
what? I feel like it's always the same thing with Mime and Elcon, because for the DreamHack qualifier, the very last match, I was with them as well and Gwen, and it was the same thing, like denies and then coming back and then winning the finalist. So this time it's Mime doing it. I mean, all 3 of them would have deserved it. Really, they played better than me. If I yoinked it, I would have loved it, of course, because it means I'm through to the top 16, but hopefully I can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, that is what awaits. And with the level we've seen, it's crazy that it's so insane that every match is kind of a toss-up. You don't know who's going to win going in.
Yep.
It's impossible to call. Everyone's at that level. Everyone's appeared prepared. And it looked a little bit like your pick, because you had Japan as one of your picks in the first match, and now it got banned. What did you think of the map pack as it happened?
Well, I said a few times that I don't really have much preference with the map packs. I can play the 10 maps. I'm pretty happy with how I played on Norway, honestly. I just thought they were really, really good on the map.
Yeah.
Which I was not expecting. I was expecting, you know, them to be good, but not that good. But I'm not too disappointed. I just need to fix a couple things. But there are some, I don't know. I feel like it's the second day in a row where I don't play good on my own pick, and that's probably the biggest issue that I need to fix, because I go for a map that I like and I feel like I'm going to play good, and then I crash 4 times. It just doesn't.
Yeah, that really stinks. That really stinks, and it messes with confidence and everything. But
I just didn't play how I should have played. You know, I just needed that little extra, which was not too far on some rounds. But yeah, I didn't play good. I didn't play good.
But there is a new day tomorrow. I saw the same Otak came up here, you know, and he lost his round by 2,000s, and that is the type of heartbreak that we will
that
see.
was a tough round. I was watching it as well. Either way, it would have been a heartbreak for them.
Yeah, it would. But it is how it is in this tournament, and I told him, and I'll tell the same thing to you, that like the pace we're seeing from you as well in some of these rounds is incredible. The level is incredible, and tomorrow you have a whole day of opportunities to go through, and I think you'll manage.
Yeah, it's going to be important to reset, have a nice shower, and then think about something else than Trackmania for the night. And then tomorrow, I think I saw him the first match of the day, if I'm not wrong, which is good. I'd rather play early than late. So.
Do you know your opponents yet?
I'm pretty sure I play against Solja, Nako, and Richie.
Okay.
Which I've already played against Nako yesterday. Solja, I know, is really good on Canada.
Yeah, that's his map. He goes for it. It's true. Yeah.
Nako, I know, is really good on Saudi. Richie, I don't know. I'll have to watch and get the data.
Yeah, you'll have to do some VOD analysis. Fair. And then we'll take it from there. But yeah, Bran, I mean, it's always a pleasure to see you in person.
Also, Congrats for the obstacle campaign. That was a good fight.
That was a good fight. Dude, I grinded those maps so hard. And then I see you drop some sick records on them. I was like, oh no.
I just wanted 1 and I got like 3.
You got like 3, yeah. You made it a bit difficult for me. I appreciate that battle. No, always a pleasure when you're here. Thank you for joining the cast with us.
Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you guys.
Enjoy your night, Bran. Thank you so much.
See you.
Yeah, much love for Bran, guys. Always a pleasure. It's very tough, you know, like we were talking about how important these events are. You're coming in with all the expectations of not just yourself and your Trackmania legacy, but of all the fans. This is the one event that you need to show up for at your best pace. And when you start a match not driving at your peak and you're not able to get into it fully, it's just a feeling of like you left so much potential on the table. And you'd rather drive a good match and lose and know that others were better than be left with the what if. What if I didn't crash so much? What if I didn't have that one slow line, etc. Right? So yeah, can sympathize a lot with the players. But there's two sides to that coin. There's the winners and the losers. And 2 players in that match, Alcon and Mime, are ecstatic with their performance, right? So just big emotions all around. But yeah, 1 game left today. And the players that drop into lower, they're feeling as though they're at risk of being out. If we are if we are honest about Bren and Otak's level, we know that's not the case. We know they are likely to make it through. But it's just a feeling immediately after. The last match of the day, guys. Pack, Wosal, Gwen, Epos. I'm going to have to make a prediction, else I'm a coward. And you have to make a prediction, else you're a coward too. You can't say, oh my god, I can't believe you were that wrong, Virtual, after the match if you didn't make your own prediction. So I will say mine right now. I think Pack is getting first place in this one. And I truthfully think that Epos is getting second. Gwen's pace is ridiculous, but yesterday in the match with Mura and Pasito Paco, it wasn't as convincing. It was a little bit off. And with Wosal, he has some really strong maps. His Germany is very strong. He is very consistent. But Pack will hoard all the 10-pointers, is how I see this match go. And in that ensuing battle between the 3, Epos, Wosal, Gwen, I think Epos might be stronger. Triple finalist, 4 workers, Gwen wins. I like the boldest predictions. Give me your boldest predictions. Does anyone think Wosal gets first? Not that he qualifies to upper bracket, that he gets first. That's a bold one. It could happen. He looks determined. But we will see. Players are entering the arena. Buinator, thank you for the prime, I appreciate that. More than anything, I'm hoping for interesting maps here. Interesting maps is what I'm hoping to see. I think it's very unlikely we get to see Australia. That one's going to be banned out. Probably in this set, also unlikely that we get to see Norway. Some players don't mind it, but there are some that do. Unlikely we see it played. And I think most are going to be happy with Canada, Hungary,
Wosal joins me now.
Poland.
Congrats for yesterday first.
Just the simpler ones.
Yeah,
let's hear
there
Wosal.
was like no way to do much better for me. Ending up in first was like so great for me. The only bad thing was that I ended up going in a match where maybe I'm a bit last in terms of pace, like all the other guys are driving faster than me. But I'll try my best for that.
This is today, you mean? You've got Epos, of course, you've got Gwen, you've got Pack, you've got some big hitters there.
Oh yeah, yeah, really big hitters. That's a bit scary for me. But yeah.
But how much confidence does yesterday and coming first give you for this match?
Honestly, a ton. Like, I was not expecting to be first yesterday, even against Binks. Like, I know that he's a bit better than me in normal times, but yeah, this time, yeah, it gave me a bit of boost for maybe the next match, the today's match. So maybe a bit of confidence, yeah.
What will you have to do against these other 3 opponents today to have the edge?
Drive faster. That's the only thing that I have to do, drive faster. Still keeping the consistency, but drive faster.
He's figured it out, guys.
What do you think?
Why don't we all do
over
this?
You that
Wait,
you might need to
you're
come up
telling me
against?
I could be a better Trackmania player if I drive faster?
I mean,
wow.
One of the slowest one, I think, but more of the constant guys. So
He solved
I just
it.
gotta
He's
push up
clocked it.
myself to just compete with them.
The fact that you did take out someone like a Binks though yesterday,
don't
does
I
that
just
give you
drive
confidence
faster
that
all the
on your
time?
day
My
you can
God.
beat anybody?
I've been
Oh, yeah,
slow all this
absolutely.
time for no
I
reason.
mean, there's like 1 in 5 chance that I can make this match work. I mean, it all depends on the guys I'm facing. And yeah, I think
Depends
honestly,
on map pack too.
even without luck and anything, I think I can make it. Yeah.
What have you changed from maybe
We
yesterday
might not see
to
Japan
today?
either.
Just chilling more, I'd say. That's maybe not a good answer, but
I predict
I took time
Norway,
off since we had
Australia,
the last break time, and I
Japan,
think this helped me a bit to
and
just
Germany banned.
focus up on myself.
Yeah, how have you been doing that then? Obviously, you haven't been playing much of the game, but what have you been doing outside of the game to try and
Maybe
keep
Argentina.
calm and chill?
Yeah, I've been doing, like, I grabbed Gwen and we went playing on just some stuff, some darts, ping pong.
Ooh, they played darts
some
yesterday? Fun.
Stuff that AWC provides us, so it's really cool to have this kind of things.
Everything away from the game. In terms of obviously being a home nations athlete as well, obviously from France, have you been listening to the crowd out there and did they give you a boost yesterday?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people came by to just watch what I was doing today. Even people from work, from friends, family, my
Oh, that's
girlfriend.
amazing.
I mean, everybody came, so that's, I mean, for the moral, it's like very, very good.
Do you think it helped you, gave you the
A
edge?
lot, and I thank them for it.
In terms of today then, what are
wholesome.
we expecting from you?
This is Wosal.
Do the same. I mean, I'm hoping that they'll come back stronger, so I can compete with all the guys, Bings, Gwen, and Epos. So yeah. No, sorry, Pac. Yeah.
You did it yesterday. Let's see if you can do it again today. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Let's see with Wosal. Very friendly, wholesome guy. Let's also hear from Dusk. What they are saying.
Right. And when they come into this matchup, who keeps that headline? Is it Pac or is Wosal maybe got a little bit of a dark horse theme on somebody that we need to pay attention to more?
Well, me and Twiggy, we're going to present 2 other options that we haven't spoken about yet. I will take the first option. Twiggy's going to quickly take the second option. I would like to present to you Gwen. Gwen, one of the fastest Frenchmen
Yes, he's
on
got the
track.
pace.
He is definitely
Everyone
somebody
knows
to
it.
constantly watch out for. We talk about Carl. Yeah, whatever. Gwen's here. He's young. He's vibrant. He has a smile on his face. You come see him. He's always in good spirits. This man is somebody to watch out for. I think he's going to be able to win it.
And much to the chagrin, I think, of the AGAR fans, I'm going to have to back my own country person in Epos. He has been absolutely ridiculous over some community
Lots of
tournaments.
different
He had a
predictions.
great placement in DreamHack Birmingham, and really, apart from the finals where he placed 4th, was absolutely show-stopping. I think Epos can put up an incredible performance, and look, I've got to
Video
back
whatever,
and
Carl.
Epos here.
Do you think that is how it's going to
It's
go? I know
more
you're
that
backing them.
Carl gets talked about a
You think
lot.
that's how it's going to go, 1-2?
I think it's more than likely.
And
in my
it's a
opinion,
very
that the
flat
Brits do
conversation because yes, it's Carl. Like,
That's a safe bet.
guys, can we talk about how good Magnus is at chess for a second?
Never a safe
I've just had an epiphany that I think he might be the best chess player currently alive. And it's like, yeah. Where are we going with this? Give me something interesting. Give me something with a little bit of meat on it. Start a conversation with guys. Hear me out. And then you go, I think Posito Paco is going to beat Mara and Gwen in a match. Now that's interesting. If you're able to predict that, that is really interesting. But yeah, let's see.
That's
This
right.
is the
GP
preview.
Turbo keep getting these great games, Twiggy. How are you letting them get away with it?
Well, look, we gave it to him ahead of time. You'd think that we were like, here, have our favorites, have our best.
Yeah, can we have a chat? At the bus, I was expecting, can we have a chat about that last game as well? But no, you guys are nice enough, and I know they're excited for it. I know 2 guys as well excited for this final stage walkout in our group stage to kick off Group number
Last
8.
group
Stars
stage game,
abound
guys.
At the Lenovo Legion
A
Gauntlet.
banger.
It's Adam and Milos.
Thanks very much, Rain Day.
This
We've
will
all
be
got to
massive.
follow Wassile's advice. Drive faster. Just drive faster.
We've seen
That's what
world
I do,
records
and
all
that's how you
day,
succeed in this
and
game.
yet
Life
I
advice
think
for
it's likely we'll
everybody.
see some here
Genuinely,
too.
It comes down to it. You can apply it to every game. Simple lessons to add in there, but I know we make the joke around it. However, sometimes it does go down to it, and you have to here in our final matchup of the evening.
Can you believe what a day it's been, though?
Yeah.
What a day it's been. Our very last one here, obviously at the end of this, 2 of our players progress to the upper bracket, 2 also in the lower bracket, but they'll still be in the competition at the moment. I mean,
Until
it's all going to
tomorrow.
change until tomorrow. But things get very, very crushy again as keys are destroyed.
Well then, let's introduce them on stage. Join me in welcoming our Game 8 4 players, Pack, Wosile, Gwen, and Epos!
Here we go. Here we go, everybody. The Vitality fans are here. I think we're gonna hear the loud drums versus the AGIL crowd as well. This is gonna be the loudest game of the evening too. A lot of fans present behind me here in the arena. Give you a quick overview of what we're working with here. The players take to the stage. Here we go.
Please get ready for this. It's going to be huge. It's going to be big. Back to the desk and let's get this show on the road.
Here we are.
Well, whether it's Vitality or Team Liquid fighting for points in the club championship, or AGAL literally fighting for the club champion with their French representative in Gwen. Or maybe it is Wosile on the side of Jinji. Everybody
So
has a story.
stacked.
We'll see which narrative
So
packs the bigger
unbelievably
punch
stacked.
tonight.
The narrative
Enjoy
for
it
Pack
while
is
it
going
lasts,
to be
guys.
Shadows, right?
This
Getting
is
away
peak
from the
Trackmania.
shadows, stepping into light. Another storyline for Epos, solidifying himself in that S tier of Trackmania, being one of the top 4 best players in the world.
Here is the
Arguably,
veto.
yes,
So
for
I predicted
now,
Germany,
but is he
Australia,
going to solidify
Norway
that as
banned.
Well, there's plenty to prove for everybody on stage here.
And
but
what do we
you know
have?
I've also realized it is France
Norway,
versus
South
Britain
Korea,
here on
Australia.
stage.
Okay.
I think for the home crowd,
Argentina
definitely,
open.
While they also
Pack
have
first picking
AGAL
Poland.
to be cheering for as well. There
Okay,
is that-
Saudi Arabia
I don't
for
know,
Wosile.
something to be cheering
He doesn't
for
get his
for the
Germany
French
there.
people.
Yeah, definitely. As we look now
And
into
now
our
we
fans
have
and our
maps like
picks, we see
Hungary
Poland
open.
picked as the first pick from Pack.
Also
Saudi
very
Arabia coming
drivable.
from Wosile. What will we see
Canada for
coming next?
Gwen.
Canada from Gwen. What is Epos gonna pick?
Let's see where Epos goes with this. Japan, Argentina. Okay, could have been Hungary, but this is the set we have. Japan for Epos makes a lot of sense. He likes those tech drivable maps as well. Lots of stuff for him to figure out there. Lots of pace to be had. And it seems like a pattern. Like the pattern, the players like Carl Jr. Well, I would guess Carl Jr., Pack, Grenadi favor maps like Poland, the simpler ones. Carl favors Japan, South Korea. And then tricky players favor things like Norway, like Australia, like Argentina. It's a noise battle right now. And if you look up left there, you see the white chair. That's the background where we're sat. Here we go. First map, first round. We played till 140 points as all previous matches. After that, you need to win 1 round to close your finalist attempt and secure your spot. Top 2 advance in the upper bracket, bottom 2 are dropped down. Pack, instant mistake on his map choice. And now, let's see the conversation we've talked about unfold. Gwen is a pace player, Wosile more consistent, Epos somewhere in between, also very high pace, but he is a player with on days and off days. Pack, on paper, the strongest player of the 4. Let's see what unfolds. Wosile challenging Gwen in this one through the dirt. He takes the lead. But here, you need a low jump from the ramp onto the plank. Wosile landing early up on the right side, landing early again. And yet Gwen has gained time towards him through just straighter lines. Honestly, Wosile crashing on the corner, and Gwen is instantly driving absurd pace. This is 108 in the first round. Everyone else has crashed, and Gwen is just like, yo, guys, What's the pace like? Gwen clipped too. Gwen crashed, but he's still gonna win the round. 109.55 with a crash. Yeah, he was on 108 pace. But guys, I thought this was a fast match. What's going on? Clipped the very last jump there. 10 points for Gwen. Pack still 6 points from that mistake. It's actually a very good start for Pack. It's not often that you get second place with the full-on crash. On the outside now, Pack in the mix. We see one player drop down. I think that is Epos hitting the wall. Gwen still remaining in first. Down the hill we go. Different setups. Pack, a previous world champion on Trackmania Tech. Drifting. Only on road. No dirt, no grass. No plank jumps. But has adapted to that style too and won it recently again together with Carl Jr. last year. The reigning world champion, or champions we should say, of the game. Now it's Pack driving fast pace. 1.4 behind. Wosal still keeping up though. And actually has a tiny bit more speed than Pack. This will get really down to the wire. Still faster Wosal and a little bit too much of a tilt. Hasn't been overtaken, I think, by Gwen. Snipes the position. 109.09 from Pack. Tied first place in points with Gwen. Unfortunate for Wosal there, as he really had a shot at first. The wobble from the car was hard to control. So far, not seen much of Epos. Slow in both rounds. How does he adapt to this? Goes up the grass, a little lower than Gwen, but straighter out here, and now wants to set up wide and carry the speed down onto the road. Solid strategy. Pack has dropped the gear. Wosal very close to the corner. Pack behind by 2 tenths. Over the ramp. Land as early as you can. Gwen has it good. Up on the left. Now full down right, and he is going to remain ahead, but Epos is close. A wide setup, about similar speed from the two of them. Gwen again is challenging that 108.961 from Mime. Tournament record. Epos also challenging it here as he's landing wider, has better speed. That's a fantastic end line. And what's the final time going to be? Epos here has outclassed Gwen in the ending. 108.95. And I said we hadn't seen him, but Epos shows us where he's at with the fastest time driven on Poland all tournaments. 17 points for us, for Epos. Not for us. I can't claim to be part of the team. Pack with the same starting mistake there, not getting grip and losing 0.6 of a second. Now a 3-player battle. The pace from Gwen and Epos and the consistency from Wosal. Wosal had that one unfortunate full crash round where he did not get any points at all, which makes his score line look unconvincing. Epos crashes, Wosal still in the mix. Pack overtakes for third. Now the plank jumps. Gwen always gaining time here with a line that looks strange because he jumps so straight. Doesn't really reduce airtime and doesn't mind. 2 tenths ahead of Wosal. Oh, Wosal releasing a lot here. Gwen, is he carrying that speed up the hill? He looks slow. Has lost some time. And up to the ending. That is going to be a clean ending for Gwen, I think. Controls the jumps, and yes, Gwen takes another 10-pointer here. Wosal in second, 109.004 for Gwen, almost joining the 108 club on Poland. Love they're bringing out drums to support their players. Great to see. Saudi Arabia, map 2 of this final game of the day. We saw, I think, Wosal pick this one as the upper seed. He typically goes for Germany when Germany is available, but Appos banned that away. So now let's see what unfolds. We'll, as we've talked about, start seeing differences. As soon as they hit this plastic wall hug, you want the smoothest visually entry possible. Appos there, no bumps at all, just connects with the wall, carry speed through the turn. That is why he's in first place. Oh, very wide there though, and a couple of hundreds lost. Wosal hits the roof, loses speed. Leading up to the quarter pipe jump, Gwen and Appos matching exactly on pace. Gwen with the lowest jump, straightening out on the ice. He's a car length ahead. Slightly out to the left here. Pack also with a little bit of a missing appearance up front. Not exactly what we're used to from him. So we've seen him get 10-pointer after 10-pointer. All of them do the downhill line, up the sand, over the rock. And it's so close. Gwen versus Appos. This is the real battle for first. Maybe Pack could do something though with a full risk ending. Gwen has the better landing, it looks like. Appos is trailing by a car length, but Gwen has that one on lock. 300ths ahead of Appos, and another 10-pointer for Gwen. Pointers are just so valuable in this format. If you get 3 10-pointers and a crash, it's much better than consistent second places. If you get 4 second places, it's still 6 less points. So a lot of players do go for the 10 actively every time, but some rounds it is just too far-fetched. You might be too far behind. You risk that anyways. Well, then maybe you're not playing tactically the best decisions you can. Right now, Pack needs a 10 himself. Gwen has been taking the most of them. And a small ice movement there has him gaining some time. Pack landing slightly earlier, catching up a little bit. Slowdowns though on the checkpoint, and an awkward setup. Makes the most of it over the sand, down the hill. Overtakes Gwen, inside line on the dirt. Can straighten out for the nose slide. Gwen following, but the awkward rock bounce. Good speed regardless. How does he manage to set that up? He still has a chance to snipe it away here, Gwen. Pack's gonna go for the release the best he can. Wosal overtakes from Gwen for second place, and Pack barely holds on, 100th ahead. And a 10-pointer he much needed. But Wosal also really could need that 10-pointer. 46 for Gwen, 37, 29, 23. Wosal's map choice. Second place there did him well. Still could hope for more. To the plastic, good by all 4. Literally just a cluster of cars. Can't tell who's who. As we jump through to the quarter pipe jump, looking at the split, you want to see 25.9 here. All 4 players have it. This is a fantastic round. Driven by the pros. Who gets the best of it? Gwen again. Pixel perfect on the quarter pipe jump. Pack looking at the ceiling while driving that straight line, so frustrated with the wheel clip, and knows that at this level he just can't afford even a tiny mistake like that, as he will be out of contention. Wosal also tries to risk to catch back up. Doesn't work out. Gwen versus Appos. Gwen the raid boss right now, taking all the loot. Appos trying to chase him down over the sand. Good attempt. Needs a 10th in the ending. That's going to be hard to find. Gwen has a good enough landing, and it's a good time too. 107 for Gwen, another 10 points. Last round of Saudi Arabia. Gwen almost has a 20-point lead to everyone. Only Pack keeping up at 41. 15 points behind though, quite significant. Great wall hug there from Pack. Does he get the nose slide? Slides and face plants. Losing grip there is disastrous. You won't be ready to react in most cases, and he is fully out of this race. The others all around 25.9. Appos with a good jump. Wosal clipping a little bit. Gwen clipping worse. And here Appos has a great chance back in the match. Wosal, the last chance on his map. Which of them is going to get the best of it? Unfortunate for Wosal. And Gwen here, even in a round he makes a mistake. Like the first round on Poland, could score pretty well. Let's see. Oh my, the Rock claims another soul. Don't speak too soon. He even crashes into the checkpoint, so the respawn was terrible, and yet he actually remains second place. Apple's gonna look back like, what is going on here? Wosal second, Gwen third, Pack fourth, all 5 seconds behind. No one can be too happy in that round. There we have Binks, by the way, wearing the AGAL headband to support Gwen after his good performance. Canada, the next map. This was picked by Gwen, and let me tell you something, right? Gwen plays on stretched resolution. So he plays camera 2, where you're lower to the ground, closer to the car, and his monitor is stretched. His car takes up about half the screen. Like if you picture my webcam frame as a screen, his car is like this big. What that means is that he is very well able to see corners precisely, because the corners are stretched out, they're big on a screen. And on a map where all you do is precisely weave past corners, that is a big advantage. Hack and Apples play on some strange resolution as well, but Gwen is the widest by far, and he loves stuff like this. So Gwen is in the lead of the match, and with a good couple of rounds here on Canada, look at how close he goes. That is the type of position I'm talking about. He could really take control of this match, Gwen. Loves this type of position stuff, but he fails on a release timing there. Pack releasing at a better spot to carry more speed. Now past the walls, better for Pack. Down the hill, 100th ahead of Gwen. These 10-pointers are so hard to earn against Gwen when he doesn't crash. Pack's gonna full send for this one. Good drift. Gwen has it better though. Now the downhill. Who gets the best wiggles? That looks good for Gwen. Slightly more speed. Both ice slide. Gwen ice sliding wide. That's very close. Gwen, by 100th of a second, takes another 10. And a personal best in the tournament from Pack. Apples and Wosal both crashed. Apples was third, Wosal fourth. 70, 50, 49, 35. Apples' 10-pointer had him momentarily second place in the match, but now down in third. Wosal in the interview gave himself about a 1 in 5 chance that he would make it through this match as one of the top 2 players. And we can see just how difficult it is in this field to score anything but 3 or 4 points, because you have to drive. Whoa, 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 a low 102. Wosal pushing past both Pack and Apples there in that road slalom. Now the dirt one, and Gwen falters to the wall, crashes, and he was on a monster run, by the way. Pack's pace here is fantastic still, and Gwen was 2 tenths ahead of that into the ending. Pack got sniped last time. What about now? Is Wosal going to snipe this one away? Apples crashed. He can't contest. And Pack should have enough speed to hold on here. 102.2 again. Same pace as previous. Much needed 10-pointer. $74 Gwen, 60 Pack, 52 Apples, 41 Wosal. Up the slalom, Wosal versus Gwen up front. Both of them full speeding. Packing a bit of snow. Able to correct the trajectory. You can see it's awkward. As soon as you do like one tiny misstep off the line you're used to, everything kinda gets very messy. Oh, close to the wall. Now somewhat of a reset here. Has time to set this up as he's used to. Gwen again on monster pace. We are looking close to a 101 here from Gwen if he does a good ending. Wosal as well, close to that pace. He crashes in the last drift. What is the final time from Gwen going to be here? This is a fantastic clean run. He knows it. 1:02.14. 10 more points for Gwen. 6 for Pack. 4 for Appos. 3 for Wosal. $84 points for Gwen. Really strong performance so far. Last round of his own map, tries camera to make something happen. Wosal clips. 0.2 down. Still not fully out here as things can happen. Good speed cap through here. About the same distance. Pack versus Gwen. Pack with the better timing on that left-hander. Oh, but releasing just a tad too little. He crashed the wall. And this is the frustrating thing about playing against Gwen. You need to risk for 10-pointers. And then if you crash, you're like, man, I should have settled for second. He drives unrelentingly up front. And he's looking for another one. A Gwen that has a good day is almost unstoppable in this game, guys. And you're seeing it here. The margins are not a lot, but it is enough for him to get 10 more. That was 200s behind plus 6. 94 points for Gwen. Now we have a bit of a twist, guys, as I think the next one is Argentina. Now it's Japan first. So this one will be interesting. This is Apples' choice. And we saw Stufts here break the tournament record earlier today. There is a lot of pace that he showed, though. 1:14 might even be possible with perfect lines. $1:15.15. Look at those digits, so satisfying. The mix of 1s and 5s that Stufts got in his match where he qualified. But what now from these 4? First of all, looking for a low backflip here. You can see Pack flying very high, and that has him landing quite late as well. So not so much speed up this road. Equalizes here after the release timing. Nice setup wide, release, full send left. And look at the speed from Pack conversely. Here he did it best of all. And catches up, overtakes Wosal and Gwen. Appos first, through the gates. Down the road turn, they're gonna about equalize. This is the sickest round we've seen on this map yet, I think. So far, all 4 players were present. Pack chasing Appos, only far length behind. There he overtakes, but Appos comes back with the speed. Set up wide, slow down enough. Gwen doesn't slow down a lot at all, and he is gonna get sent wide. The overtake is only momentary. Going through the gates now in the ending. Is Appos gonna get the 10? Not quite. Crash into the pillar. Pack, what about him? Makes the thread. 1:15.4. Wosal second, Gwen third. Appos ending up last there from that crash. $98 for Gwen. Almost reached the 100-point threshold. Pack at 79. The gap is about 20 points for Gwen. Cannot let off though. Appos crashing, a smile, a shake of disbelief there. Not happy with his performance right now. Feels like things are crumbling. And Gwen is gone in this round. The speed slide plus that NASCAR turn, he is flying. Pack versus Wosal. Can they stabilize? They're 0.3 down. Gwen with an awkward drift line, okay. Pack clipping though, Wosal overtaking. And Gwen should have this one under control. Only scary thing is that he went quite fast into the uphill last time. And now releases a correct amount. This is faster. This is very fast overall. Does he survive the ending? Out towards the flags. Through the gate. That looks good. Gwen gets the 10-pointer. Wosal gets second. Pack crashed. He got fourth. Apple's third. 1:15.32 by Gwen, by the way. Might be the third fastest time we saw on the map so far. Very quick, anywho. And Gwen is over 100 points. And right now, like, I mean, Gwen is making all the others look slow at the game. Like, that is a crazy thing to do to Epos, Pack, and Wosal. 3 of the highest performing players all year and over the last couple of years. But they're just, when he survives her run, they're just simply not able to compete for the 10, it looks like. And here, even in a round he made a mistake, is still competitive with the rest. Through the drift, that's a fantastic line from Gwen. Apples has to lead, but only for how long is the question. Gwen going out wide, this might lose him a lot of time. Pack and Apples now. Only cars in sight. Into the setup, Gwen with this weave. Oh my god, how does he do that? And get away with it. Crazy movement by Gwen. Giving the car the most amount of space. Oh, he clips the pillar. There he goes. Apples versus Pack. Last corner through the pillars. Apples gonna take this one. Pack with a great time, but not enough, unfortunately. Apples, a much needed 10-pointer. Positioned himself in a battle for second. 111 Gwen, 88 Pack, 79 Apples, 64 Wosal. Airtime for Wosal in the start, and a small mistake from Pack. Gwen and Apples already making a breakaway. This is the last round for Apples to make something happen here on his map choice. Good landing there, good speed. 700s ahead of Gwen, but now the question, this next turn is where Gwen truly full sends. He might have already made a mistake one, because he's dropped the position. Had he survived, it would be interesting to see. That was 0.2, the checkpoint. Okay, hold on, oh my. Pack as well crashing, but Apples here should slow down. He should chill out. But the pace he was driving up to that checkpoint was fast. Yeah, he might be pulling the brakes a bit. Losing attempt to Gwen. Really just don't want to lose your run is all. Gwen gaining, you can see the gap is less than it was. 0.4. Apples needs to play this right. Can't slow down too much. Just wants to make it safe for himself. Through the gate. Oh no, disaster! This is what can happen when you try to save it too much and you throw it away. That should have been a free 10-pointer. And unfortunately, he gives Gwen a 10 there. I can hardly believe it. It's a painful one. It's the most painful one because he knows it so well too. That 10-pointer should have been his. Now Argentina. Now Argentina, the final map in the rotation. Nobody picked this one, but it was the randomly selected at the end. What will this do to our scoreline? Gwen can hit finalist here already. And him and Binks were doing a different turnaround strategy. You'll see that in play. Apples with no personal best public on this map yet. The first time he plays Argentina in match. Same goes for Pack. Gets the 5th gear a bit late, and look at Gwen again. He does this on every single map, just pushes out of the start. Far from the perfect pace you can get, but it's still very convincing here. To beat the others by 2/10. Now he turns around by steering to the left, the other steer to the right. Pack accelerating early and actually has Gwen beaten that turnaround. Gwen wobbling. Pack about a 10th out of Gwen. Apples there too. Up to the ramp up top. None of them doing the air brake strategy. landing early, carrying so much speed over the ice. Will Apples be able to follow? He does have a higher approach. Pack should have this one under control. A little bit wide on that one, but it's enough for a... Oh, no, it's not. It's not. It looked strange. And he lets that one go. And he lets that one go. Apples, though, gets the 10-pointer. The battle between Apples and Pack is very close. They're both sensing the danger. They know Gwen is very likely to close this out before they reach the point limit, but that battle is tied right now, 95-95 for the second spot. Gwen just slicing through the turns, man. Keeps fifth gear, speed sliding down. It's another 0.2 in the start. The other players are capable of this, but it's just he does this every single... What are these splits? Okay, guys, Gwen is on a tear. If he gets a good turnaround, we're about to witness something wild. Oh, that's an early one. That looked good from Gwen. Does he make it past the pillars? Yes, indeed. I am very curious what kind of pace this is. Pack crashes, unfortunately. No one can stop Gwen in this round. What will Gwen put on the leaderboards? This is likely 10 points, but the final time is an interesting question. Through the final checkpoints, just has to land into the wall. Now, not too far up on the right side. That looks better than Pack's line previous. What's the final time, guys? I am sensing a tournament record. 1:12.22 from Gwen. Crazy stuff, and 10 deserved points. Very fast round there from Gwen. World record as well. Completely crazy. So Gwen just needs to finish this lap to enter finalist mode, but maybe he can do more than that. This seems to be such a powerful map for him with how he's driving the start. But here, he loses the gear a bit, and Apples is the one. 0.2 of a second. Let's see what he makes of it. Awkward landing, slows down a ton. Equalizes after this turn a bit. Drops from first to fourth. Awkward from Wosal. Pack earliest to the checkpoint, but Gwen with the early turnaround. Did he get that checkpoint? He gained 0.4 in the turnaround in the bobsleigh and suddenly finds himself in contention for first. That is the best bobsleigh turnaround we've seen in the tournament. No one has done it faster. He was way behind, but quick to accelerate. And again, he's going to deliver a strong time here despite the mistake. If he lands the final jumps, that looks good. Not too much of a bounce. Yeah, Gwen 1:12.6. And entering finalist mode. Biggs finds that disgusting. I mean, you know, we're seeing some... we just saw the stank face from his teammate Biggs. Match point for Gwen on Argentina. Let's see how the start goes. Really often decided by the speed they keep in this slalom here and how much of a good line they have through this grass part. 5th gear plus speed slide. Wosal the one to get the fast start now. And Gwen is 0.3 behind. We're keeping track. 0.4. Oh, Wosal. Oh. Full on face plant. And here comes Gwen. He gained 0.4 last time. What about this one? Instant stop and turn around on the right side. Gains 0.1 of a second to Pack. Has the ability to close out this match on his first try as finalist. And if we've seen anything from the previous runs, that is quick in the ending, but Pack gets a great landing twice in a row. Closes the gap entirely. They're side by side on the ice slide. Pack went lower. Gwen went higher. Pack has a faster line to the bobsleigh, and that should be a good jump to the last one. Pack gonna deny Gwen here in his first attempt. 1:12.71, and this puts us back on Poland, which is Pack's choice. So maybe Pack can turn things around. This is getting tense. Most of the arena has closed down now. Trackmania, one of the last games to be played in the evening. We've been here since 2 p.m. 8 hours of matches. Comes down to this. Final game of the day. To see who is our eventual upper bracket here. The upper bracket can skip all of tomorrow. If you lose here, you'll have to play your way through the lower. Curious to see who's gonna make it. Gwen has a great position, but he needs to win one round. Apples is quick here, and so is Pack. But if we remember, Gwen was the one who had the leading splits a lot throughout the middle section. And with similar driving, he could be able to do it again. On the outside, all of them make it through the dirt. Onto the grass turn, different setups. Pack more on the outside here. Gets the speed down the hill. Apples with the better drift still. Into the dirt. Up on the left side. And now in this portion here, Gwen tends to gain time. He is 1800s behind. A little bit shaky, the landing might not get much back here. 200ths and then another 200ths. Getting a bit closer. All 4 drivers within, but Gwen actually hit the wall. Won't be decided yet. Apples on tournament record pace. 108.8 or so is about to be driven here with a clean ending. Pack is there, Wosal is there, all fantastic runs. Pack losing a position, Wosal overtakes one. Apples still enough grip to keep his spot. 108.917 tournament record for Apples, and this is scary for Gwen. If you're in his position, right, you're thinking, going into this next round, I need a 108.9. That's the only way. You're not thinking, I just need to be first. You know everyone here is capable. Both Apples there and Wosal were on 108.9 pace. The level is the fastest it's been all tournament on this track. And outside smooth, to the grass smooth. So far so good. The road drift is where Pack and Apples have gained a bit of time. Apples and Pack setting up wide, going a bit on the inside, still holds his own. Through this drift, Pack gains a few hundredths back. Now the jumps across the middle. What does Gwen get here? Reduces airtime, lands on the nose, that looks great. Gains a few hundredths, it's all of a sudden 1/10 ahead for Gwen. Pack almost clipping the plank, stays level with Apples. Apples overtakes Gwen on a much faster run still than the 108.9. This is 108.8 from Gwen. He lands the jump. That was the hard one. The rest are relatively trivial for a player of the caliber of Gwen, but the pressure is there. He isn't going to falter, and he sets a new tournament record to close out. 108.910. Gwen has made it to the upper bracket. Incredible performance. He takes a deep breath, he knows that's the pace he needs, and he just sends it and sets a new record in the process. And what a battle we now have. Clearly, the battle is between Apples and Pack. As well as all too far. Which one of them is it gonna be? The winner here gets to chill tomorrow. The loser will have to play through the lower brackets. Both going for a similar drift down the road. Both of them need 2 10-pointers to enter finalist mode. Similar setup in the dirt. Through the pillars. Follow them across the middle jump. Pack with a much better one. Wosal out of this one. Pack with a bump. Apples 0.2 ahead or so. Into the water turn. More speed for Pack. He's closing the gap. This is so close. And it's a very important 10-pointer too. It's a test tune position. The other player won't be able to reach 140 Apples. He's going to lose it on the final jump. That was a little too steep, and Pack overtakes to put himself at 135. Apples 128. Very important 10-pointer for Pack. .135. Either a first or second gets him to finalist mode. Apples still needs 2 rounds. 2 rounds of second places. But if Wosal denies here and there, could be more. Let's see what happens. Pack has already had a slow start. Knows the difference. Knows what he needs to do here. Could make Apples' life a bit more difficult if he can overtake. Nothing really to lose after passing Wosal. To challenge just a little bit. Apples is on a great run. Flawless so far. Oh, rounding the corner, both of them make it. Oh, Apples very wide. This is a bit shaky. Wosal comes back. If Wosal takes this position from Pack, Pack will not hit finalist mode. This is very tense. Will Wosal snipe Pack here? Oh my, I can't believe it. Wosal makes Pack's life very annoying because now they are bound to hit finalists at the same time. Pack knows it. He got denied here. Contemplating what went wrong there. This is gonna be tense. This is gonna be tense. Yeah, I agree, Alfie. I agree. Whew. Saudi Arabia, the decider map. And from what we remember, Apple's got a couple of 10-pointers here, lots of crashes. It's Wosal's choice. Here we go. Into the calm before the storm. This round truly does not matter. It's just a warm-up round, as whether you score 10 points or 6, it's all the same. Both hit 140 and become finalist status. But confidence, mentality, putting pressure on your opponent. If you can drive a clean lap here, you have the psychological edge into the next round, potentially the final round of the match. Let's see what happens. A tournament record here, for instance, can really stress out your opponent. But right now, they're not on pace for that. Just a close round altogether. I think all players just want to get a clean one through. Wosal needing the 10 more than the others. He's looking for it. Pack gets a bit of airtime in the downhill. Appos a bit inside on the dirt. It's still Wosal first over the rocks. Still Wosal, but there he crashes. And now the two Brits are left to duke it out. Who's going to have the round win leading into double finalist? That will be Appos, and Pack might have some second thoughts on that last jump as we approach the double finalist round. Saying come on out loud to himself, hyping himself up. The type of stuff you do before you try to get a personal best on the bench. Trying to activate every ounce of adrenaline for this very important race for tournament survival. Who is it going to be? Will Wosal deny either one? Wosal with a clean start there, Pack with a bad wall hug. That does make the slalom easier to survive, and he still stays in contention. Now over the jump, Wosal, that looks very low. He still makes it, but Appos is gaining ground. Through the window, all players make it. Pack has clipped, and at this point has to hope for Wosal to be the hero. Wosal denied Pack once. Will Wosal deny Appos 2 to make it an even score? What is it going to be here? Wosal has a small wheel clip. Appos 0.1 ahead. Round the corner he goes. Down the hill, catches full grip. Wosal loses a bit of grip. The gap extends. 3/10 ahead for Appos. Clean over the rock. Doesn't get the bad bounce. Has a chance to close this out right away. Wosal's going to risk. Appos with the nosedive. The air brake timing looks good. He's waded through the window. Wosal nowhere to be seen. He starts celebrating because he has made it to the upper bracket, beating Pack and Wosal. And as for their case, Wosal and Pack are not out of the tournament. They will play tomorrow in the lower bracket. But what a performance from Gwen to stomp this match of so many stars. And what a performance from Appos in the end there to clutch up and secure upper bracket himself. Very, very impressive day of Trackmania. Hard to say what the best match was. So many highlights to speak of. Stifts, Carl Jr., Neon. We had the surprise in the Grenadi match as well with Mime and Alcon. And now Gwen clearly showing himself to be one of the favorites. Look out for him.
Berserk. Every time we see a world record is such an occasion that we just cannot pass up on.
Yeah. And
what a day, guys. What a day. 8.5 hours.
I think we were just so
of
hyped and
peak
stoked
Trackmania.
that this match was definitely no stranger. It was, like, all 4 matches were just so unique that we have seen in the upper bracket, and I cannot wait to see more like that. So some mistakes have happened here. You can see the reaction, the stakes were high. Gwen won that round here as well, where Epos just was throwing it away there.
Yeah, Epos managing to make a solid comeback.
People are saying there's going to be a decider match between Pac, Mudda, Posito Paco, and Afi in the lower bracket. That is crazy, guys. That is completely mad. Completely mad. Gurnadi versus Massa tomorrow. Do we have the brackets up? We can take a look at what awaits. First, an interview with Gwen.
Gwen, it's our last game of the night, and yet you still have the energy through it. What carries you through against 3 of the best players in the world here?
Yeah, I think it's the fun in the crowd, yeah. So
the AGAL
we are in the zone. It's just like playing the game, and yeah, I'm very happy of the game. Yeah.
Well, very much locked in for it here, but you know it's a tough game to get through so late at night. Also with the fans around, but it really has to be asked about, because when you're facing such big opponents on the other side, do you feel like, even though you have that friendship all between you over so many years, does that get into your head sometimes that it pulls you out of the lock-in zone that you're in?
Yeah, of course, because we know each other perfectly. We know how everyone plays, so yeah, we just play and hope for a win, but everything can happen, so.
There's the extra bit of pressure as well, because AGAL is competing as part of the club championship. 2nd place right now, very, very close. And of course, you represent the team. Your teammate already made it through a 2nd place. That's something to be quite happy about. But for you, you're here in 1st place. You get to skip things tomorrow. Does that add more pressure on you as a competitor for AG?
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to not play tomorrow. I'm happy to have made the playoffs. Yeah, I will do my best for AG, and I hope I will win.
Well, for you, the best for AG is the best for Gwen, so that works out very, very well. Thank you very much, Gwen. Congratulations on the win. That is our last matchup of the day. AGAL victorious. The crowd is loving it. We went all through it, and there's our panel to discuss it all.
Let me show you guys what crazy matches are awaiting tomorrow. Tomorrow we only have 4 matches instead of 8, but those 4 matches are a treat to look forward to. Here we have at the bottom, you can see the decider matches. These are the ones that will be played. The first one, Pac, Posito Paco, Mudda, and Afi. This is an elimination match. The top 2 players advance in the tournament. Bottom 2 are knocked out. And that looks crazy. That looks unbelievable to think about, that 2 of those 4 are going home after this. Same for Otak, Wosal, Link, and Josh. Very, very strong players in that one. Then if you look to the right, you see these decider matches are also going to be played. Solja, Bren, Naiko, and Richie, followed by Grenadi, Massa, Wizzy, and Flimsy. Very, very strong level. Grenadi and Massa playing one another. The steering wheel match over there. We have the French-speaking match over here. And then we have these 2 crazy games over here as well. Insane stuff. The action continues the next 2 days. And on the final day, we have 7 games to decide the Esports World Champion of Trackmania 2026. $500,000 prize pool. Unbelievable day of games, guys. Hope you have enjoyed my cast. Thank you so much to all the players for coming up here and being guests at times. Thank you to the people helping me behind the scenes. Thank you to you guys for watching, cheering, mods for helping with predictions, and setting up and banning some strange people in the chats as well. Saw a lot of hardworking mods at work. We appreciate that. Thank you guys a lot. I'm gonna rest my voice, have some dinner, talk to the players, do some analysis, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. It starts in the afternoon again, I believe. I don't know the exact starting time, but sometime in the afternoon. So you guys can check the Wikipedia and the Esports World Cup website to see exact. I don't want to give you the wrong time. Unless someone has it now, we can talk about it now. But yeah, what a day. What a day. Let me also see. Yesterday I didn't raid anyone. I felt bad because I saw some friends were live. So let me see if someone is live on Twitch to carry over the viewership. Let's see who's going to keep streaming of my Twitch friends. Here we go. Is Janik, for instance, live? Samifying is live. Okay, we'll raid Samifying. So people are saying 3 p.m. tomorrow is the time we start. All right, guys, we're right over to Samifying. Say hello. He's a good friend. He's building some very difficult maps. I will sign off for today. Thank you all for watching. Bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow. 3 p.m. Paris time is when we start. So take care, guys. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for everything today. More Trackmania tomorrow.